Hello, hello. Starting a little earlier today. Today's show on the mirror point where reality checks itself. Today, we're going to try to check ourselves as idealists. So, the idea today is to question idealism, right? So, I'm going to be joined by some of my guests today. Mr. Biscuit speaks again, Alex K. Hopefully, pop in here soon. And we'll go over some questions to try to be critical of the viewpoint that, I'm always talking about, which is idealism, non-dualism, things of that nature, just to test our critical thinking skills. Can we argue for the opposing view, right? And why would we want to do that? Well, for one thing, you want to know if you understand the opposing view. So much of the time we live in an echo chamber where we're just constantly feeding into our biases, right? And especially after a while, you get used to a certain view, and then you kind of wear it as clothes. It becomes part of your identity. And for me, that becomes dangerously close to being closed-minded, right? So it's always good to be skeptical of your own view instead of always arguing for a view. Why not try to argue against the view, right? And so there's a kind of virtue in that. It's a form of skeptical thinking. It kind of keeps you balanced. And it's always letting you know that you always leave a little room open for doubt, which I think is a healthy thing to do. Because we know that we can be wrong about things. We know that human beings can be biased towards certain things, right? So while I'm always skeptical of, say, physicalism, this metaphysical view of physical, I can also be sort of skeptical against idealism or non-dualism, as well as any other worldview, theism, panpsychism, all the isms, right? We can do that. There's nothing wrong with that. And that's a way to maintain your peace of mind, because if you're so married to certain ideas, then when they are challenged, which undoubtedly they will be, you can find yourself feeling angry or feeling uncomfortable, or a cognitive bias may kick in if you're not really familiar with a particular problem in your worldview. And you don't want to feel like that. You want to feel at peace at all times. So why not embrace the other side and try to understand the opposing view? There's nothing wrong with that. It's I think it shows intellectual honesty. And I think that by leaving certain questions open, it can be a sign of intellectual progress. Instead of just closing down questions, saying, oh, like in this case, consciousness has been figured out. It's all idealism, or it's all physicalism. There's nothing to debate here. You're kind of making your mind up. You're not really considering the alternate views, right? And I can't see how this is a healthy way to be. I think you can be skeptical on anything, right? Now, a lot of questions, you may feel like there's already an answer to certain particular questions, right? Well, is there really? Can we be skeptical about the answers that you think you have? Can we dig deeper on them? And that's what I intend to do on today's show, is to try to just dig a little bit deeper on some of these answers that we like to give to support our favorite worldview or philosophy or metaphysical model. It's fun, guys. It's a lot of fun. So that's what we want to do today. We want to have a little fun. Hopefully I'll bring my guest on here soon and we'll go over these questions. And if you've got any questions yourself, please post them in the live chat. And in fact, I'm also going to put the link out here. My bad. That way my guests can come on, right? So yeah, the link's right there, guys. Come on in if you're out there. And I'll also see if I can't shoot email out in case they don't see this one. But yeah, it's all about, having fun with your beliefs and being, being confident with not knowing. Sometimes it's better to say you don't know. And in fact, I always say that I really don't know. As a matter of fact, ultimately, I don't know the answer to these questions. I just have particular worldviews that seem to make better sense than others. And there are certain views I just reject out of skepticism, like Abrahamic sort of theism claims, right? Physicalist claims, certain physicalism claims or claims on physicalism. I just don't believe them, not because I know that they're not true necessarily, but because, I have no sufficient reason to believe them. I have no argument that would lead me to commit to those things as absolutely true, right? So that's the point of questioning and trying to discover a lot of these things. So we're going to get started here in a second. So let me go ahead and run the intro. My friend, Mr. Biscuit speaks. How are you doing, sir?
What up, baby? How you living?
It's living. I'm living it, man. I'm doing it. I'm out here getting it, man.
Yeah.
How about you?
Man, I'm too blessed to be stressed. You know what I mean?
I hear you, man. I hear you.
I'm gonna switch my so that I can see a little better.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
That screen of perception is a little clearer now.
Yeah. Bro, listen to me, man. Listen, bro. Like Jay Garfield, bro, has planted a splinter in my mind that I have not been able to get out of there. Because of course, you know what I mean, when you believe in something that is not, I don't think idealism in metaphysics is like a household name or anything. Most people wouldn't say that they are idealists. I don't think the majority of philosophers are idealists either. And so I think it's very important when you have when you believe in a metaphysics that is not common, to do your best to swing the heaviest hammer at it that you can, to make sure that it survives scrutiny. So I'm excited to get into some Jay Garfield.
Yeah, absolutely. And I found the spot where Jay Garfield asks a little bit about the question I think you're referring to, which is having to do with supervenience. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So if you want, I'll go ahead and play this clip and we'll listen to Jay Garfield talk about supervenience, and then we'll get into discussing it. And also, you know, I do have like 4 questions of my own. I think Alex is going to come on here in just a moment, and here he is. What's going on, Mr. Alex?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, buddy?
Pretty good, man. Glad for you to join. Yeah, so we're talking a little bit about skepticism, trying to see if there's any questions we can pose to our own worldview to sort of test our own skepticism against our own views, right? So Mr. Biscuit Speaks had mentioned about Jay Garfield and this idea of supervenience. He wanted to kind of go over this clip really quick. I know I have maybe 4 questions myself that I could challenge us all on. And I think, Alex, you too, I think you let me know that there's a few questions you had as well. And so I'll go ahead and start with the Bernardo. We'll discuss it a little bit if that's cool. So let me get going.
I think you gave up the game when you told us that financial transactions aren't real and legal operations aren't real.
That was a mistake.
I kind of think that the normative dimensions of the world that we live in, the world that makes us persons, that makes us able to speak, that makes us able to read, that makes us able to think, that make this dialogue possible. Our participation in that world of normativity is what makes it possible for any of this to happen. So if you want to argue that none of that is real, then you've given up on the possibility to explain what we are doing right now. I'm going to come back to something that I said at the very beginning when I was explaining Prasangika Madhyamaka. On the Prasangika Madhyamaka view, being conventionally existent, being interdependent, being dependent on other things is not an alternative to reality. It's the only way that anything can be real. Now, if you have as a consequence of your metaphysics that no financial transaction, that no legal dispute was ever real, then you also have as a consequence that the words that we're speaking now, which are only words because they supervene on linguistic conventions and are only right now, our communication supervenes on a vast electronic network that's making Zoom possible. None of that's real. So it strikes me that
whenever he says it supervenes, right? He's saying one thing cannot change without the other thing changing, right? Because I'm very I'm new to the whole supervenience concept, so I just want to make sure all of us, do we all share that understanding that that's what Jay Garfield means by supervenes? Like when he says that,
Yeah.
Okay, that's accurate?
Yeah. So another way to say it, and excuse me if I have a little bit of background noise. Another way to say it is that the lower level facts fix the upper level facts. So what that just means is that there cannot be a change in the upper level facts without there being a change in the lower level facts. They're causally dependent or ontologically dependent on the lower level facts.
But not necessarily the other way around.
Correct. Yeah, it's one way. Yeah.
Got it.
It's a constraint on the correlation is a constraint. So the way I understand it, supervenience is a constraint on the correlation, not an explanation of its origins necessarily. It just kind of tells us that consciousness tracks brain states. But, you know, Bernardo likes to argue that, you know, but that doesn't tell us whether the brain produces consciousness or merely organizes it into appearance. But I guess what Jay is saying is that anything we're going to sit here and call real is going to entail supervenience anyway. So
See,
he's trying to
yeah.
argue that.
and
Yeah,
I'm kind
so-
of wondering. Oh, go ahead, Alex.
Oh, sorry.
No,
I was just gonna say, yeah, saying that consciousness supervenes on the brain doesn't itself explain the existence of this supervenience, right? It's just a claim. It's not an explanation. Also, I vaguely remember this part from that video. I think he might be now, maybe Bernardo was a little sloppy in the way he talked about this, but I know what he means. He's just saying that it's all the same thing, but we reify things such as financial transactions to be more than what it actually is.
Mhm.
I think it might be, and this will be up to you. I don't really have too much time today, but I think it might be better if we go back to the beginning of where they started arguing, because there's so many things that Jay Garfield brings up with the Madhyamaka idea that I think might be lost on us if it's been a long time since we've interacted with this.
Mhm.
I think that's a good idea.
Yes, we got to find out where that is. So let's see.
And
After a career working for major energy companies, I decided to look into coal, and I realized
Clean coal.
in Buddhist studies, I was trained in cognitive science, philosophy of mind, and logic, which are areas in which I still work. But I kind of the natural evolution of earlier Buddhist thought, but begins to emphasize some new ideas, both in ethics and in metaphysics talk, requires a conceptual framework in which that part of the great ocean of interdependent causal phenomena stands out as an entity. So that's dependence on conceptual imputation. So when we say that all things are empty of intrinsic reality, we mean that the only kind of reality anything has.
Yep.
Okay, this is a perfect place to start, I think, because Jay Garfield is saying he believes that all things are empty of intrinsic reality. Now, I could imagine Bernardo, even though I don't remember him saying this in this debate, that consciousness is not a thing. And maybe that's kind of a semantic problem that I get into. But, Jay Garfield is saying all things lack intrinsic reality, which means nothing is what it appears to be. And he doesn't mind that creates a infinite regress, because he says it's not a vicious regress. And so he's like, yeah, it's a regress, it's an infinite regress, but what's wrong with an infinite regress? And that kind of becomes where they get into it a little bit. So it's really interesting. So I think this is a good place to start.
Yeah. The Buddhist idea of emptiness is super interesting. It's funny because from what I understand in the Eastern philosophical literature, the Buddhists debated the Hindus for thousands of years on, well, what's more correct? Is it emptiness, or is it, Brahman? Is it consciousness? And I think that the conclusion is that they're pretty much saying the same thing. Because again, like you said, Bernardo says that consciousness is not a thing. Jay Garfield says whatever is fundamental is emptiness. And so it really just does feel to me like they're saying the same thing.
See, I think that Jay Garfield is saying there is nothing fundamental, and that's what Bernardo hates. Jay Garfield doesn't believe in a reduction base, which is what leads to his infinite regress. And Bernardo is just like, okay, well, argument over. You've hit an infinite regress. And then Jay Garfield's retort is, what's wrong with an infinite regress? Because he believes in more of a paraconsistent logic. It's like, as long as the regress isn't vicious or circular, then it's okay to have an infinite regress, to have relation relata all the way down. And Bernardo hates that. Me, I don't like it, but I don't know whether or not because Jay Garfield he makes it sound like very coherent.
It almost seems self-refuting in a way, because in that case, really, when you think about logic, you're thinking about tracing back causes and effects and causes and effects, and you do logic. You know, you have a logical path, for example. But if everything bottoms out to an emptiness, then what you're arguing for is something non-logical, you know, something paraconsistent. And if you're going to root it in paraconsistent, then anything that follows from that seems to be self-refuted by the premise.
But nothing actually bottoms out to Garfield. There is no bottom.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Scott.
No, I was just going to say that's what a lot of critics would point out, is that when you don't have an endpoint, then you don't have a fundamental. And if you don't have a fundamental, you don't have a logical link to anything else. It's all sort of arbitrary. But go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it's useful to point out that there are two types, well, at least two types of infinite regress. So there's a temporal, and then there's a logical dependence, right? So the kind of infinite regress that, let's say, theists are usually arguing about is a temporal one. They say there has to be a beginning to the universe, right? So this is, I like to envision it as horizontal. Give me 1 second.
I believe
It's getting warm out here, bro.
I was just going to say, I believe that Garfield says in this debate that consciousness is an illusion. And now I could be wrong because it's been a long time since I interacted with it, but I think he says that. And then Bernardo attacks and says, you know, consciousness has to be real. Consciousness has to exist. And Jay Garfield's like, I didn't say it didn't exist. I said it's an illusion. And, an illusion doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It means it's not what it appears to be. You know, and so they talk past each other just a little bit. But I think Bernardo makes a few mistakes, and the mistakes that Bernardo makes, Jay Garfield takes advantage of those mistakes in such epic fashion that I was kind of left like perplexed with respect to how I feel about things.
Okay, okay, so just to close out on this point about regression, right? So there's the horizontal infinite regression, which I think there's no problem with that. You know, time could extend infinitely into the past. And so you could just have an infinite timeline of cause and effect. And I don't think there's any logical issue with that. But the kind
I think there's a logical issue with that.
Do you? See, I would think the opposite. See, we're saying the opposite. You don't think there's an issue with a vertical regress, which is what Garfield is talking about, but you do think there's an issue with a horizontal one, right?
Maybe, because like when I think of an actual past infinite, then you get into like all of the paradoxes, because if the past is infinite, that means it is actually extending in the former than direction, which means like, how did we get to this point, right? Like there's lots of different paradoxes that pop up with an actually infinite past in time, because that's an infinite amount of instances. And like, how do you reach this instant if you had to traverse an infinite amount of instances in order to arrive here? Because in set theory, infinity cannot be counted up to or counted down from. You can't count down from infinity, nor can you count up to infinity. And so by saying that there's an actually infinite past, it sounds like we are saying that we have successfully counted down from infinity to a 3, 2, 1 present. And I'm like, that doesn't compute.
Okay, well, I don't know. I'd have to look. Maybe you can send me some stuff.
Okay.
On that, but mainly, I'm just trying to draw the distinction between that kind of a regress and the kind of a regress that Jay Garfield is talking about. He's talking about a vertical regress. It's a logical dependence. So, like, the way I like to envision this is, think about a photon. Let's imagine that we capture a photon and we freeze time. We take a snapshot of that moment, right? So, well, then we ask, what is a photon? A photon is an excitation in the electromagnetic field,
Right.
right? And the photon literally cannot exist without the electromagnetic field. If you take the field away, photon poof, gone. Cannot
Yeah.
exist. So it logically depends vertically on the field. And so Garfield is essentially saying that it's just like this all the way down. And that just feels problematic to me, but I don't know how to really put it based on where we're at right now in the video. Maybe it'll come up later.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Is an interdependent conventional reality. I'll stop there.
Great, that was brilliant. Can you just clarify one more thing before we go to Bernardo? Because, and again, all my questions are limited by my understanding, but that's probably
Shout
echoed
out
by at least some
Amir
people
Giles.
watching. My
I like that
understanding
guy.
of the idea.
Yeah, we had him on the
Yeah.
pod. Shout out
Really?
Amir. I like
Yeah.
Amir a lot. Yeah.
I like him a
We
lot.
should have him back soon. Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. I like the show when you were interviewing him.
He's a good dude.
Idealism that was critiqued from Yogacara is an idealism that posits no external world.
Yeah, so there's several different versions of idealism on tap in Indian philosophy, as well as many different strains of Yogacara. And since you've been attending to my Yogacara course, you'll know that I argue that Yogacara is not essentially idealistic, even though there are idealists within that tradition. But the particular kind of idealism that was prominent in the Yogacara tradition was an idealism that denied the existence of external objects, but asserted the fundamental existence of mind, and that also asserted that mind was transparent to itself and known reflexively. So it gave the mental a very strong, a much stronger ontological and epistemological status than the physical. And the Prasangika critique, the Prasangika critique is a critique not of the idea that external objects only exist conceptually, they accept that, or dependently, but the idea that the mind has an independent existence and can be immediately known. So Prasangikas tend to be coherentists, anti-foundationalists.
I just want to point out while I'm thinking about it, even though Jay Garfield is a Buddhist, he's functionally a physicalist or a structural realist. And because of this notion of relations all the way down, this is essentially what physics gives us. Like an electron is just a relation. Its mass, its charge, its spin, these are all relational properties. So I just wanted to throw that out there. It's a different way of looking at the conversation.
Isn't it true that the physicists are going to say that physics bottoms out at the 17 quantum fields, right?
Well, the physicalist might want to say that, but the physicist is not necessarily going to want to say that, right? They're going to say, look what we've, they're going to say, look what we've got so far, these fields. And, you know, there's actually a lot of hustle and bustle lately because it seems like space-time is emergent as well, like a relational thing. Too.
That's a good reminder. Yeah, the physicists are going to be like, I don't know what I don't care what's fundamental. I'm just saying like what we've gotten to so far and what we understand so far.
Right, but there is this other thing called like structural realism, which is not technically an ontology, and but it kind of functions as a metaphysics, if you will. But yeah, it's just all relations. But it's very similar to like a physicalist view, except there just is no like absolute physical ground. It's just relations.
Yeah, that's a real tricky conversation to have. You know, I had that debate Wednesday with an academic philosopher, and he was bringing up to me about the functions of reality, are what we would call real. So I guess his point was that, you know, under physicalism, you have a tangible way to measure, do predictions, do things that, you know, sort of supervene on reality, right? Whereas idealism is mainly just an analytical criticism at the very, logic of it all, like at a deeper level, which really doesn't say anything about reality. It just says something about our limitations of concepts. So he was trying to bring up, I guess, that, when you talk about all these relations, that's all you need. You don't need anything to talk about beyond that. Otherwise, we don't know what we're talking about. So idealism is just a lot of, I guess he's saying that it just doesn't really do anything. It doesn't move the needle one way. It has no explanatory weight on that.
And it's difficult getting over what Jay Garfield is trying to say, because it seems pretty rational if I'm understanding it right. Because it's like, I agree with Alex that it is a kind of physicalism where he's saying the relationship is always extending. So when you feel like it's bottomed out, like when you feel like, oh, okay, well, the reduction base is consciousness, Jay Garfield's just going to say, well, consciousness as it seems is not consciousness as it is, right? And so the process continues, right? And he says what you think is consciousness, or whatever you say you think consciousness is, or you feel like consciousness is, he's going to say, well, that feeling breaks down into subsets too and becomes relations again.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder how he unpacks that.
Yeah, well, and on your point, Scott, about the conversation you had, what was that guy's name, by the way?
Stephen Hoyt.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I would agree that idealism doesn't have any scientific explanatory power, but it has philosophical explanatory power. I think that when a guy like that says something like that, they're saying that it doesn't move the needle empirically.
Right.
And we just agree, but that's not what we're like concerned with.
Yep. That's what I kind of told him. But I think the problem though I had with, I didn't like his comment. And I said, the reason I don't really like it is because it seems like you're confusing a shaping principle with a true metaphysic. It's something that's getting smuggled in that I'm not sure I can agree with. Like, I can agree with you that, everything you said about the idealism and the function and this and that, because we would only agree, that we're talking about function and structure. I don't have a problem with that. But then you want to say that, well, look, he's telling me, look, when we use methodological materialism, we are importing physicalism into our science. So in other words, science is making a metaphysical pronouncement that all there is the physical, because that's all we are able to observe, measure, predict, and it works.
What does methodological materialism even mean?
It means you're using a method of measuring the out there. We assume that there's a world out there that can be quantified and measured, the physical.
But the idealist feels the same way. So how is that a method? How is that methodological materialism?
Well, so there's like so you can also call it methodological naturalism, which is probably the more poignant term.
And Bernardo Kastrup's a naturalist.
Exactly. Yeah. So there's no issue there.
Yeah,
for sure.
It's like, I've heard people so often say, it's like, oh, this is method, scientists are methodologically physicalists. And I'm like, what do you even mean by that? I was like, oh, well, they do measurements. It's like, so do idealists. It's like, we believe that the qualities of experience can be quantified. That's obvious, right? I have a tape measure too. You know what I'm saying?
And I refer to that paper that you presented, Alex, about the neutrality of metaphysics in cognitive science, that paper. Yeah. So I used that, and he really didn't say anything about that, but he was mainly saying, but we assume physicalism when we do science, and it gets us places. Whereas if you assume idealism, you don't. But it's
No,
like,
that's
no,
just
not really though.
no. So the way I would say it is that to do science and to be successful in science, I think what you have to assume is naturalism. And
Mm-hmm.
naturalism is just the view that like I can determine some regularity. There can be some predictability in the measurements. That's it, right? So
Right.
whatever that stuff is out there is irrelevant to the methodology.
Right. Yeah, it's still neutral. So anyways, I'm gonna keep on with the video.
Yeah.
They tend to be to have a thoroughly mediated view of knowledge, that the idea of immediacy is something that Prasangikas find really problematic. And one thing that does run through the Yogacharan tradition, whether we see it as phenomenological or idealistic, is an emphasis on the immediacy of our knowledge of mind, which is something that Prasangikas think is crazy, that we know our mind through the
pause it.
mediation of introspective faculty.
This is something that I always say. I always say that consciousness is experienced immediately, and you know, and then you're like the mind, the experiences within the mind are mediated through sensation, like your sense of touch, your sense of smell, taste, right? But that consciousness, like pure subjectivity, awareness, is immediately experienced, right? And it seems like Jay Garfield says that his school of thought finds that crazy, that it's crazy that you would think that that's immediate.
Yeah, this kind of made me want to ask you a question about subconscious, because let's just take an example. And a lot of materialists or physicalists may point to this as quote unquote proof or whatever. Okay, let they do these tests on free will, not the Liggett's test, but the latest one, where they get you to see an image, and whenever you process the image, as soon as push the button, and they can track that you've already made your mind up about the image, like as much as 7 seconds before you even registered it in your brain, right? And so is consciousness, is awareness, sometimes we say, well, now we're talking about the processing of our executive mind to make sense of what is already filtered into our brain. That's not really what we're talking about. Like that's not immediate. But what is immediate is when the subconscious first takes in that information. As soon as the information is there, that's when the experience happens on a subconscious level. Does that make sense, or how does that relate to what you're talking about, Lamont?
I think if I'm gonna like push a button and it's registered on some machine prior to when I press the button, what that shows is that there's a temporal dimension to what I am aware of. But what I am aware of is different than awareness. Awareness of and awareness are different things, because the subject-object dimension is different than pure subjectivity. So subjectivity, I would still say, like, subjectivity is immediate. But when I direct, when I utilize spotlight awareness as opposed to floodlight awareness, right? When I focus.
That's crazy. You've been listening to Michael Pollan as well?
I love Michael Pollan, bro. I love Michael Pollan. I had the privilege of narrating one of his audiobooks.
Oh, nice, dude. That's awesome. Which one? What's it called?
Your Brain on Plants, I think it's called.
Okay, I'll check it out. We're gonna go listen to Lamont for like 8 hours.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just as we know the external world through the mediation of external sensory faculties. For those who care about this, I don't know, I don't want to take more time than you wanted to allot me. So for those who care about this, I'll say one more little thing. If you have read the second edition of Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, and in particular, the appendix to the Transcendental Deduction called The Refutation of Idealism, you will see a really nice recapitulation of Chandrakirti's 7th century critique of Yogacara idealism. There, Kant identifies idealism in the pejorative sense, right? Remember, Kant was also an idealist of a different kind, but the idealist that he takes to be the wrong kind of idealism, always as a position that treats the mental and the physical as having different ontological and epistemological status and giving pride of place to the mental. So Kant argued that the great virtue of his own transcendental idealism was that it gave the mental and the physical exactly equivalent status, both ontologically and metaphysically. And that's an argument that Chandrakirti had made in the 7th century.
Okay. So he's saying it's a mistake to separate the physical and the mental, I guess, in different categories. Is that what he's saying? That on his view, that, or based on that writing from the 7th century, and Kant sort of looked at idealism in that sense as a pejorative. In other words, not really a good thing. And so he's saying that the idealism that makes better sense, I guess, is one that wouldn't separate. So a more non-dualistic sort of idealism. Is that what he's talking about?
You know, I haven't deeply engaged with Kant. I know that Kant had a problem with what we would call solipsism. And you know, the Kantians would critique the Hegelians in that because the Hegelians thought that the Kantians' idea of noumena was incoherent. Because, you know, Kant had the noumena phenomena distinction. That there's the phenomenal realm that we all have access to, and there's the noumenal realm, which is how the world is in reality, and we're blocked from that. And the Hegelians would suggest to the Kantians, well, if there's no evidence at all for this noumena, why don't you just think that there is only the phenomenal world? To which the Kantians would respond, well, then you're trapped in solipsism, right? Then, you know, if there is no distinction between the noumena and the phenomena, how do you escape solipsism? And that's where I think Bernardo Kastrup gets his you know, response, which is that just because the entire world is mental doesn't mean that it's all my private mind, right? It's not all, you know, in my private mind. It's like the external world truly does exist so that we escape solipsism, but we still say the external world is composed of things which are fundamentally mental. And so that's my understanding of what I would see as Kant's kind of misunderstanding of Hegelian idealism. But I may be going down a different route than Jay is trying to take us.
Okay.
In India, in his critique of Yogacara idealism.
Great.
Oh, here we go.
Pay attention, because
As soon
this
as
right
Kastrup
here
is trying to smoke.
Yep. Here we go.
10 minutes. So I don't know if you rehearsed that to
Yeah, just got
be
lucky.
precise. Yeah. Beautiful. So again, I'm sure there's lots of questions and dialogue to come, but perhaps Bernardo, you can introduce your perspective for Jay's benefit, and then we can.
Yeah. So in this specific case, I have to start with some primary assumptions I make, or concessions, if you will. I assume that we can apply Aristotelian logic. At least most of the axioms, I'm open to giving up the principle of excluded middle. But if we are talking analytically, we have to embrace most of Aristotelian logic. I assume that it's valid to talk about an ultimate reality. If somebody says, well, there is no ultimate reality, and this person is correct, then that is the ultimate reality, that there is no ultimate reality. So I think it's valid to talk about it. And I also make the following assumption: at least in the West, we will always try to find out what the ultimate reality is. So the best game in town is to try to be less wrong about our guesses or inferences about what that ultimate reality might be. And that's the game I play. It's not the game of pronouncing with full certainty that this is what's going on. We are apes, bipedal apes that have been running around this rock for 300,000 years, only the blink of an eye. Apes are not in the business of ultimate realities, but we can make better guesses. We can correct previous mistakes, previous inconsistencies in our line of thinking.
Well, this gets into a question that I was confronted with by the Steve Hoyt, the philosopher I spoke to this week, is that how do you go from epistemology to your ontology? Like he's saying, you always say that the only thing we really know for certain is consciousness. And now you go from that statement to therefore everything is conscious. And I'm telling them that, you know, on analytic.
Well, that's just a straw
observation-
man.
Yeah, it's such
right.
a straw
Sorry,
man
go ahead,
because it's
Scott.
like, I'm not saying that that's the reason why the ontology is what I'm claiming it may be. It's just that if we're going to make arguments in metaphysics, we want to include the things we know.
And that's, I agree with you. And that's also the reason why I don't really understand when like physicalists talk about like the scientific tenability. It's like, not only is, you know, are the scientists metaphysically neutral, at least in the lab, but the idealist is the only one which, you know, has the justification by explanatory inference that scientists do value, like parsimony and, you know, you know, depth and scope and all of those things.
Yeah, I think that we're not going from epistemology to ontology in a deductive sense. We're not saying, look, based on what I know, this is what it is for sure. Therefore, this is what it. No, what we're saying is, given all of the available options, idealism, or in my case, analytic idealism, is the best available. It's the inference to the best explanation.
Right.
And that is judged via, you know, what you just spoke about, Lamont. Explanatory power, empirical adequacy, logical coherence, internal consistency, parsimony, these types of things.
For sure. And guys, I wish I gotta go. I wish I could stay for longer. I don't know how long you guys are going to be on, or if you guys are going to be on later on. But I got a running group, so I could kind of get this fat off myself.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Man.
you guys
Well, have
take it
fun,
easy.
man.
Yes, sir.
Later.
Yep. Have a good one.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I wanted to do that with Lamont while he was here because he really wanted to go over a little bit about that. But I guess I had a few questions, Alex. Maybe you can, maybe we can trade like some questions because, you know, the theme of the whole thing is, can you defend idealism better than its critics? So we're trying to like, you know, play the skeptic game. Can we be skeptical of our own views? Can a physicalist really defend idealism, or a non-idealist defend idealism? Like, what is our steelman game up to, right? So I wanted to pose a question, and I guess I'll start it off, and then I know you had some questions too. And I'll bring this up. So, isn't defending awareness as a being typically a reification fallacy? Why or why not?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Yeah, it's on the screen. It says, isn't defining awareness as a being or an isness typically a reification fallacy? Why or why not?
That's a good one. You would have to get, I guess you would have to give me the definition of a reification fallacy. I'm not super familiar with that one, or maybe not at all.
Yeah, so it's usually trying to turn concepts into real things out there. So awareness is a concept, right? And so some idealists would say, no, awareness is more than just a concept. It's the fundamental nature of reality. And so many physicalists would say, well, you're engaging in a reification fallacy. You're saying that this concept of awareness is actually a being or the isness of reality.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I think it would be useful to talk epistemically first and then maybe ontologically after that. I would say that the word awareness, is a concept, but that which it points to is not conceptual. It's very sublimely real, and it's actually the ground of any concept you could possibly imagine. So, like, there's another philosopher named Alfred North Whitehead. I don't know if you've read any of him, but it has to do with like what's called process ontology, which is actually funny enough, similar to what Jay Garfield would hold to. But he had this thing that he called the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. And this is kind of like a reification fallacy, I guess. But essentially it's taking the measurements we make of our experiences and reifying them as real instead of the experiences themselves. So I just see it in the total opposite way. I think that awareness is the ground of all knowledge, the ground of all concepts, and it's like the most real thing. But, applying it to ontology, I think that it's just the best possible explanation,
Perfect. I like that. So it's just appealing to the best sort of explanatory story you can be consistent with. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, look, we don't have to do ontology. We don't have to do metaphysics. It's not going to change science.
Right.
However, if we are going to do ontology, if we are going to do metaphysics, then I just think we can make a good abductive case that, reality is fundamentally experiential, because if it does not have those experiential properties, then you could not possibly get a human mind. It's like trying to build a red brick wall from bricks that are not red.
Right. Exactly. All right. So did you want to trade questions? Or you want me to go through mine first?
I can give a critique and see how you respond.
Okay.
So if I was a physicalist, maybe I say something like, look, idealism doesn't solve the hard problem of consciousness. It just kicks the can down the road. It doesn't solve it.
Yeah, so I would generally say that that's true. And I would even go so far as to say that the hard problem of consciousness is essentially could be argued as essentially a lot of navel gazing. But the reason why it exists is on physicalism. It's the physicalists that are navel gazing. They're the ones that are doing that are creating the problem that needs to be kicked down the road. Because on idealism, there is no hard problem of consciousness. There may be other problems you can bring up, but the hard problem dissolves away on idealism because it switches the view. The paradigm is upside down from materialism.
Yeah, that's a great response. That's how I would respond too. I would say something like, well, look, it doesn't solve the problem because it's not a problem under my view. It dissolves the problem. The problem disappears. It doesn't get solved. The reason it's a problem, it's not really a problem of explaining consciousness. It's a problem of explaining how consciousness could emerge from a non-experiential like substrate. So of course we don't have that problem, but instead we have the inverse problem of explaining how the appearance of physicality is existing, right? But that's a trivial problem, and that can be solved by cognitive science and, it already kind of is solved by cognitive science and physics.
Exactly. So here's my question. If phenomenal awareness is fundamental, and this goes into what you just were talking about, how does it produce observer independent measurements without presupposing the very physical structure it's meant to explain?
How does it produce observer independent measurements without presupposing the very physical structure it's meant to explain? What do you mean by physical structure there?
It means the measurable, quantifiable structures that we use to describe reality.
Okay, so I would say that you know, the view is like this, right? So idealism states that or analytic idealism states that reality just is one universal field of subjectivity. Now, intrinsic to the nature of this field is activity, right? So the field excites in different ways. Some of those excitations are dissociative excitations, other ones aren't, right?
Mhm.
So it's kind of like ripples and whirlpools. Now, that being the case, we are each one of those excitations, okay? And when we look out at the rest of the field, the quote unquote external world, we can measure that field and it shows up as physical properties because that's how we have evolutionarily developed. That's how we see the world through an evolutionary lens.
Mhm.
I'm a little bit confused on what, I don't know if that already answers the question. Let me read it. If phenomenal awareness is fundamental, how does it produce observer independent measurements without presupposing the very physical structure it's meant to explain? I mean, look, we're just saying we are naturalists. But that is a kind of a presupposition, or like, I guess we could make an inductive case that the universe evolves naturalistically. But, you know, obviously there's the problem of induction, etc. I don't think any view explains why there is regularity,
Right.
including physicalism. We take it as a given, and we don't even know that it's going to be that way tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's kind of like what my answer would be, is that it's a presupposition that idealists don't necessarily make, because of course, but you know, because what we call physical is consciousness on idealism. So idealism doesn't say awareness produces like a pre-existing physical world. It says the physical is how stable, shareable patterns in experience would present themselves. So the question is sort of not how does mind create matter, but how do consistent experiential patterns become measurable and observer independent? And there's ways to answer that, which is almost just you could avoid the circularity. Like the challenge would say you're presupposing physical structure. You could respond by saying, no, we're not presupposing physical structure. We're explaining why experiential structure appears as physical structures when it's stable, shareable, and quantifiable. So physical, again, is simply just the appearance of structured experience under measurement constraints. So it's kind of like, I would just deny the presupposition.
You explained that very elegantly, way better than I did. That was great. I do want to respond to a comment here, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Somebody said physicalism cannot yet explain how consciousness works, but neuroscience has been progressively explaining more and more. Look, there's no question that we're making progress in terms of mapping the brain, learning how it functions, mathematizing neural dynamics. We have better and better technology, better and better EEG, better and better fMRI. But on the specific question of consciousness, we've made zero progress in the last 30 years. Well, really ever. I mean, through a physical lens. But like, you know, it's interesting. Like, here's a little tidbit. In 2010, there was a Phil Papers survey done. It's the survey that David Chalmers sends around. And materialism was sitting at like a 58 or 59% majority, right? And then the last 10, well, now it's been 16 years, but in 2020, they did another survey and materialism dropped by 7%, okay? So now it's only a 51% majority, right? So the reason I bring this up is just to show that actually we're seeing the opposite trend. As we learn more and more about the brain, this question specifically gets further away. And so we're seeing a downward trend in people believing that materialism is true.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so someone asked, are physicalists not welcome here? No, you're welcome. In fact, what I wanted to do was once we kind of go over, we're just going over these questions to kind of, you know, steelman physicalist arguments and idealist responses. And so if you're a physicalist, join the panel. And what I'd like you to do is try to defend the opposing view to yours. Can you defend idealism? And then can we defend physicalism? But before we do that, I need you to join the panel. So anyways, did you have a question you wanted to throw out for me next?
Yeah. Let me try to think how I should pose this. I'm not as well prepared as you are, unfortunately, but okay. This is a critique that often comes up a lot. That comes up often. And it has to do with, look, the only kind of consciousness that I'm aware of is consciousness of something. If I did not have access to the external world, I would not be conscious. If I did not have my sense perceptions, right, I would not be conscious. And so therefore, consciousness cannot be fundamental, because what is it conscious of if there's nothing external to it?
That's a really good question. The subject-object split. So this is one that I sort of try to come up with. I struggle to come up with a good explanation for what it is my concepts are. So I always like to say that at the base of reality is the condition that would allow for any experience to be real in the first place. And that would be the experience of objects, the experience of physical things, the experience of your mental life. All of those things should be consistent with some kind of condition that would allow for both. Now, physicalism has a challenge. It doesn't account for consciousness smoothly without invoking the magical thinking of radical emergence. So I don't believe that. I'm skeptical of that. I don't think that physicalism gives you a connector for any sort of experience at all. Idealism does. But then what are we talking about?
You're just burden shifting. That's going to be a blunder. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. So exactly, because then it'll be like, well, idealism is trying to base that condition on something other than physicalism or physical things that can bridge the gap. So what is that if it's not including subject-object split? Because obviously there's no objects yet, right? There's just so how does that happen? And that's where I sort of struggle, to be quite honest with you, because I know it's got to be a condition that would be a coherent connector. I think philosophers call this phenomenal consciousness. It's not necessarily meta conscious. It doesn't include contents. It's just pure raw awareness. And if you practice meditation, if you practice hallucinogens, if you've ever had that experience, you can sort of come in contact with an awareness without content.
That's right. Yeah.
And
that's where I was going to go
be,
to.
Yeah, that could be like an epistemic base for it, but
well,
I don't know how well that works though.
The key thing to point out here is that there is such a thing as non-dual awareness, right? So it's certainly not the case that objects of awareness are a necessary precondition for awareness itself. It's actually the opposite. Non-dual awareness is the precondition for any object of that awareness. Okay, so let's get that clear right out the gate. Any other notion is just kind of begging the question on a physicalist view, right? I think that what I just said is totally neutral. It doesn't mean that you have to be an idealist just because you accept this like premise. But I think that if you accept the premise that awareness requires objects, then it kind of forces you into a physicalist view. So it's really just begging the question. What else was I going to say? Also, like the mind at large, as it were, does not require exogenous objects of awareness, aka it doesn't need to be perceiving things that are outside of itself, because it has endogenous objects, such as us. We are the dissociative alters.
Yeah, it sort of comes down to also it kind of sparks my this idea of information theory, where you have like this dual aspect idealism, where first you have information. That's like that's like where everything is based in information. But information only is information if there's a consciousness to be informed by. Information is for something. So I don't know if information really makes coherent sense without an observer. What do you think?
Yeah, totally. I would say that information means nothing without the informed. It's not even a coherent concept. To speak about information outside of something perceived. Look, information is defined. Now, people always fight me on this because there's 900 different definitions of information depending on the field you're coming from, but it always boils down to the reduction of uncertainty, right? Like, especially Shannon information. Like, so, let's say I have a loaded die, a loaded dice, so it always lands on one, right? I know that already, right? So when I roll the die, I know it's going to land on one, but you're here too, and you don't know that yet. And so as I roll the die and it keeps landing on one, eventually you have the realization like, hey, something fishy is going on here, right? So you just gained information because it reduced your uncertainty about the situation. That's what information is. Nothing else. It has to do with minds. Now, the physicists out there will try to say, no, information exists in reality. It's like some kind of stuff. But that's just never felt coherent to me.
Yeah. And just aside, when skepticism about emergence is like skepticism about microbes producing sickness in the times of the Roman Empire, the skepticism is warranted, but today we know it's misguided. And how would you respond to that, Alex?
Put that back up for me, if you don't mind.
Yep.
Okay, skepticism about emergence is like skepticism about microbes producing sickness in the times of the Roman Empire. The skepticism is warranted, but today we know it's misguided. That's not true. So, and it's also based on a misunderstanding about what Scott is saying. So, what Scott is saying is the idea that consciousness is an emergent property. is magical thinking. Not that he rejects the notion of emergence in general. There's also like a really long, nuanced conversation that needs to be had about what even emergence is supposed to be. I've got tons of videos on my channel about this. But like, without getting into the weeds too much, right? It seems that what we call emergent properties are really just a reification fallacy, like we were talking about earlier. Now, there is certainly novel behavior that occurs at higher levels of complexity, but thinking that consciousness could emerge from a non-conscious space is equivalent to saying you can build a wall that is red from pieces that aren't red.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, the way I like to look at it is there's weak emergence and then there's strong emergence. And weak emergence, we all trust, we all like that. We can see it, you know, the fire triangle, the wetness of water, all of these things are pretty clear. You know, the evolution of life from non-life, all of these are weakly emergent properties. But when we talk about some, you know, zero emerging into some non-zero number, that's strong emergence, that's radical emergence. Like, say if you you know, presuppose that physical things like matter is at base not experiential, it's just not cognitive, it's just matter, it's dumb inert matter, then to say that somehow consciousness, which is the opposite of that, emerges from the non-living or the non-conscious matter would be an idea of strong emergence, because you're essentially saying that if you just add 0 to 0, you get 1. That's magical thinking. Hey, Neil, how you doing?
Oh, hey, I'm doing all right. Just thought I'd drop in.
Good. Did you have any questions, by the way?
Well, I just got on, so I wasn't here for the beginning of what was happening.
So what I'm going to try to do when I bring folks on the stage at some point, I want the non-idealists to defend idealism the best they can. And I want me as an idealist to defend physicalism.
I really wish, well, I wish there was like an ace in the hole, some idealist in the chat. I mean, I know you're pretty good, Scott, but like someone random that could like really defend idealism, because I'll be a physicalist, dude. I'll defend like analytic functionalism or something, which is just the view that like what we call consciousness is the function of the brain, but essentially also qualia is like way overhyped. It's not what you think it is. I'm gonna take like a Daniel Dennett approach, but mixed with a modern sort of, but I don't know if anybody's out there or not.
Yeah. Good questions asked. Consciousness is a fuzzy concept. For physicalists, it's a placeholder for events and functions we are learning about. But idealists reified the word consciousness, and now even rocks are conscious. That's not idealism, though.
You know, it's really unfortunate. I would prefer if this person just came on stage. It would be easier to have a conversation, because when we're trying to fend off the straw man, it just doesn't make for a very fruitful conversation. Like that's not true. It's not true that rocks are conscious under our view. It's just a misunderstanding. And also, consciousness is not really a fuzzy concept. It just happens to not be reducible to physical processes, which makes it seem fuzzy to a physicalist, because they want it to be reduced to physical processes. So if you can't explain it in terms of something else, it seems fuzzy to you. But the idealist just accepts that. We just say, okay, it's not reducible. Fine.
Yeah, it's just a lot of hand waving, in my opinion. So anyways, I'm going to go to my next question. So I was looking at a thing here, Alex. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it, but there was this interview, I think, with neuroscientists were talking about anesthesia, like this gas called xenon. And xenon sort of affects the electrical signaling. And, it's how, we can sort of turn, your awareness off. Like you're not aware of pain or anything like that.
Yeah.
And so they use this same thing, not only in brains, but also in plants and things like that. And the same effect happened there where there were no brains for these creatures or life forms, right? And so what it sort of talked about was there's a disruption in electrical signaling so that, certain animals or creatures or brains could not be quote unquote conscious. So this kind of sparked a question for me, right? This says disrupting electrical signals equals no experience or report. So how is consciousness fundamental and not electrical signaling?
Okay. Good question. So I would start by saying this. It's not that xenon gas disrupts electrical signals necessarily, right? But there is a correlation between the administration of xenon gas and the disruption of electrical signaling. So we see that coherence goes down overall, right? And I'm not a brain scientist, but I'm just talking based on what I know. So like somebody's welcome to correct me on those sort of technical details. But that being said, right, we actually don't know how that's occurring. Why it's the case that electrical signaling goes down under xenon gas, because xenon gas is inert. There's no chemical reaction, which cue in Stuart Hameroff with the microtubules. That's what his work is based in. They're like, wait, what the fuck? How is xenon gas doing anything when it's chemically inert? So it has to do with maybe altering the structure of microtubules, which is, it gets quantum, it gets spooky, all that kind of stuff. But putting all that to the side to answer the question more directly, this is still just another demonstration that there is a correlation between electrical signaling and certain aspects of human experience. And we all agree to that. This isn't a demonstration that my experience is reducible to electrical signaling. It's just a demonstration at like if we're talking about physicalism here, the most you can possibly say from that is that the presence of electrical signaling or a brain or both is a necessary condition for expression of consciousness. But that doesn't prove that that's what consciousness is. It doesn't demonstrate an ontological identity.
Gotcha. So we have a question. I want to know what idealism is. Do you want to give a I'll go to you and Nell. Let me start off with Nell. Nell, what do you think idealism is?
I mean, from what I've been, delving into, it seems like what idealism is stating is that fundamental reality is consciousness, and not like panpsychism where there's a bunch of little bits of consciousness and adds up to big consciousness, but like the whole cosmos is one big simple universal mind that then wants to experience things, and it does this experiencing through disassociation. Would you say that's a steelman of idealism?
I think it's pretty good. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, I think that was really good. I don't even have anything to add. That was like perfect.
And how would you explain it, Alex, to this person?
Well, if I have to follow that, I mean, that pretty much summed it up. Well, so what's another way to say it? Look, the simplest way to say it is just that consciousness is universal, and the physical world is an appearance within that universal consciousness. To get it like really radical, what it boils down to is that what we call the physical world is not actually ontologically real. That's just how this universal conscious field appears to us.
Mm-hmm. You know, and he asked about grounding, and grounding is really just like a fundamental thing. And one thing I like to bring up, in philosophy, there's this thing we call the problem of the one and the many. So like, how can reality be both one unified whole and also many distinct things? Because we observe unity, like one coherent law-governed world, but we also observe multiplicity, many objects, people, events. So the tension is, if reality is truly like one thing, how do real differences exist? What's the unifier here? If reality is truly many, then what, kind of unifies it into like a coherent whole, right? And if only one is real, then distinctions sort of become illusory on non-dualism, like hard to explain individuality, change, interaction. These things become sort of illusory. If only many are real, then no clear basis for unity of laws. There's no causal interaction, yet there's a shared reality. So you kind of risk like this sort of fragmentation in reality. And it's sort of what science does. We sort of compartmentalize things like biology, the physical sciences, psychology, neurology, things like that. But why isn't reality just why is it disconnected like that? Or is it? So physicalism sort of struggles with that. It tends towards many fundamental particles and fields, but it also talks about non-locality. Like at a different level, everything's sort of unified. And so the idealist solution is that you start with the one, which we would call consciousness, and then explain the many as like structured differentiations within it, right? And this is coherent with what we see in science, like debunking local realism and things like that. So anyways, I don't want to go too far with that.
Yeah. I think you put that really well too. I'd like to respond to this comment. If I don't want to steer your show, bro. Like, so
go right ahead, Matt. Dude, that's what you're here for, bro.
Yeah. So, good question is asking bad questions. Idealism was founded in the times of Plato. Physicalism many decades later. Why don't we have industries using idealism to do useful things? So, look, a little bit of philosophical background here. I agree with you about Plato. Well, actually, what year was Plato?
It was after the Hindus.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, exactly. The Hindus were idealistic way before, and the Buddhists as well. So that's actually not true. And it's also not true that physicalism was founded decades after Plato. I don't even know what that means. Physicalism has only really been around for the last 100 years, 150 years. Materialism came about at some point during like the Enlightenment period. But prior to that, it was all just, whether it was animism or it was some kind of dualism or it was like some kind of idealism. So this is a much more recent development. And also packed into your question is a misunderstanding. Physicalism is not doing anything for any industry. Physicalism, I feel like I'm a broken record because I say this constantly because this misunderstanding in particular is pervasive. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Science is a methodology. Science is what you're referring to. Physicalism is a belief system about that methodology. Okay. Physicalism is the belief that everything is physical, or that physics can exhaustively describe the ontological nature of reality. Okay. You do not need physicalism to do science, right? Physicalism relies on science. Science does not rely on physicalism.
Right.
Well, the way I describe it, since I describe as a naturalist, but I don't pretend to know what the fundamental reality is. I'm agnostic on that. And so it's like, to me, it's like there's methodological naturalism, which is science. And, you know, methodological naturalism doesn't even show that ontological naturalism is true. It's its own thing. And it's like, but it seems like physicalists and materialists have basically hijacked methodological naturalism and say that the methodology is now also the ontology. Yeah, that's what it seems like.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Here's another question. What novel testable predictions can be made on an idealist model of reality? That kind of goes into what we were just talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a scientific theory. It doesn't do that. Neither does physicalism. It's just a misunderstanding.
Perfect. I'm just pulled up the definition of physicalism. Physicalism is the metaphysical thesis that everything in the universe is fundamentally physical, composed of matter and energy, and conforms to the laws of physics. It asserts that all properties, including mental, biological, and social phenomena, are ultimately dependent and identical to physical processes.
Now,
Right.
of course, you know, they can rely on methodological naturalism, just like I would hope any metaphysical worldview would rely on it, but it's like, it's not, they're not the same thing.
Right. I agree. We should rely on methodological naturalism. Otherwise, what are we even doing? It's such an important part of the modern world, for sure.
Yeah. And, you know, it's just that I think that it's, again, it goes back to the phenomena versus the noumena, you know, and what's really cool is when we can find some support from science for that very concept, like the idea that the fundamental reality or what's beyond the phenomena is legitimate. It's something we can really understand is plausibly the case. And I think that the method of naturalism actually shows us that. You know, there's all sorts of, experiments with hallucinations, like how we see things and interpret things, and the mind is always interpreting reality rather than having direct access to it. That's why we need tools like mathematics, things that transcend our senses and perception. I don't think this is very controversial at all anymore. And if that's the case, then that sort of supports the idea that what's out there isn't necessarily what we intuit it to be. Maybe the phenomena is what we call the measurable, the quantifiable, or the physical. But beyond the physical, we really don't know. That's why we engage in these questions, to kind of ask, what is the basis? And if we can look, at least if we're going to go by questioning, then we should have certain rules we can agree with about it, obviously, because that's how all these different disciplines like science works. There's standards, there's rule sets. Like, we don't want to just say this flying spaghetti monster could explain it all, therefore why don't we just say that? No, it's because there's rules. It's called parsimony, explanatory power. Like, we don't want to assume entities beyond necessity.
I mean, that's why I'm just willing to be like, I don't know. Like, I don't think there's enough data out there to say that either materialism or something like idealism or panpsychism is true. So it's like I'm fine with this being agnostic on the issue.
I agree. There's not enough empirical data. But the logical story that each view wants to tell, I think, can still be examined. Scott, I don't even think this comment here is worth replying to.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, we've already went through that.
That's bad, dude. It's just not clicking for that person.
Yeah, it's it's one of the things that Steve Hoyt did say that I sort of agree with, and he made this, in defense of idealists as well. He says when people like physicalists or people who are cocksure of their metaphysic, whatever it is, and they say that, oh, there is no problem, it's already been solved, so let's stop talking about it, which is what you see with a lot of, I think there was a video that just came out called The Triumph of Idealism.
Yeah. Dude, they changed the thumbnail.
Yeah, I saw that. They changed it.
Yeah, they changed it, dude. Me and a couple of my friends are going to be doing a response video. It'll come out. It'll be out on Tuesday. Dude, they're cooked. It was such a sloppy video, but I won't say too much here. You'll see it.
Yeah, I saw it too. It's really just, oh man, a lot to say about that, but I'm going to hold off too. But basically, it's not a sign of intellectual progress when you just want to go around and say, oh, strong emergence explains it all, therefore no question, nothing there to see anymore. That's not being intellectually honest. It's not progress. You should leave these questions open and look for and actively look for weaknesses in your view. That's for everybody, And that's why we're doing the show today the way we're doing it. We're trying to ask hard-hitting questions and trying to answer them the best we can, but at least posing the question, because I think we're posing questions I think are the steel man questions, the hardest or the best. I'm not going to ask like a real dumb question like, well, if idealism true, why can't you affect everything with your brain or whatever? Like that's not that's like a very weak position. I want a strong man, the strongest arguments,
Is this comment showing on stage? Do you see a comment or no?
I do. Is it yours or?
It's Skyworks. Well, I'll just say it out loud. It has. Oh, okay. You put it up there now. Yeah. It was letting me have the option. I was like, oh, can I do that? I was clicking on it, but nothing was happening. Yeah. What do idealists imagine happens to the individual when metabolism ceases? This is actually a good question. I would say under my view, at least, and under analytic idealism, like Bernardo Castro, he would say that the individual is no more. The individual ceases to be a thing. I mean, well, it never was like a thing to begin with. So you could say in a different way to say that would be something like, the individual dissolves back into the universal.
Cool. And hey, Paul, how you doing? Paul is a theist, but he understands idealism entails in his theism. How you doing, Paul?
Hello there. Good afternoon. How's it going?
What's up, going, Paul? Man? How you doing? Did you release your book?
No, I'm a bit stuck on chapter 12 at the minute. Chapter 12 is a bit ambitious. It's dealing with the idea is to deal with all of the materialist objections in one chapter, and it's a bit of a struggle just to organize it because there's so many of them.
Right. What useful thing or new idea can you reliably produce with idealism? We kind of went over that, but Paul, how would you answer that question?
Right. What useful thing or new idea can you reliably produce with idealism? Okay. Well, it does resolve certain otherwise anomalous results
Mhm.
in, say, for example, something like quantum contextualities, where if you can measure the same property of the same particle at the same time and get different results, that sort of tells you that the value isn't really in the thing. You know, that there's an interaction discrepancy, and that doesn't make sense on a materialist or physicalist view. So you've got this problem there. You've got this finding of science that doesn't match up with your metaphysic. Whereas something like idealism or neutral monism doesn't really have that problem, because they're not saying that the fundamental reality is this quantitative matrix that's mind independent, and so you get more explanatory power because you have some kind of explanation for the origin of consciousness. Some will say it's cheating. They say, "Oh, if you make it fundamental, that's a cheating way of doing it." And I guess every metaphysic has its cheats, really. I mean, one of the problems that you get from a lot of materialist types is they'll say like, well, there's law-like structure in the world, and there's law-like structure in my model, so it must be right. Where is the law-like structure in mind? You know, well, if there wasn't regularities and structure in the mental, we wouldn't have been able to develop the whole discipline of psychology, which exists because we can analyze and manipulate the structured patterns within the mental. So structure doesn't belong entirely to the materialist any more than morality belongs to the religious or anything like that. You know? It's a false monopoly.
That's such a good response. The bit about I mean, both of them were. The bit about psychology is music to my ears. I've never thought to put it that way. What I tend to respond with, because I get that critique a lot as well. Like, oh, well, you know, mind isn't structured. Physical means structure. And I'm like, no, that's not true. But because what people are referring to make that judgment is their imagination. And we're like not saying that reality is imagination. That's not what we're saying, right? There are deeper deterministic structures, if you will, or regular, repeatable patterns of mind. And I think that this is evident when you go deeper into nature and you get away from this sort of human experience, because we're not saying that human experience is universal, right? Well, at least like I'm not, right? Like I don't know kind of what your view is, but I'm saying something reductive about the universal. It's like the absolute bare minimum. And so the deeper we go into nature, when we look at things like alligators, for example, or ants, right? What we see is very predictable behavior. You know, so that's great though about the bit about psychology, because that's so true. There's no way we would be able to have psychology if mind was not regular and predictable. It just wouldn't work.
That's right.
But
and, you know, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say one more point about the quantum. You kind of spoke to the stochastic nature of quantum mechanics, being that it's probabilistic, and it seems like these quantitative properties are not like fundamental, but instead like relational in some way to measurement. The other thing about quantum mechanics, which I think idealism brings clarity to, is quantum entanglement, right? So this idea that we can have correlations between particles that are spatially distant, and these correlations happen instantaneously, does not really make sense. I mean, like local realism is false, right? And this doesn't really make sense under a physical ontology. But it makes sense under an idealistic ontology, in the sense that the idealist is saying that, look, everything is just one conscious field. So when you make a measurement over here and you make a measurement over there, you're just measuring the same underlying thing through two different windows. Of course it's correlated. Why wouldn't it be?
Right. That's exactly what I was about to pull up. And I don't think a lot of people pay attention to this enough. It should be like a huge paradigm shifter, because you say, what useful thing or idea can you produce with physicalism? Car, phone, surgery, no need of hand waving, long diatribe. That isn't on physicalism, that's on science. But what I would say is, if you turn that around to idealism, well, idealism entailed in its view is that there is no physical, locally realistic world. Local realism would be false under idealism, right?
Well, local realism. Local realism is just false. Period. Empirically, it doesn't even matter which view. And so your job as a metaphysician is to account for that. Like, does it work with your ontology or not? And I just don't think it works with physicalism. But people are still holding on.
Oh yeah, they're sold on it and they deny it, but they don't realize that in 2022, a Nobel Prize in physics was awarded to 3 people. I think it was Elaine, was it Aspect, John Clauser, Anton Zeilinger, for experiments on what you were just talking about, the quantum entanglement and tests of Bell's inequalities, right? And so those experiments are very, very extremely important, but they do not, support physicalism at all. But they do rule out large class of local realistic interpretations of physics, right? So what they sort of confirm is that entangled particles show strong correlations, and those correlations cannot be explained by like local hidden variables or classical objects within preset properties. So the world is not really locally real in the classical sense, right? And that's exactly what idealists have been talking about all along. But what these experiments strongly rule out is local realism, like what you were just talking about, that objects do have some sort of definite property and no faster than light influence. They also challenge this really naive billiard ball physicalism that we hear so much about, debunks all that. And so reality is fundamentally relational, not object-based. And that's really one of the core insights of idealism. So there is certain real ideas that idealism were consistent with and were tested in the science.
Yeah, I want to say 2 more things and then I'll be quiet for a little bit and let someone else get some airtime. But you took the comment down. I was gonna how was it? What useful thing or idea can you produce with physicalism? Car, phone, surgery, no need of hint. Listen, this question is really based in a deep fundamental misunderstanding. I need you to hear me now, my friend. Good question. Physicalism is not science. I don't know what else I need to say, but like, this is such a pervasive physicalism is not science, brother or sister or they, them. Like, it just isn't. Okay. You need to look for the source of this misunderstanding because it's deep. But anyway, coming back to the quantum mechanics, the problem, even though local realism is false, the problem, well, there's local realism and then there's specifically physical realism. And this notion of physical realism tends to get ignored by the most dogmatic physicalists because they would hold to the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, which I see as just an epicycle, meaning it's kind of a adding of complexity or theoretical entities to maintain our core ideological assumptions about what we think reality should be rather than what it most likely actually is. And so I think that many worlds so what they're saying with many worlds is that, look, all possible measurement outcomes are actual. They're physically real, but they exist in a physically real place that's empirically inaccessible to us, right? And all of this is just to hold on to physical realism because physicalism implicitly relies on physical realism. Like our friend, I forgot their name. Their name's not even up there anymore. But they were explaining earlier. So anyway.
The other question he asked again, does science point to physicalism or idealism? I would say that at face value, they're very neutral. But as far as like the experiments we just talked about, that may not really point to idealism per se, but it does support idealism and it does not support physicalism. It actually refutes physicalism. So that's how I would put that. Science refutes physicalism when you take into account that particular experiment.
Yeah, I would say that it doesn't point to either one. Otherwise, this would be a settled. This would have been a settled debate a long time ago. Like the reason why I'm an agnostic is because I'd say both physicalism and idealism take leaps of logic, and it's like I don't feel comfortable making a leap in either direction. It's like physicalism has its issues, which both Scott and Alex have been hammering away with, quantum mechanics, and like the leap in logic when it comes to strong physicalism. It's like, like to me, it's like physicalists have a real issue with that. Like, going from non-material stuff or going from,
non-experiential stuff.
Yeah, non-experiential stuff to the experiential. But then I also would say that when it comes to idealism, and maybe one of you three could help, alleviate this. Maybe I'm just looking at it the wrong way here, but when it comes to idealism, one of the issues I have where it's like, Alex O'Connor brings up a really good point of, well, maybe we're going about it the wrong way that consciousness has to be complex, and we should just flip the script and say consciousness is simple, or the most simple thing there is. It's foundational, and metaphysically speaking, there's nothing wrong with that. And like I find it very attractive, and like it would, it takes away the hard problem of the consciousness that physicalists have with. But when I try to integrate the methodological naturalism, when I look at the data, that I forget his name, but the philosopher that you debated the other day, Scott,
Steve Hoyt, yeah.
Steve. It's like, to me, he brought up a good question of, it's like, well, the data seems to show us that, even if we say that consciousness, is simpler than we think, like it seems though that when we look at bare awareness, like the most fundamental awareness, it's like we only seem to see consciousness in living organisms or biological systems. So it's like, so to me, there seems to be a leap that's not totally explainable of how you get consciousness from there to fundamental reality.
Well, so I think that this is based on the idea that consciousness presents extrinsically, and I would reject that. I think intelligence presents extrinsically. I don't think consciousness does. Pure awareness, I don't think that presents. But if we take a functionalist view, right, if we're a physicalist, we're going to really probably think that anything that is unresponsive is therefore not conscious, not aware, right? But I just don't think that necessarily follows. And so I think a lot of times when we say we only see consciousness in living things, like I would agree that I think only living things have an individual point of view. Like I don't think we can instantiate like consciousness in a computer, but I think many times when we say that, we're basing that off really what's a measurement of intelligence, not consciousness, because consciousness can't be measured.
But all right,
we never see or measure consciousness. We only ever either experience it or infer it. So when it comes to ourselves, we experience that, and when it comes to other beings, then we make an inference. It's not like we've actually solved hard solipsism. We can't say for definite and be absolutely certain that anyone other than ourselves is even having an experience. You know, there's this thing of psychological zombies that we can't really. We can only use an axiom to get around that. But I'd like to take a run at what seems to be the sticking point for you now, if that's all right. So we tend to infer consciousness when we see biology, right? That's when we make the association, because there's a correlate in what we experience when we're viewing an organism and between how we experience things as an organism ourselves. And so we can make that connection. It's a lot more difficult to make that connection when it comes to the universe itself. However, there have been studies done into the structure of the universe at the galactic level, where there's a strong statistical correlation between how they self-organize and how a neuronal network organizes. I think it was a Harvard study that did like a mouse's brain or something like that.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, and okay, it doesn't prove that the universe is a gigantic brain. That's not the point. The point is that the materialist objection is based on the universe not being a gigantic brain. So they're the ones really with the burden, because if that's their line of objection, for that line of objection to hold, then they are relying on this idea that, you know, the universe at the galactic cosmic level is not a neuronal network of some kind. The thing is, it looks like it is. And looking like it is doesn't necessarily prove anything in and of itself. But as I say, it's more than just like looking in the clouds and seeing faces, because they've done the statistical analysis that shows that it is a genuinely significant mathematical relationship between those structures.
Okay, so it's not just anthropomorphizing. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah. I mean, if we infer consciousness when we see neuronal networks in organisms, when we see something that very much looks like a neuronal network at the galactic level, then we could, although it would be like a weaker inference, we can still make that inference. And this whole idea of metaphysical comparisons, a lot of it is you make your assumption and then you test out the results of that. You test out parsimony, the explanatory power, the coherence, and all of that stuff. So we're not necessarily looking for absolute knockdown proof, or for some way of saying, oh, it couldn't be any other way. We're just like we're testing assumptions against each other. If physicalism has its basic assumption, panpsychism has its assumptions. You know, Idealism is no different from that. And yes, it's based on an assumption, but it's based on an analysis of an assumption. And you do the Pepsi challenge across the theoretical virtues and across empirical support and that kind of thing, and it just turns out that idealism is just healthier. It's doing better. It's a superior inference in terms of its conceptual parsimony and its coherence and that sort of thing.
Okay.
And there's a phrase I'd like to introduce you all to. That I think will really help with this proximity argument that you get from the physicalist side, where basically instead of defending physicalism, they'll defend science and technology. And I say, oh, look, physicalism has given us this, physicalism has given us that, blah, 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 blah. And you've all done a pretty good job already of delineating the difference between science and technology and this metaphysical thesis of like the world is made of non-conscious stuff. But the phrase I'd like to introduce you to, which I think is an excellent line of attack against that, is to call it stolen valor. You know how
oh, that's brilliant.
These folks who have never been in the military, but they've got all these stories and they pretend like they have, so they've got all this glory that they try and claim for themselves that doesn't belong to them. Well, that's exactly what seems to be going on.
I love it.
The materialist, physicalist side of things, when they don't defend physicalism, they defend science and technology, and they say, oh yeah, but physicalism does this and physicalism does that. It's like, no, it doesn't. That's science and technology standing on the podium, and you photoshopping your own face over them as they collect their medal. And it's fundamentally dishonest. Okay, maybe it's accidental dishonesty. Maybe it's partly to do with the way that we train our education towards technological prowess far more, and scientific literally far more than we do philosophical competence and in-depth understanding of things. Basically we want people to be technologically savvy and scientifically literate in our education systems far more than we want people to have critical thinking skills and to be able to analyze metaphysical thesis and all these sorts of things. That sort of stuff, it only tends to come later in education. And so what happens is you get these very scientifically literate folks who take science too literally. They think that the components of the models are necessarily the components of reality, because philosophy of science never got touched in their education. They didn't go far enough down that certain line to reach the point where the maxim, for example, that all models are false, some models are useful, even comes up. So they've got this sense that, oh, we were taught about the world and we were taught about these little billiard balls buzzing about, and that's what everything's made of. And we don't know how consciousness comes out of that, but it must do, because that's what exists. That's what the world is. It's made up of these little vibrating molecules. But modern physics doesn't even say that that's what is fundamental anyway. They've gone a step further back from that. That's like about 100 years old theory now. It's much more the whole idea of non-local quantum fields. Was it 17, 18 of them? I don't know how many they say there are.
17.
Yeah. And the likes of Castro will say, but they're working on trying to reduce that to one, at which point they're essentially talking about the same thing as a non-dualist is, who says, it's one non-local field, self-exciting, it's experiential in nature, and that's the explanation for life, the universe, and 42.
One question or one comment here is neuronal quality and connective complexity are essential for increased consciousness capability.
Before you go into that,
sure.
I just wanted to address what Alex was saying.
Okay.
Or just made a clarification. So because I understand where he was saying where there's a difference between consciousness and intelligence. I would agree with that. But I'm just wondering, like when we look at the most basic, forms of life, like a single-celled organism, are you saying that what they're experiencing, or that experience, like, or at least what they are presenting to the world, is that, like, would you say that's intelligence, or is that base awareness?
Well, I don't think that awareness displays extrinsically. I think that any measurement of behavior is, by definition, some kind of measurement of intelligence.
Okay. That's what I was trying to figure out. Okay. No, we can.
I was just going to invite the person who was talking about, the neuronal connectivity, which on a relativistic level, I could agree, but not sure if you're familiar with a biologist called Michael Levin, and his relevant work here in this conversation is his research on bioelectric signaling and collective intelligence in cells. Now it doesn't directly solve the neuroscience question of consciousness in general, but it does challenge that assumption that neuronal connections are uniquely required for coordinated goal-directed behavior in biological systems. And so what he does is he studies how non-neural cells communicate via bioelectrical signals, like voltage gradients across cell membranes, for example.
By the way, what
he finds out is that cells can coordinate complex behavior and patterns.
Yeah, by the way,
Without ner-
Levin makes the same mistake that I'm pointing to. Confusing intelligence or cognition or cognitive light cones
Mhm.
as like necessarily an indication of phenomenal awareness or phenomenal consciousness, right? It's something that's pervasive, and I think it's confusing the whole story. Now, I like Levin's work. I think he's doing a great job, but just make note of that part.
And he says Levin is an idealist trying to use physicalism to prove his ideas. That's a fallacy of what is that fallacy called, Alex? Where you attribute some kind of motive and then debunk it because you're suspicious of a motive or something.
Yeah, I don't remember what it's called.
Yeah, like that doesn't work, bro. Like
You can just call it
same.
a motivation.
You can say that about anybody, about anything. Like you could say like, oh, well, people who say that, you know, alcohol damages the brains are just physicalists who are trying to smuggle in their metaphysics. Like, not. It's like appealing to psychobabble.
Yeah. Paul, did you say you were writing a book on this?
Oh,
Yeah, he's an author.
It's called The Whole Whole.
Is it already out?
No, I haven't even finished the manuscript yet. I've finished the first draft, and I'm in the process now of going through, and I've got every chapter stored in a separate file. I'm in the process of going through and doing my sort of line by line polish up, you know, just for a second draft as I put it together into one master file. It's called
super interesting.
The Whole
I was just
Whole,
gonna say, man,
Stalking the Sacred in a quote unquote material world.
Mm-hmm. I was just gonna say, I've got this Reality Gone Mental channel. We'd love to have you as a guest, man. If you want to come talk about the book.
There you go.
It sounds brilliant. Yeah. I spoke.
I mean,
I spoke with Scott about it and a few other podcasters. So yeah, it's a great channel too, Paul.
It's a great channel. They interview a lot of big names and a lot of really
we're small right now. We're small right now, but we've got big things on the horizon. Is what I would say.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I was just going to say there was a question that came up in the chat earlier that I don't think's been addressed yet, that I thought might be worth bringing up. There was a guy, and he was talking about how matter impacts mind, and then questioning whether or not it ever happens the other way. In fact, he was adamantly asserting that it never happens the other way. And I wondered if, I know I've got some challenges to that. I wondered if any of the panel had any particular thoughts on that suggestion.
What was it again? Matter affecting. Oh, pull it up.
The idea that matter impacts mind, but the other way around doesn't happen.
Yeah. So under an idealist metaphysics, what you're calling matter is also mind. And so what you call a matter to mind interaction is actually a mind to mind interaction. Matter is just a shorthand. But it's not ontologically real. So, I mean, I feel like that answers the question right there.
I mean, we don't even have to bring metaphysics into this. It's like we can look at, you know, what science has to say on this, and it's like there is where you give the drug that doesn't really do anything, but it's like the control or the people who take the what's it called, the
placebo.
Placebo, that's the word.
Placebo,
like the placebo effect. It's like mind over matter. It's like this. It's like we don't even have to get onto the ontology of this. It's like I don't know where this person thinks that mind can't have any sort of effect on the what people would call the physical world. You know.
Also, there's a very interesting
the fireball experiment.
Fireball.
You know, where they have Buddhist monks that are able to raise their body temperature through meditation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, look, when I make a cup of tea, I rearranged the material in order to produce a cup of tea, but that first began as an idea in my head to
That's
go and
true.
make a cup of tea.
Yeah,
So
your
then
ideas.
all of the voluntary movement and the interactions that I did with the world in order to make that cup of tea, that was mind affecting matter ultimately through the
Right.
mechanism of voluntary movement.
There's an even more stunning example. I forget the name of the paper right now. I think it's called oh gosh, what is it called? Anyway, I'll tell you the paper and then I'll find the name of the paper for anybody who's skeptical, because it's kind of wild. So there was a patient with dissociative identity disorder. And anybody who reads or listens to Castrop will probably already know what I'm referring to. But essentially, dissociative identity disorder is what used to be known as multiple personality disorder. And so, it's one mind that is artificially divided into apparently many egos, or what's called alters. Okay. And so this person was like allegedly, or I shouldn't say that, they were blind. Okay. And under closer examination, it turns out that it was only some of her alters which were blind. Okay. And when those alters were sort of in control, if you will, there was very little to no activity in the visual cortex. Okay. And then when an alter came into control that was not quote unquote blind, there was activity in the visual cortex. And if that's not already weird enough, through psychotherapy, they were able to restore vision to more of the alters. Now, I don't know if like they fully restored it and whatnot, but essentially, this is the mind constraining the brain. If you're able to restore cortical blindness through psychotherapy, right? Like, I don't know, it's just crazy. I'll try to find the paper.
Yeah, no, I've
That
heard
must be
about
how Jesus did it. Sorry.
I didn't even hear the joke. What'd you say?
I said that must be how Jesus did it.
Oh, yeah.
He was just a psychologist, really. He was giving therapy to people. He healed their alters.
Yeah, he was just a really good psychologist. He costed like $2,000 an hour.
Yeah, that's why he flipped over the money changers tables and stuff. They weren't paying him his fees and stuff. Fuck y'all. But here's an interesting question. Magic is based in reality. Methodology analysis makes magic a myth. Same thing with Castrop's magic airplane dashboard.
Yeah, this person is not really worth engaging with, to be honest with you, Scott. I mean, look, I love everybody, but I mean, at a certain point, it's just kind of like ridiculous. Look, the sentence is incoherent on its face. Well, pull that back up. Pull that back up for a second.
Because based in reality.
Yeah,
it's like first we need to come to terms with definitions before we start importing our own.
Exactly. That's what I was gonna say. Is like, what? Just forget it.
Yeah. I mean, look, guy. Anything's possible in a magical kingdom. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. The question is, what's plausible? Like, we can talk about anything being possible, just about. I mean, other than the fact that I'm experiencing, yet I'm not experiencing anything at all. Like how what the illusionists say, or what do they call them? The folks that deny consciousness.
Eliminativists.
Yeah, eliminativists. Yes. They seem to be promoting contradictions. And I mean, you have to frame your standards. Like, if we're going to say that we're not going to accept contradictions in our arguments, then we have to be consistent with that. And if we say that that contradictions can arise, well, that's magical thinking then, and it doesn't count on that framework. You know, I don't know, but I wish somebody would call in, man. There's a lot of folks in the live chat, but you get 100 mirror points if you call in. You get 100 mirror points.
I'd say
the thing is, they're good anywhere. They're good in any part of the world. You can use them.
I'd say another example of like the mind over matter thing that came to mind is, you remember the show House?
Mm-hmm.
It's like one of the episodes took place on an airplane, and one person was really sick, and people were thinking, oh, this is contagious and it's this and that, and it's like, that was an example of mass psychogenic illness, or mass hysteria. And it's like the rapid spread of illness symptoms through a group, despite the absence of an infectious agent or biological cause. It's like people were literally showing rash and vomiting, and it's like, sure, it's a show, but this is based on actual science. And it's like, this is stuff that can happen, where it's like your mind can just make shit up and it will result in physical changes in the body.
Yeah, psychosomatic. Yeah. And I'll take one more little comment or whatever. I know it's stupid. Is Kastrup's dashboard a hand wavy claim to magic? Yes,
Bro.
That's dumb.
Look,
because there's nothing there's no contradiction. Show me the contradiction.
No, actually, the dashboard analogy, okay, is a literal reference to cognitive science, and in particular, work done by people like Donald Hoffman, who is a bona fide cognitive scientist. The interface theory of perception was a paper written in 2015. It took evolutionary game theory, which is just the mathematized version of like evolution, plugged that into computer simulations, and essentially, to simplify, asked it the question, do we see reality, and did we evolve, right, to see reality with our senses in a way that is veridical, meaning truth tracking, or did we see reality in such a way that benefits us for survival? And what Donald Hoffman, the cognitive scientist, not the magician, found was that there's a 0% probability that we see reality in a way that is veridical. So when Kastrup brings up the dashboard, this is just a simplified metaphor for all that work that's been done in the science of like perception and stuff, cognition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's not even controversial. I think he uses the example of the jewel beetle. The jewel beetles are like these what's the color? Not purple, but tan. They're like tan and dimpled.
Yeah, they're tan. Beer bottle colored.
Yeah, they're bottle colored. So out in the outback, when people started throwing these tan colored dimpled bottles out into the wildlife, the jewel beetles were trying to mate with the fucking bottles. So they didn't have access to the truth. They were given to illusions, and that happens with them. Well, in a way, humans do the same thing. It's something that's universal. We're just animals too, and we learn fitness payoffs rather than the capital T truth about the world. We operate by what's advantageous to us, and we didn't evolve to understand quantum mechanics or all of these things, not necessarily. And so we do the best we can with our limitation, our limited mind. So whatever Kastrup is saying about the dashboard is just the truth, man. It's just pointing out that we're limited.
Yeah, we do what we can with our limited mind, and the way the world appears through that limited lens, that finite lens, that evolutionarily developed lens, is what you call the physical world. It's literally the shadows on the wall of Plato's cave. That's what
No.
that's what the quote unquote physical world is.
Yeah. And
So isn't it
it's
the
not-
emergentists really that rely on magic? Like the strong emergentists.
Yeah.
Like this idea that you can out of the interactions of third person dust, you can generate first person experience. There's a magical thinking to that, isn't there? Or at the very least, it's faith in future work. You know, but maybe one day we'll discover how, you know, a completely incompatible thing causes a new ontological reality.
Well, yeah. Well, like if I said that a living fish could emerge from a cooked pizza, would would that be magical thinking? I think so. It's because they're categorically different things, right?
Yeah, you know, and this person, I appreciate all your questions and everything. I'm just wondering, how skeptical really are you? It seems like you're just trying to double down instead of really engage with the point. I mean, it's not just Donald Hoffman that says that. You know, other scientists, Jacob, what is his name, Von Uxkol, who he introduced the whole idea of the Umwelt, right? Which is species-specific perceptual worlds that each organism lives in subjectively. Andy Clark is another one. You know, he talked about the brain as a predictive engine, minimizing error, not a truth engine. And Neil Seth is a physicalist. He also says the same thing. Carl Friston, who talks about the free energy principle. And I think he spoke to Donald Hoffman at one point about that.
Carl Friston was just on, I think that was Carl Friston. He was just, sorry, my dog's drinking water. She sounds like she's at the watering hole. And he was just on Essentia Foundation YouTube channel. He said he's certainly not a materialist, whatever that means. He sounds like a non-dualist. I think that's why they had him on.
Yeah, Gerald Edelman talks about like brain representations are sort of like shaped by selection for utility and behavior, but not accuracy. Like there's a whole host of, this is not controversial. And if you were really skeptical, you would understand all that. You'd have looked into all that. But instead you're trying to say the association fallacy. Oh, Bernardo and Donald Hoffman are in that same quote unquote club. That's a fallacy of reason.
And I mean,
they're woo peddlers, like all of us. We're peddling woo.
Well,
yeah.
And I mean, there's nothing wrong with being skeptical of idealism, but it's like, if you aren't able to be skeptical of your own metaphysical views, then you're not really a skeptic. Like if you're just going to be like, no, it's physicalism all the way, and just be like, everything else sounds crazy, well, then you're just being dogmatic about physicalism.
Yeah, another comment from that person. They said they tried to call in, but they can't. Is there a phone number? I don't know. Like there's a link, like it's super simple, but
yeah, just click on the link, man, put your name in, boom, you're on stage.
It's the church, right? The Church of Physicalism.
The Church of Physicalism. Yeah.
Well, you can't contradict their dogmas. Why, you know, they burn us for it if they could.
Yeah.
No,
they certainly would.
That's just a pet peeve of mine, though. It's like people who say they are skeptics but are not able to question their own underlying metaphysical views.
It's just pseudo skepticism. It's just not real skepticism. It's dogmatism disguised as skepticism, which is just pseudo skepticism. Absolutely. So another question. They said, you said it, evolved, physical. Now, how does idealism connect to that? So, okay, evolution is a process. Now, you regard it as a physical process because you're a physicalist. I regard that process as a mental process. That doesn't make it physical just because, like, I don't know. People think that you have to reject science to be an idealist or something. I don't know like where that comes from, but all of that being said, right? The fitness functions versus veridicality of our senses connects to idealism in the sense that it shows that what you call the physical world are the shadows on the wall of Plato's cave, right? So if this person has not sort of looked into Plato's allegory of the cave, it's just this notion that there are these people chained chained down inside of a cave, and there's a light behind them, a light source like a candle, right? And there are people making little stick figures in front of the candle, right? And so it's displaying shadows on the wall in front of those who are chained down. And that's all they've ever seen. That's all they've ever known. And so they just take those shadows to be reality. But obviously we know that those shadows are not reality. And so the work coming out of Hoffman's camp and many other people that Scott mentioned is showing that what we think is reality is not reality. It's a shadow on the wall.
I have a very simple question to delineate the difference in someone's mind, but to see whether they understand it. And just ask them about the eyes. You say, are the eyes windows or are they sensors?
Yeah, you'd
And
be surprised how. Yeah, go ahead.
If you conclude that they're sensors, then essentially all of what we've been circling just now is already given. Because those sensors go through to the visual cortex, and then that does the work along with all of our expectations that it draws on, because it's not just the sensory input, is it? It's partly just the brain making things up, sort of thing, and even on a materialist view of it, you know. But people do get, a lot of people anyway, get this idea that the eyes are windows, and that our field of vision isn't something that we generate based on sensory input. It's literally like revelation of the world, and I just don't see how that makes any sense. It's one of those things that makes less sense the more you think about it, which is kind of like the generic problem really with idealism and materialism. Like materialism, if you don't think about it, it makes perfect sense. Idealism, if you don't think about it, it's completely just left field, crazy nonsense. But the more you think about idealism, the more sense it makes, and the more you think about materialism, the less sense it makes. So a lot of it comes down to how much you think about things.
That's true, man. I've said that before. Kastrup has said, look, if you think about this for more than 15 minutes, the answer becomes like very clear.
Dave asks, why is the question of consciousness important? How would you answer that?
So we have?
I would say, sorry, I would say that, look, I don't want to come on too strong, but there certainly is, at least in my case. Look, I was a physicalist naively. Like I don't even think I knew the term for like many years, right? But I certainly just accepted the view at face value because it's just kind of implicit. It's implicitly accepted in the absence of some alternative view because it feels like the scientific view, even though it's not. But that's kind of the message the common person gets, and I'm certainly a common person, and so I got that message. So that being said, since I would say understanding the issue, comparing views, seeing how confused materialism is, and becoming an idealist, there have been massive psychological differences, right? So let's remember, idealism is non-dualism. Non-dualism is the view that everything is one. So you just are me with a different mask on. This changes everything.
Yeah.
It changes the way you move around the world. It changes the way you think about the world. It changes the capacity for empathy that you have. It changes everything.
Now, Dave would say that non-dualism leads to evil. And he says that dualism is the only way to get at true virtue, because until you recognize the other, you'll never be compassionate or empathetic in any capacity. That's his view. But I'm not sure how you get there, but I'm not sure. Anybody else want to? I need to use the restroom real quick. You guys can discuss.
I don't think you need dualism for ethics at all. I think that just what you were saying just now, Alex, that it does change perspectives if you do believe that all is one. You need to add a little bit more to get an ethical system than just the non-dual interpretation. I think that there needs to be some kind of self-regard, some self-love there, because if you're a sadomasochist and you believe all is one, then that's not going to change how you interact with others, because it's like, well, they can follow the golden rule and treat others absolutely terribly, because they're like, well, hey, that's what I want, so why wouldn't they want it too? But if there is that self-regard there, if there is a bit of self-love and all is one, then I think it impacts better how we treat ourselves, how we treat others, how we treat the environment even. I think there's a certain ecological perspective that comes along with this. The whole idea of polluting a river wouldn't occur to you if you are one with the world and you have some kind of self-regard.
Yeah, I think that's really well put. It's hard for me to imagine being a sadomasochist as a non-dualist, like having a true experiential realization. Like, sure, it's conceivable, right? Like there's no contradiction or something. But it just seems like, practically speaking, I'm not actually sure if that's possible, based on the way things are confined. I don't, but maybe I'm wrong. Like, I certainly can't say that for sure, but it seems like at least prima facie that experiential non-dual realization leads to self-love. But I could be wrong. Maybe not in every case.
I guess it's more of a discovery than an addition. You don't have to add the love part. You just kind of find it.
Right.
So hey guys, am I coming through okay?
Hey, what's up? Yep.
What's up? Hello, Paul. Hello, Alex.
Hey,
Mel. I'm here for my mirror points. Yeah.
Oh, just here for the points, huh?
That's right.
Well, everything's made up and the points don't matter. So,
oh no,
unfortunately.
I thought these were going to be, like a good investment. All right, so I'm out then. No, I am not feeling too hot today, but I just had to give a few pointers here. When it comes to this idea that just that a non-dual worldview necessarily leads to this kind of mutual love and respect, because it's based in the idea that we're all the same thing.
Joel. So yeah, real quick, sorry. Look, I didn't say it necessarily leads to that. I was trying to be very careful, because the term necessarily, it's a very strong term.
Sure. Okay, yeah, like no exceptions. I get that. You think that it kind of is likely to for reasonable people who aren't interested in hurting people, right?
Yeah.
For most of us. Okay, that's good enough. Because my question here is more like, doesn't it really end up doing the same thing if a person has the same kind of views of a non-dual material world, thinking the same thing? We're all we're all one big physical thing, so treat each other well and everything.
You absolutely could, and some people do feel that way. And so also, Yeah, someone else commented that as well. Skyworks was saying the same thing. No, look.
Okay.
I don't want to come on too strong. I think that you can absolutely tell the same story as a physicalist. I just don't think you get that as easily as the idealist does. It takes more work and determination. At face value, physicalism, I would say, encourages individualism. But certainly with the quantum situation, you could still be a physicalist and, interpret it as like all as one. I just think it's a harder story to tell under physicalism.
Well, it does seem to, for whatever reason, be a little more intuitive, common to find people already thinking about the world that way, right? So I don't know how hard it is to kind of connect the dots, if the idea is we're all one.
Well, it's not that it's hard to connect the dots. It's hard to tell a cohesive story. So like, it's certainly easy to like come to the notion that all is one. Like there's nothing like complex. It's like absolutely simple, right? Like, oh, everything is just one thing doing something. But I think that like for example, I've talked about this in the past. I think that physicalism as a metaphysics pairs really well with like capitalism, and individualism. And what I mean by that is when we quantify everything and we reify the quantities over the actual subjective experience, everything becomes depersonalized. And we tend to move around and behave in ways that are cohesive to that system rather than an experiential system, I guess. Is that coming through? Do you know what I'm trying to say there? Or not really?
I mean, I think I know what you're talking about. It's the kind of idea that I'm usually not seeing why, where is the connection between the ontological, you say you tend to see that connection, but I have not really been able to figure out what that connection is. I think it's possible that people who spend a lot of time thinking about philosophy think more about ontology and theories of mind and things like that are more likely to end up in a position like idealism, like a metaphysical position. Maybe they've spent more time thinking about ethics as well. I don't know, but no, I don't think it necessarily follows from that.
I think I can shed some light on that. It seems to me that if you think the world is stuff, then the psychological response to that is life is more likely to be all about stuff. Whereas if you think the world is fundamentally experiences, then for you it's all about experiences. And so there is a natural component of like a kind of psychosocial materialism, if you will, that comes along from the philosophical materialism. And again, like Alex said, it's not a guaranteed thing. It's not like the one necessarily leads to the other. It's just there's a natural compatibility that if you believe reality is made of stuff, then you're quite likely to think life is fundamentally all about stuff. And then you have this materialistic, capitalistic view.
Yeah, like I'm not saying that you can't have red wine with shrimp. I'm just saying that typically shrimp pairs well with white wine. Actually, I don't even know the rules. Maybe that's not true. But you know what I'm saying. Like it's not a necessary. Like I'm not saying this, then therefore this conclusively. I'm just kind of like it's more general than that.
Well, you've compared it to a pairing that's very subjective, right? That two things just go better together. Is a little like matching an outfit or something, more than saying that the ethical position really follows in any way from the ontological position.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And yeah, I'm not trying to say that the ethical position necessarily follows from the ontological. I'm like specifically avoiding that. I don't think that's important.
I mean, from what I'm getting is that it takes that there would be a particular type of materialist that would more likely be more concerned with the material, and and to me that's. Are you saying that like it would be like if the materialist is more focused on just reductionist view of the world, like everything is just particles, instead of coming to the conclusion of we're more than just the sum of our parts, then because to me, like if you're a materialist and you're like you are saying we are the we're more than just the sum of our parts, and to me it would be very difficult for them to take on that more individualistic and selfish view.
Yeah, I agree. But I do think that the way our society is structured, reductionism pairs well.
Hello, good question.
I would say the reductionist materialism pairs really well with something like capitalism. So you're going to see stubbornness of reductionism in that regard, because it's like a machine, but there are certainly people who are more non-reductive as well.
Hey, good questions. Welcome to the stage.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for receiving me here.
Yes.
And it will be easier for me to convey my ideas other than on very short statements.
Sure.
Okay. You have the microphone.
Yep. So go ahead. And do you have a question?
Well, I have a question for good question. Sure. So maybe hopefully this is a good question for good question. Were you able to, like, how do I put this in a non-condescending way? Do you know what I mean when I say that physicalism is not science and science is not physicalism?
That's absolutely true. For me, physicalism is the philosophical background on top of which science operates, right?
Oh, that's no.
Science is the methodology to study the world with in a step-by-step process, right? It would be boring to list its rules and everything, but science assumes nothing. So far, science has been able to prove things that are physical.
No. I gotta stop you. No, this is not true. So science doesn't prove anything. Science works through a methodology of falsification.
It
doesn't prove anything. Proofs only come from math. You actually have it exactly backwards. Okay, science does not rely on physicalism. Physicalism relies on science.
I misspoke. If you need to be strict, proofs are only through math and logic.
But that's a minor point. I don't even care about that point. The bigger point is science does not rely on physicalism. The base assumption necessary for the scientific method is methodological naturalism.
And
not physicalism.
Okay, let me define what I understand about physicalism. Physicalism is the assumption or the surety that only physical things exist and ideas are physical.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I just don't see why that's necessary to engage in good science.
Okay, so if you start from the point of view that everything is physical, and now you engage in science, which is not directly physicalism, right? And you start operating your science, whatever science you want, let's not get bogged down on the details, you're always going to find out that you can only do science with physical things. If you try to do
what does that mean?
Science, if you try to do science with pure ideas,
okay,
I don't know what a pure idea is.
Can you tell me what that means?
If you assume everything's physical, then you'll find everything's physical. I mean, isn't that just begging the question?
No. That's a good point. Actually, what I was saying is that if you start doing science and you try to do science with pure ideas that are not based on physical things,
Yeah.
you
So
will always fail.
look, this is a misunderstanding. Okay. When we say that we are idealists, it's not to say that reality is made of imagination. Okay. What you're calling physical, the idealist calls mental. It's not my mind, but it's universally mental. It's fundamentally mental. It's ontologically mental. So what you call the physical world, we call the mental world. Okay. There's no need to assume that the properties you encounter when you do science are ontologically real. The comparative that you're doing there between the quote unquote concrete physical and the quote unquote abstract ideals is just a false comparison. It's a false, it's just misunderstood. Like, we're not, in our view, the mental ontology is stable and regular and law-like in the same exact way as you would say the physical ontology is. Science has never provided some proof that particles exist mind independently. Okay. Science has never provided some proof that physicalism is true. This is just not true.
Okay. Yeah, that's actually the basic discussion about physicalism and idealism. Thank you for mentioning that. So from my point of view, in order to explain anything, right? And I'm approaching this from a consciousness level point of view, right? The only way that I have to interact with the world or anything is through my consciousness, right? Through my mind. And if we start from that point of view, everything will point that ideas are behind things because my mind is operating on the world through my senses and right. But there are some situations that are not experienced through the mind. For example, hidden things, right? Let's say something is going on under the ocean, right? You don't know about it. Nobody knows about it other than the fishes, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they are happening.
So,
right?
Look, can I just stop you there? I already know where this is going. Yes, okay. Things are happening independent of my awareness of them. Okay. Reality is what it is, and it does what it does, regardless of who's looking. The objective idealist is only contending that the way reality appears depends on who it's appearing to. We acknowledge the existence of an external world that does what it does, no matter who's looking. It's not my mind, my friend. It is a universal mind that unfolds deterministically and naturalistically. Okay. Yes, there are processes out there that are ongoing, even if nobody's aware of them. This is not like a problem for the view. You're thinking what we're saying is a subjective idealism, and that's not what's being said here.
What you just said is one of the advances that idealism has made in the latest decades, if not just a few years. Right?
No, I don't think that's true.
The conclusion that reality is based on pure ideas and everything is connected, right? That didn't exist when Plato was coming up with his ideas. That's why he came with the cave thing.
That's not true, man. What about Hinduism? What about non-dual Buddhism? That's just not true.
Okay, let me cut to the chase here. The conclusion that ideas are basic to existence, to physical things are based on ideas, is an error of imagination. That's it.
Okay, cool, because that's not what we're saying. We're saying everything in reality is fundamentally reducible to a single universal field of consciousness.
That's the latest advance. Castro, Hoffman, etc.
Yeah.
And Schopenhauer.
and you could argue Hegel, and you could argue Advaita Vedanta, and you could argue non-dual schools of Buddhism. They're all just saying that, look, it's just been put in modern analytic language.
Plotinus from ancient Greece. He said
Yeah.
it's all the one, the expressions of the one. I mean, that's non-duality right there.
I mean, regardless, it's, I mean, so what? Even if it was a recent development, who cares? Like, what's the point?
That's a good question. And those, let's put it that way, up to Schopenhauer and Hegel and all that. Okay, that is a cope because of the inability. wait, just a second. Because of the inability to disprove physicalism.
Yeah. You want me to disprove physicalism right now?
Yes, please.
Okay. If consciousness is not reducible to physical processes, it does not emerge from them. Consciousness is not reducible to physical processes, therefore it does not emerge from them. Physicalism is false.
Your second premise is false.
That it's not reducible?
Yes.
Okay. So which arguments are you familiar with already?
Your premise that consciousness is not reducible is false. Just that. Let's start.
No, I know. Are you familiar with the arguments in the philosophy of mind against the reducibility of consciousness? Are you familiar with the knowledge argument?
Those are philosophical ideas. They are not provable.
Okay, what do you think logical reducibility is?
Okay, can you demonstrate that you cannot reduce consciousness in a real way? I can demonstrate that you can reduce consciousness.
You want me to objectively demonstrate a negative?
No.
Gentlemen, I think we're putting the burden of proof in the wrong place here.
Yeah, what about if we transfer the burden of proof to me? I will pay the burden of proof. All right?
Well, you're just shifting the burden, right? You asked for an argument.
I'm shifting it.
I gave you listen.
I will pay it.
Listen. I gave you an argument. Okay. You rejected premise 2. I go to substantiate premise 2. And then you're like, well, I don't want to have a philosophical discussion anymore.
My purpose is not make big diatribes. Let's keep it very, very.
I mean, that just sounds like a concession to me.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and do the knowledge thing.
Okay. So physicalism is false. We established.
That's not proven. We're just going in that direction. Right? Consciousness.
Okay. Are you going to let me render the argument?
You asserted that physicalism is false.
No, he's just starting. Let him get through his entire argument.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
You rejected premise 2, right? And so I was going to give you the justification for premise 2, which is that consciousness is not reducible, right? And then you were like, well, I don't want to do philosophy. Can you demonstrate for me empirically that consciousness is not reducible? What you're asking me to do is demonstrate objectively a negative, which is obviously a contradiction. Well, it's incoherent, I would say. I don't know how anybody would do that.
Would you say that I should demonstrate that consciousness is reducible? And
yes.
Transfer the burden of proof to me instead of leaving it
on you? No, I would render a philosophical argument for why it's not reducible.
There are physical ways to demonstrate that consciousness is reducible.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let's get started. I'm going to define what's
argument from brain damage incoming. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to define first what's consciousness. For me, consciousness is the aggregate of memories, right? Memory is essential for consciousness. Reasoning capacities, logical algorithms in the head, right? And instincts. Instincts are basic reactions to signals, right? I consider all that consciousness, right? Okay, now starting from that point of view, yes, I will go to alcohol being matter that can reduce your level of consciousness And
Would you
you
mind if I
can
paused you there for a moment? Good questions, because you just said alcohol is matter.
yes,
Okay, I think
physical.
that is the question. That's the question that we're trying to get at. Is that the case? So if
Oh,
you
okay, okay.
assume that in the
I see your
argument,
point. I see your point.
yeah,
Yeah.
you need to
Also,
make that.
I see your point.
also,
Yeah.
if one more point, if you're defining consciousness in a way that begs the question on your own view, that's not going to be acceptable either. So, look, I think the most neutral definition of consciousness is Thomas Nagel's. So, X is conscious if and only if there is something it is like to be X. That's a definition. What you're trying to do is give an explanatory account, right? But you're defining it as an aggregate, which begs the question on your own view. So when we get to whatever empirical evidence you're going to try to demonstrate, you're just going to be like, look, see, it comports with my definition. But the definition was begging the question from the very beginning. So you're going to have to start from a more neutral place.
Okay, let's start from your definition. X is conscious when I can only
X
show
is
that.
conscious. Yeah, X is conscious if and only if there is something it is like to be X.
Okay, let's parse out the is like to be, right?
Yeah, it refers
It's
to first person subjective experience.
right. Let's parse out the is like to be. Is like to be means that this X can replicate the properties, right, and of the
What?
other thing that you're
No,
talking about.
no, that's not what it means. It just means that there is some experience happening.
Right, but you need to let me speak a little bit before refuting, because the point of is like to be, it means X is not Y. And for X to be like Y, it needs to change, modify, morph, or become like Y in order to be like. Is that acceptable?
No. Look, man, it's really simple. Do you think that there is something it is like to be the rock sitting outside your door? Do you think the rock is having an experience?
Okay, let's put some consciousness.
Can you just
on that
answer
rock.
the question?
That rock is the only thing in the universe that can be like that rock.
Okay, so you think that the rock is having a subjective experience?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, perfect. So the rock is not having any experience, but you are. That is what it is like to be. There is something it is like to be you. There is nothing it is like to be the rock. That's it.
Dreamless sleep, maybe.
Okay, from that definition, you will never in the history of the universe will be able to explain what is consciousness. Not even in idealism.
Yeah. Thank you. W concession.
Yep. From your point of view, right? Now there are all the points of view that are useful.
The problem is, well, can I just say something real quick? It's not from my point of view. Like, presumably, it's also from your point of view, because we all have direct, assuming you're conscious, acquaintance with this first-person phenomena that's not observable from the outside. Like, this isn't like, just my opinion on the matter. It's like the only thing that cannot be coherently denied is that there is something it is like to be. So, I mean, I'm curious to hear what you're going to say, but if you admit, right, that there is something it is like to be, and that if when consciousness is defined in that way, that it's not reducible, then you've already conceded. But go ahead.
Okay. When you say it's something like to be, and you reject the idea of something else being modified to resemble what it's like you to be, if you reject that transformation in order to simulate what you are on the like to be, you're done. I mean, idealism
I
is
just don't
false,
even know what that
and that's it.
means. I just don't
Okay.
even know what that means. What do you mean I reject that something else could simulate what it's like to be me? What does that even mean?
Is the point that if X is like Y, then X is not Y? So if you're putting the like in there, then there's something. In other words, if we're saying that we're just pure being, and that's all it is, then this idea that there's something that it's like to be, by adding that like there, you're saying X is like Y, but that means X is not Y. So there has to be something that we are other than our experience. Is that right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So in the concept of the like to be, there's an implicit wall that is built in that there is no way that something else can be like this because only X can experience being X. There is
Yeah,
no Y
but
that could experience being X.
But it's not a wall that's built linguistically post hoc. It's a wall that exists realistically. Only I can be me, dude. You can't be me.
Okay,
That's because my mind is private and only directly accessible to me. You can't even see my mind through my brain. You just see brain activity.
Okay, let me run in your support on that. And I, as a physicalist, can explain exactly why what you just said is 100% true. And the reason that what you're saying is absolutely true, right? And we will never be able to replicate a brain or a mind, right? Is because the complexity in the connections for all the neurons, right, is so large and so changing from second to second that there is nothing physical or ideal or spiritual or whatever you want to call it that can replicate you as 100% you. Something can simulate being, I don't know, some percentage, some very large percentage, in order that could supplant you for, you know, at a large sense, but will never be exactly you, ever. Because if you want to really, really replicate you,
Okay, but
you
I
would
mean,
need to replicate all the matter, all the neurons, all the connections, all
sure,
the
sure.
chemicals.
But what's the point, man? Like what's the point there?
What you said is true, but it's so naively true that we can just dispose of the idea.
No. You actually misrepresented what I said.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Right, you're talking about a simulated neural network being equivalently complex, right? Or specifically functionally identical to my brain. That's not
And
what
I
I'm
said that's
talking about at
impossible.
all.
And I
That's
say
not.
that
I
was
don't
impossible.
care. I don't care. Like I don't care if that's possible or not. It's irrelevant. It's orthogonal. It's a non sequitur. Look, I'm saying that my mind is private. Okay, it's inaccessible to the scientific method in principle, not because of complexity, but because of the way reality is structured. Okay, that's why we define consciousness as something it is like to be, because it is the most fitting definition for the phenomena as known by us. So, if you admit that under that definition it cannot be reduced, then I would just defer you to my original argument.
Okay. That's a good point. Thank you. What I supported 100% with all my being is that it cannot be duplicated, at least physically, right? Today, right? Or maybe ever.
I don't know why you keep, but look, man, I don't know why you keep talking, but this is a non sequitur, dude. Why do you keep bringing up duplication?
Because the is like to be you will never be X is like Y. Okay.
What does that have to do with anything I said?
Okay. Let me jump then and keep going. All right. that definition that you said, that you are only you and that's why whatever, is useless, right? It's true and it's useless. All right. So the point of view, the point of discussing consciousness.
Sorry. Why is it useless?
Because it's naively true. It's like saying,
Okay, the
you
word you're
cannot
looking for is
you cannot
trivially
duplicate the
true.
sun. Yeah, trivially true.
And
Yeah,
if it's trivially true, then it's also trivially true that physicalism is false. So I'm okay with that.
And I was going to explain why, and you cut me off immediately, right? Because I just repeated in your support.
No, but do you understand the logic I'm using there? If it is trivially true that that definition is correct, then it follows that it necessarily follows that it's also trivially true that physicalism is false.
That's not.
Are you not making that connection?
Okay. It is true that it's like to be you cannot be replicated, but consciousness can be broken.
Why do you keep talking about replication? Look, I don't know. I give up. Someone else can talk. I don't know, bro.
Yeah, but I'm going to proceed to demonstrate that you can break up consciousness in pieces. You can reduce it. And it will be short. Consciousness.
Go for it.
Consciousness is whatever it is like to be you, because that's the only thing that you understand as consciousness. That's why I repeat it, to relate to your ideas. Now, by using chemicals in the brain, in the bloodstream, you can do the following things, and I'm going to list them shortly. You can increase consciousness by increasing awareness, processing speed, etc. Those are banned chemicals for many things. Other chemicals you can diminish little by little consciousness all the way to the point of making it almost unconscious or completely unconscious. Those are all the kinds of chemicals that are used for surgery, right? And you know them. Alcohol is one example that distorts consciousness. It does not diminish it. It does not enhance it. It distorts it. There are other kinds of chemicals that actually make you forget what is like for you to be you. This mantra of being like you can be erased, and you can create new things of you being like to be you that are different than what you were in the past. Those are psychotropics. Those are psychotropics. Those are
we get the point, man. We get the point. What does that prove? You can't just go on for like 20 minutes, bro. Like what is your point? What is the conclusion?
I'm going one by one about all the things that physicalists can do to your ideals to change them, manipulate it, and handle them. Right?
So can I steal what you have so far? Okay. So you're saying that there is a causal connection between chemical interactions or chemical induction into the brain or body and the richness or contents of experience, right?
Correct.
Like in the case of alcohol.
And anesthetics and mushrooms,
sure,
and other psychotropics.
Okay, sure. So the question then becomes, what is your conclusion?
My conclusion is that consciousness can be reduced and it can be enhanced.
That's not a reduction.
And it can modify.
No, that's confused. That's not what a reduction is.
I think we're equivocating here on what it means for consciousness to be reduced, because conscious experience can certainly be reduced. Like when you go to sleep at night, your conscious experience is very much reduced. But we're talking about a more of a kind of epistemological, logical reduction. Like the idea can be reduced to another idea, or the experience can be reduced to certain components, or like a tree can be reduced to wood and leaves, etc. constituent parts or prior causes or something. Yeah.
Here's a good question.
If we talk about reduction, yeah, of course, you can reduce what kind of awareness that you have, but like, you know, putting a blindfold on or putting headphones on or something, you know, you can reduce what you potentially can experience. But I think that's talking about reduction in a different kind of way.
Exactly. What we're talking about, what we're talking about here, and just to throw in a little addition, is an explanatory reduction. Okay. So like if I have a pen, right? We call that a writing utensil, right? Now that's the definition of the pen. So the definition of pen is writing utensil, and the definition of consciousness is something it is like to be. Now, to render an explanatory reduction on the pen, to get to the definition of writing utensil, I would break it down into its constituent parts. And I would say, well, the pen consists of, or is constituted by, an ink cartridge, a front, a back, a button, right? I would explain to you the parts that make up the pen. And then you would see when you're holding,
both, right?
you would see when you're holding a writing utensil, how the parts become the pen and how the pen just is the parts. And everything flows cohesively, right? This is an explanatory reduction. The same cannot be done for something it is like to be. And this kind of a posteriori approach that you're taking with how chemicals interact, all these show is that what you call the brain is a necessary condition for expression. It does not show the ontological identity of awareness.
Okay, yeah, that's a really good point. You are.
Here's a good question for a good question.
Just
a good question for you, sir.
Just one sec, just to complete the comment there. If you are ontologically X, if your consciousness is ontologically X, and only you can feel to be like X, with chemicals, I can make you be Y without the possibility of you becoming X again.
Oh, I see.
Those kinds of procedures are banned, are forbidden, are illegal, but they are possible.
Yeah, I mean, look, so I'm saying X is conscious if and only if there is something it is like to be X. I'm not saying that X is, look, I'm not saying that X must be like X. I'm saying there is something, anything it is like to be X. You cannot alter that with chemicals. The only thing that alters that is metabolism going away.
If your memories change completely, and if what you consider important,
there's still something it is like to be X. There's still something. Look, I could not have any memory, and there would still be something it is like to be me. Now, I wouldn't be able to tell you who I am. I wouldn't have like a self, but there would still be something it is like to be me.
That's a good point. That's what Alex O'Connor the other day came up with. Yeah, if you reduce everything to the minimum, possible functional, can you still be called a consciousness or have an experience? And again,
yeah, and I think they
insist with the thing
to yes.
Is so unimportantly true that we can, stop the conversation right there, right? Okay, right? A rock is a rock. Okay, what else?
No, that's not. No, look, man. I'm not saying X is X. I'm saying X is conscious if and only if there is something it is like to be X. This is not a simple identity statement. I'm not saying X is X.
Right.
It's not just the law of identity like you're trying to characterize it as.
Okay. So I approach the consciousness can be reduced from a mechanical point of view first, from a physiological, right? And actually identical or identity-based approach. But now I can shift to the other one, to the other way that you wanted to approach reducible as an explanation, right? Can you reduce consciousness to the minimum explanation level right?
Yeah.
That's what you
So
wanted.
no. Oh, from you? Are you asking
Uh,
me to reduce it, or?
no. Is that
Yeah,
what you
I'm
wanted
asking
from
you.
me?
This is what I'm asking, right?
Okay.
I would like, and look, to be clear, I know that you cannot do this. Nobody can, right? But you seem to think that you can, so like here we are. But what I'm asking of you is an explanatory scientific reduction of subjective experience to physical processes, whether it's neurons or it's electric fields in the brain or around the brain, or it's ions, like whatever the case, right? You need to conceptually link subjective experience with those as coming from those or being identical to those physical processes.
Yeah. The other day I came up with that explanation. I was listening to a video and I produced it. So in order to link experience, which is the central point of consciousness, right, with the other parts of the brain or mechanical stuff, right? In order to link experience with consciousness, you need memory and you need processing power in the brain, in the brain, right? You can reduce the capability of that brain to some minimal functionality and the memory to some minimal, storage capacity, right? To the point where you can still say that is like to be that thing, right? And there is an
Well,
additional
first of all,
factor. There's an additional factor that you need to explain consciousness from a reductionistic point of view, and it's imagination, which is the simulation of the external
well,
world.
hold on. Can I address the two things that you already said?
Okay.
Okay. So, I disagree with you about the memory, and you don't even have to be an idealist to disagree with this. Okay. So, agnostically, I don't think it's the case that memory is a prerequisite for something it is like to be. In fact, I think I think it's exactly backwards. I think memories are constituted by experiences. How could you have a memory if you are not first experiencing something to remember? Okay, so that's problem number one. The other thing that you said, actually, I don't remember what else you said. So go ahead.
What I call memory is the capacity to store memory. And you are correct. If you experience something and you store those events in your memory buffer or whatever, storage, for sure, you need the experiences to be stored. But what I refer to is the capacity to store memory, capability of to do that.
Right. So do we agree that this is not a prerequisite for experience, but instead it's the other way around?
The reason for experience to need memory, right, is the following. In order to have a device, a physical device, a computer or whatever, a device, I'm not saying a computer, a device, to behave something like something that has experience, it needs to compare it with the past. The new information that's incoming needs to be compared to be able to even tell it's like. To use the word like, you need comparison.
Yeah, but that's tangential.
You need to do a comparison.
I agree, but that's
it's
tangential.
In your definition. It's in your definition.
So I agree that for a computer to behave like in an intelligent way,
No,
right?
no.
It has to have.
That's not what I said. That's not.
I know that's not what you said, but I'm unpacking it here. So I know that you said behave like it has experience, but I think that's a mistake. I think what you should be saying is behave like it has intelligence.
No. Experience.
Okay. Look, I'll use your
Intelligence,
language model, but just I'll use your language, but just let it be noted that I disagree. So, okay.
intelligence
So what you said
is the
is,
capacity to
so
process information.
okay. Look, what you said is, in order for some device to behave like it has experience, it has to have memory. I agree, but that's tangential, and here's why. We're not talking about behavior at all. We're talking about that there is something it is like to be, regardless of how that thing behaves. Right? So when I ask you to reduce subjective experience, right? I'm not talking about how that thing behaves. I'm talking about what it is from the inside, for itself, by itself.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
and I
yeah,
also
but-
agree that, and one last thing, I also agree that memory is certainly necessary in the case of a human being to move around the world. If I had no memory, I'd just be a blob on a log. So, but that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about behavior.
Yeah. Thank you for mentioning behavior. What you just said is essential for this discussion. It's pretty much the wall or the line or the breaking point between your philosophical position and my philosophical position, right? If you just contemplate, you are useless. Yeah, you need to have a behavior for your existence to matter at all. To even be,
Oh, this is just no, dude. Come on, man. What are we doing
yeah.
here?
So you
Yeah,
have
that's
to
just
have behavior.
like, bro. So look, here's the reductio to that statement that you just said. Okay. Somebody who's suffering from locked-in syndrome and cannot move
Still behaves.
Right? No, they don't.
Yes.
No, they don't. They do not behave
move,
like anything because they can't
move
move.
their eyes.
Listen.
Think.
Listen. They're not behaving in an extrinsic way that's observable to anyone else. So by your definition, they're worthless. And they should just be removed from existence.
I completely did not say that. And you are really building a gigantic straw man.
Nah, man. You're wiggling. Look, you said that. If you just contemplate, you're worthless. Okay, well, somebody who's experiencing locked-in syndrome is just contemplating. So by your definition, they're worthless, bro. This is not like very difficult. This is why behaviorism is such a problem.
Okay, so what you're doing right now is taking the philosophical, what I said, behavior, philosophical level behavior, to make it a touchy-feely person that now, for some kind of
It's
accident,
called a reductio, bro.
No, that's not a reductio. Is that a shift and a reductio?
It's not a shift. It's
Yes.
your definition exactly.
You shifted it from a philosophical set of ideas to a person.
Are taking a utilitarian point of view, which is by no means uncontested. It does fail to reductios like the one that I presented. Now, you're not very happy about that, and that's okay. But nonetheless, it still works.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the philosophical level without reducing that stuff. If your mechanism, right, only perceives data, only receives signal, and there's nothing behind it, right? That mechanism is not useful for you or for any philosophical thinking unless you tie it to something that can correlate the past and say, this is better, this is worse, this is more, this is less. That's behavior. And that person that you, in a very touchy-feely,
so contemplation is behavior now?
That person in a locked-in syndrome can do that behavior.
So who's the one shifting?
Really wrong there. You did
the one shifting?
You said something false.
Listen. Okay? Who's the one shifting near you? Because originally what you had said was that contemplation is useless with no behavior.
That's a sensory without any mind behind it.
Now you're saying that contemplation
is sensory.
Now you're saying that contemplation is behavior. So which one is it?
Nope. Contemplation is not behavior. Contemplation is a receival of signals without anything else happening anywhere.
Listen, contemplation. No, it's not, dude. That's an idiosyncratic definition of contemplation. Contemplation is thinking.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Yes.
Even the Buddhists, where that expound a lot about contemplation, one of the central tenets of their way of life is reduce your thinking. Come on, you have to know that.
Yeah, reduce your thinking. Okay.
Yeah.
So what?
Exactly.
What is that?
Contemplation
listen,
is non-thinking.
listen, my friend.
Come on.
Listen.
Come on.
Look, I've been talking to you for like, I don't know, 30, 45 minutes now. And here's where we're at. Okay. I'm going to do a little meta for just a second. We established that the most correct definition of consciousness is something is like to be. We established that that's trivially true. We also established that if that is trivially true, then physicalism is also trivially false.
And I said that's false.
And then look, now you're doing all this sliding around. You brought up Buddhism. Yeah, the point is to reduce thinking, right? That doesn't mean that the definition of contemplation is a non-thinking state. This is just confused. Look, I'm going to give I've been hogging the live up or the show. So I'm going to give someone else a chance to engage if they wish. I wish you the best of luck, man. I think you're very confused.
Didn't Scott have a question?
Yeah. I had a question. It's on the screen. Good questions. If all scientific observations are made by subjects, like scientists, for example, how can those same observations be used to fully explain the subject doing the observation without circularity?
That's an excellent question, right? So far, since the beginning of life, up to actually this year or probably last year, that assertion was essentially true. It's not anymore. In the next few years and decades and centuries, it's going to be more and more false. Because now you can build
How
devices.
do you do this? How do you do this? Every word. Oh my God. All right, let me shut up. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Because we can build devices that have no idea of being like to be you, that can acquire information, process it, act on it, receive more information, and change their decisions without being conscious.
So how do you observe things without being conscious?
That's the point. When you talk about yourself as a human being, as a living being, there is no way to say that you cannot be conscious. You are conscious. You are consciousness. You. Right. The word "you" is consciousness. What Correct. I'm saying, and the question comes to how you can do scientific experiments and so on and so forth. That is going to be possible later. It is possible today already, and it's going to be more possible and more importantly possible later.
What do you mean later?
When our AIs are more powerful. Right now, they are almost like a joke, right? Tiny little insects in capacity of thinking. But the more you advance the computational power of those AIs, you can have information processing devices that can do the scientific experiments, the observations.
And are all those devices and experiments within the screen of perception?
Right. And those experiments can be done without consciousness.
How do you know that without? How do you get outside of your consciousness to know that?
Because as I was saying with the other interlocutor about the ocean, the bottom of the ocean, you as yourself, you don't have to be aware that this device is processing that kind of information that you don't even know, but that information is being processed outside of your awareness because you don't even know
How do you know
device
that?
exists.
That's what's in question. I understand the claim.
Okay,
I understand you
right.
keep making the same claim over and over. I'm just asking, how do you know that?
Okay. Okay. That if that's really the question that I don't understand, that's the question. But if what you're saying is the real question, does the moon disappear every time that you close your eyes? Right. That's my
That's
retort.
not the question. No, that's not the question. The question
Right.
is, how do you know that? How do you know anything at all about a world outside of you being conscious of that world?
Okay. I'll answer that question. When you ask, how do you know? You are implying me in the question. If I'm part of the question, my being is part of the question, there is no way that I cannot know what I already know or know what I don't know. I am implicated in the question, right? But I was understanding that the question is, how can scientific experiments, supposedly smart things, things that need intelligent things to process them, experiments, right? How can those experiments can be done without consciousness? That's what I understand of the question.
Well, let me ask an even easier question. Maybe it's even more to the point. Because really, when we talk about the physical world, the material world, they all break down to our descriptions, like the equations that we describe, like particles and fields and interactions, right? Would you agree with that?
Definitely, yes.
Okay, so how do equations about particles and fields entail a first person's perspective?
Yeah, this is the same question as reducibility, but from the opposite direction. So just to clarify, what Scott is asking is, if we start with equations and fields, how do we end up at consciousness? And what I was asking you earlier is, how do we start with consciousness and go back to, draw a line back to, conceptual line back to the physical processes, right? We're just looking for some intelligibility.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it's, there are really two questions wrapped into a single one, right? That seems to be the same question, but they are really two. One thing is how the accumulation of quantum events and matter and things produce consciousness. And the other half of the question is, how do equations and physical laws and logic and mathematics and all that stuff can make a consciousness or is connected to consciousness? Is that correct? Am I understanding?
Yeah, like I'll repeat it, like how do equations about particles and fields, how does that all entail that first person perspective?
Right. Okay. Yeah, there are
You know what he
those,
means by entailment, right?
correct.
So
Yes.
1 + 1 entails 2, right? We're
Okay.
looking for something along those lines.
Here, what is being said in a veiled way is that the laws of physics, those are the equations, how is that they produce or entail, right? Or generate or create first
Or
person.
even include.
Correct. Or include or
like what's the equation for understanding equations?
Right. Okay. Well, that's a third kind of question that I can for sure answer, right? But first to the first question, right? How do these physical laws produce first person experience? That was the question. First, physical laws do not exist. Physical laws are our interpretation of how the universe behaves based on our limited understanding through our senses, mental capacity, etc. Equations do not produce reality. Equations do not produce the world. and therefore they do not produce, they don't entail first person experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's no connection there.
Okay.
That's why I was saying that there are two questions there.
So there's just a description.
Physical laws are our descriptions, our human level descriptions of how we perceive reality. Yes.
Right. Exactly. So is consciousness fully captured by those third person descriptions, or is something left out? And if so, what?
Oh, no. Absolutely not.
Okay. So what exactly is reduced in the reduction of consciousness to brain activity, like experience itself or just its correlates?
That's an excellent question. Thank you. So when you talk about reducing something to something else, conceptually, right? As a scientist, or as even a thinker, a philosopher, you need to be careful of what you start from and what you end up with, not to be a joke as a thinker, right? So you cannot reduce something to a level that you pretty much define it out of existence, right? So when we say, how can we reduce consciousness, right? What you do is break it in parts to understand better the little parts, and then you verify that these divisions of subdivisions of consciousness still make sense, that you didn't go too far in the reduction to make it useless, right? You need to,
Yeah,
it's a
so
back
you're
and forth.
able, so let me just make sure I understand you so far. So you're saying you can break down a person's experience, like the first person experience that I was asking about.
Right.
You can break that down and reduce it in order to correlate to brain states or to experience itself. Which one?
Nice question. Yes. So let's say that I'm going to break down my experience of an apple, of a red apple in front of me, right? My experience says this apple is in front of me, has a certain size, certain color, and whatever. Now I'm going to break it down. I can go in and look at, why is that I, as a conscious being, can know that that apple is an apple? How can I tell that is what I think it is? For that, I need memory. Now I'm breaking down consciousness in pieces. One of the first pieces is memory, right? The other one is, how is that I as a consciousness, I am conscious, I am the consciousness. How is that I can perceive the characteristics of the apple, color, size, distance, etc. For that, I need to look at the processing power of the brain. Can my brain process light? Can my brain estimate distance? Can my brain estimate size? Those are, you now have memory for identity, and you need a processing power.
No, you're just baking it in, man.
Yeah, you're pointing out a correlation. So it seems like your answer is it's breaking down to a strong correlation. So
Okay,
I would ask you this: what makes that physical brain become experience instead of just remaining non-experiential matter?
Remember that I'm breaking down consciousness, not experience. Right?
Okay.
This consciousness is perceiving an experience, is having an experience, and I need to analyze how is this consciousness is able to process this experience.
Yeah, so you're talking about self-consciousness, meta-consciousness, metacognition, right? Which is orthogonal to what we're actually trying to discuss with you. We are trying to bootstrap subjective experience from no subjective experience. That's that's the line of question. This whole entire show is about specifically that question, not some further along process such as metacognition.
Okay, remember what with the other interlocutor we were talking about. If you say that this experience is this experience and none other, not something like it, not a slightly modified version of this experience. It becomes useless as a discussion point, because you're correct. That experience is that experience, and that's it. There's nothing else to say about it. X equals X. This rock is that rock. That's it, right?
So it's identity. They're identical.
No. It's so unimportantly true that experience is this experience and none
Scott,
other.
he's saying
right?
that he does not have an answer to the question. Let me decode that. He's saying he doesn't know how to refute the arguments that we're giving, and so he's going to throw his hands up in the air. He's going to say, "Well, this game is stupid." That's what he's saying.
What I'm saying is that you are correct, that experience cannot be replicated, is not similar to others, right? But if what you're saying is that this experience is unique in the entire universe, in the entire history, right? Across all living beings, you're 100% correct.
Well,
is that useful in any way?
Well, is the physical causally closed? Let me ask you that.
Can you expand into that question?
Yeah, like the physical is just what it is. Like there's a causal closure, like it's a system within itself. So would you the universe, it's not causally open, it's causally closed. It's just there. We can tell stories about him. We can, of course, tell stories about expansion. We can tell stories about cyclical universes, all kinds of different theories. But the one thing we can sort of agree on is that the physical, as we understand it, is causally closed. That's what most people feel. Are you in agreement that the physical is causally closed?
What I understand about the universe is that's
do minds affect, can you move trees with your brain? Can you, can the mental impose itself onto the physical, or is it the physical that imposes on the mental life? Which one are you saying?
What I'm saying is that the mental is an excretion of the brain. It's like pee from the kidneys. Consciousness and the mental comes from the brain.
Okay, so it's like epiphenomenalism.
Right.
Okay, perfect. So that means the physical is causally closed. In other words, it's sort of like consciousness is kind of like the steam that comes off the train engine, right?
Right.
Okay, so if the physical is causally closed, where do reasons, intentions, and meanings actually fit into that?
They are the signals that flow in the brain and that are useful for this brain to exist and to be useful for the living being.
That's a contradiction. Okay.
Come on.
You specifically defined it just now as an epiphenomena, which means that it's not useful. It is a byproduct, an accidental thing that has no causal efficaciousness. Okay, it doesn't do anything causally. How could it be useful if it doesn't do anything causally? It's just a straight up contradiction.
I was appealing to your intelligence to understand what is that I mean and what is that I could not possibly mean, right? So I think you understand what I'm saying, and I think you understand that you're wrong.
No, I don't. Look, man. I think that you need to go do more work on this, because I'm not trying to be confrontational. It's just that you are so wrong about everything you say that it's like, but you're so confident, and I don't understand how that's the case. It's quite literally a contradiction to say that consciousness is an epiphenomena and simultaneously say that it's beneficial. Do you not see that those two statements are directly contradictory?
Okay, Okay, let me explain what I think you should understand, but okay, it's a fact, right? You're not understanding that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Consciousness is an epiphenomena from the physical brain, right? But this epiphenomena of the brain is useful for the brain to carry out its functions, which are control the physical being, you know, the animal in the world, right? In what I'm saying, and I want to be clear on that so it's not misunderstood. The epiphenomena that is the mind or the consciousness, right, is the result of the interactions between neurons, right? It's not just an epiphenomena and that's it, like the vapor coming out from the locomotive. That vapor from the locomotive is reabsorbed into the engine to do useful things inside the engine. If you
Okay,
want,
that's not an epiphenomenon. Okay, the way you're describing it there, you're just saying that it's an emergent property. An epiphenomena specifically refers to the notion that the mind does not have any causal role in the organism.
That's right.
It's literally like poop. And now you're going back on what you said earlier. See, this is what has happened, right? And this is why I'm like a little bit hostile. It's because you're not engaging in an honest way. Good question. Okay. You continuously shift your position, right? As soon as you meet pushback or realize that you've reached a dead end. Quite literally, 10 minutes ago, you said it's like the pee coming out of a kidney. Now you're saying the pee coming out of the kidney gets reintroduced into the body, right? That I'm drinking the pee. Like come on, man. Like, you don't need to be dishonest. Just be okay with being wrong. Maybe you need to go do some more research. Maybe physicalism is false. I don't know. You know, but like there's no need to like continuously shift the goalposts.
what I say is considered a shift from your point of view, because you're trying to box me in to your preconceptions.
No, man.
Right?
Listen, you're gaslighting. Okay. And I don't appreciate it. Look, what you said was consciousness is an epiphenomena, like pee coming out of the kidney. Now you're saying it's not an epiphenomena because the smoke from the steam engine is reintroduced into the system.
Okay.
You deliberately speak in contradictions because you keep changing your position. It's not me misrepresenting you. That's not what's happening. I'm quoting you directly.
Okay, let me explain that part of the kidney and the pee. The reason why I say kidney and pee is because idealists say that the pee is essential for the existence of the kidney, right? And mentioning pee and kidney is a very it's a caricature of the point.
Sorry, pee does not need to exist for the kidney to exist. I'm not even sure what you're saying there.
Exactly. That's why ideas are not essential for existence. They are not at the base.
Bro, stop.
And you're not addressing it then. Yeah, you're not addressing us. Right.
What I'm addressing is the I'm shifting, right?
What you're doing is you're addressing like this dualism, this whole soul type of thing that comes out of the brain and then it, you know, it explains the brain. That's not what we're doing.
Yeah. And essentially there's only two options here. You know, there's a conscious entity, you know, does things due to brain activity, and consciousness is just, you know, a witness of the organism's life. Seemingly it would be unnecessary for acting, or consciousness is causal and necessary for us to function. Which is it?
I'm gonna define what I think the consciousness from your point of view.
Can you just answer the question and stop being so evasive?
Yes, I'm answering the question, and please stop interrupting me. Right? His question deserves to be answered, not your comment. Okay. Okay. So for your question, consciousness
is the way that the concept of consciousness is the way that we can interpret in a very limited way what we feel it is to be a thinking being that can have memories and feelings and can act on the world, right? So consciousness is something like the summary of what we feel it is to be like us, right? It's not.
You have not answered the man's question.
I'm answering his question, not your ideas, all right? Please let me answer his question.
And just, well,
You
also,
have not answered the question.
And just a quick correction. I am a trans woman. So
Yeah, sorry. I thought it was Joel. I thought Joel was still up here.
Oh,
My bad.
I didn't know that. I'm sorry. Right.
Okay.
So can you answer her question? Because she asked you a very pointed question. Okay. And you're just like monologuing. It's just very dishonest.
Can you ask your question again so I can remember exactly?
Sure. To me, there's clearly just there's two options, and you got to pick one. So either, conscious is an entity that does things due to brain activity, and consciousness is just a witness of the organism's life. Seemingly it would be unnecessary for acting, or consciousness is causal and necessary for us to function, which is correct.
Okay, thank you. Consciousness is not essential for the acting. Consciousness is part of what the mind, what the brain does. So it's is one of the other options. It's not the wetness either, right? So consciousness is not like some fluid that exists in parallel to what the brain does, right? Consciousness is what the brain does. The brain produces an activity, and that activity we call consciousness.
Can I challenge that?
Well, I was just going to ask. Maybe this is the challenge here, and I would just say, so what is the necessary thing though? Then that is causing us to function. Like if it's not consciousness. Yeah. Right.
Oh, we are consciousness. So when I say I, the I is my consciousness. I am the consciousness. I am the byproduct of the brain. I am the key of the brain.
Yeah, I'll hand it over to Scott.
Yeah.
So look, there's two options.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Either the mind has causal influence on behavior or the brain, or it does not. It must be one or the other. It is a true dichotomy. Which one is it?
That's a false dichotomy.
Oh my God. Okay, what's the third option?
The third option is the brain is what the consciousness is what the brain does.
That's emergent.
Non sequitur.
Many things that the brain does.
Non sequitur.
It's a non sequitur to your dichotomy, which is false.
Bro, literally, either PCC holds or it doesn't. Okay. Now, if you don't understand what I mean by that, I can further explain. Okay.
Okay. Expand.
So, physical causal closure is the notion that every physical event has a sufficient prior physical cause. So A leads to B, leads to C, leads to D, and there's no and that's it. That's the full story, right? So A is a physical thing, B is a physical thing, C is a physical thing, A leads to B, leads to C, leads to D. Okay, this notion is very much supported by physics because we don't see things acting randomly. We see things acting deterministically, mostly except for like quantum mechanics. Okay. And so if physical causal closure is true, well, I'll just put it to you like this. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Do you agree that physical causal closure is true?
Yes.
Okay. If you agree with that, then the mind, right, is not causally efficacious. It's a direct entailment, right? Now, presumably you want to say, but the mind just is physical. And that's fine, right? But you can't have it both ways. You have to pick one. Either the mind has an effect on the body, or it doesn't.
Okay. The mind does not have an effect on the body in a dualistic way. The mind is the body performing functions and actions that we call a mind, which because of that definition, the brain is producing actions that are the mind, and those actions revert on the brain as well. And you could call it that the mind is acting on the brain, but it's really at the bottom, the brain acting on itself. And we
Okay.
call it mind.
Okay. So you're saying the mind is identical to the activities of the brain, right? And that physical causal closure maintains because of that. Because the mind is nothing over and above the brain activity. It really just is physical stuff interacting with each other, appearing like a mind, right?
Correct.
Okay. So this is not epiphenomenalism.
Yeah, that's identity theory.
Wait. Okay. The brain produces activity. We call it a mind, right? And when the philosophical question comes, which is what? Consciousness affects matter, or is underlies matter, or matter underlies consciousness? Then the caricature answer is consciousness comes from matter, is derived from matter, just to keep the conversation simple, right? But yeah, what you just said about causal closure is exactly that. And you could call it that is not epiphenomenal, but for simpler minds, consciousness is an epiphenomenon of the brain. But for more philosophical and better minds, it is not epiphenomenal. It's part of the activity, right?
I mean, okay, but that just I mean, fine if you want to say that, but you're just muddying the waters. Look, all you're doing is holding to an identity theory, which you're just saying, look, consciousness is identical to the activities of the brain, right?
Okay. Remember what I said. The brain does things, and we human beings of 2026, we name those activities. We give them a name, and we call it mind. We call it mind. I'm not saying that they are identical, and I will die on that hill.
Okay, well, that's another true dichotomy. Okay, because either, look, let me set up another dichotomy for you that you're going to reject, but there's no way around it. Either consciousness is identical to the brain, or the activities thereof, or it's something over and above the brain and the activities thereof. So which one is it?
The first one and possibly the second one, not the third one.
I only gave you two, bro. What are you talking about?
Could I interject at this point and bisect one of those prongs? On the identity theory prong, conventionally speaking, identity theory tends to be a more physicalist point of view. But I would say it also holds, if you reverse the arrow of causation, it's still kind of identity theory. If you look at analytical idealism, and you just say that the brain states are the extrinsic appearance of the mind states, in which case they are still equivalent to one another, but there's the causation doesn't work in the traditional physicalist way. Which isn't to say what you presented isn't a true dichotomy. It is, because you were saying A or not A, and that's, you know, that's literally how we define true dichotomy. But I just wanted to focus in on that first prong, on the idea that you can say
So
that the
you're
brain state
saying,
and the mind states are identical, but they're not necessarily in the causal direction that the physicalists would have us believe.
right. So if I understand what you're saying correctly, idealism is a sort of identity theory.
Yeah.
It's just reversed in the direction of ontological reduction, right?
Yeah, I'd call it inverse identity theory or something like
Yeah.
that. If I
So
made up
think
this.
I think
So
a
to be
very
clear-
easy, I think a very easy way to summarize it that I think everybody could agree with, and this kind of, in my opinion, lends itself more to the non-dual idealist story, is that a coherent identity theory would treat any mental state as effects of brain activity, but as the same brain activity described in first-person functional terms. Okay, so all we're doing is we're saying the identity is there, but we know it through subjective first-person experience as function.
Yes.
Right. And so going back to when Paul, the reason he spoke up there is because maybe I should have been more clear about the dichotomy that I presented. And what I should have said is something like, look, if you're a physicalist, there are two options. Either consciousness is identical to the brain or the activities thereof, or it's something over and above the brain and the activities thereof. There's no other options.
No. That's
Present the third option, please.
Consciousness and the mind is a byproduct of the brain. It's not over and above, and it's not identical.
Okay. So being a byproduct of the brain, are you just talking about, let's get specific. When you say a byproduct of the brain, are you talking about what's happening in the synapses? Are you talking about synaptic activity? Are you talking about the electric fields that are generated by neuronal activity? What do we mean a byproduct there specifically?
Okay. The neuronal connections.
They're connected by synapses.
Correct. They transmit signals between each other.
Electrochemical signals. Yes.
Electrochemical signals, and the aggregate of those trillions, not billions, but trillions of signals is what we call mind.
Okay.
Consciousness.
That's an identity theory.
Okay. What I understand about identity is that you can see it both ways. A is equal to B, or B is equal to A, and both are true. In this case,
no, not necessarily. So mind-brain identity theory is specifically saying that M, mind, is equal to P, physical, or B, brain, however you want to say it. So it's saying that the mental is ontologically identical or reducible to the physical.
I'm rejecting that because that is not what happens.
Okay, man. Well, look, that's why it's a dichotomy, right? Because
it is a dichotomy.
There's no room in between, right? There's no room in between reductive and non-reductive physicalism. There's no third option.
It's a dichotomy produced by you, and I'm telling you that that's not
Bro,
what happens. So it's a false.
It's not
dichotomy.
produced by me, man.
Or whoever. You are mentioning it, right?
So what is the third option in between reductive physicalism and non-reductive physicalism?
Okay. I've been saying it again and again, right? The brain produces activity. That activity we call mind or consciousness. And mind you, the consciousness or the mind is one of the things that the brain does. the brain does many more things in addition to the
Yeah,
consciousness.
okay. That's not the point of identity theory, is to say that the only thing the brain does is the mind.
When you see it from the point of view of identity, right? If you
So,
start,
but hey, so look, that's not what identity theory is saying. It's not saying that the brain is only the mind. It's saying that the mind is only the brain or the activities thereof. You're applying it incorrectly. It's saying
okay,
M is equal to P, not P
okay,
is equal to M,
okay.
like a physicalist identity theory.
I think you said something that I agree with. Mind is identity or identical to the activity of the brain,
Oh my God.
not to the brain.
Dude, I've been saying this for 20 minutes, bro.
No. You were always saying mind is identical to the brain. That's false. Mind is identity to the activity of the brain. I agree with that.
Brother. Listen, I'm very careful with my words on purpose. Okay. I specifically said that an identity theory entails that the mind is identical to the brain or the activities there. Let me finish. The brain or the activities thereof. I've been saying this for 20 minutes.
Okay. I reject the or. I stay with the activity part.
Okay. Cool beans. So you're holding to an identity theory. So we agree.
Of the activity, not the brain.
Okay. Perfect. So how do you respond to the critique of, if A is identical to B, then every essential feature of A must be identical to every essential feature of B? And if I imagine a red triangle, you're not going to find redness or triangleness in the activities of my brain.
That's an excellent point. And if you watch the news, right, you will see that right now there's a company producing devices that are exactly directed to the red triangle that you're pointing, right? Yep.
Sorry, that's not exactly what's happening. Look,
What's happening?
These companies that do these sorts of things where, like, for example, there's stuff that comes out all the time where they're like, oh, they can read your thoughts. They can predict what you're thinking. So this is based on correlation, right? So you tell me to imagine a red triangle, then you get a high density EEG and you measure my brainwaves. And then you do that a million times across a bunch of different people, and you find an average pattern. Okay. But it's a correlation. Okay. It's not finding a triangle. It's finding the shadow of a triangle and then correlating that and showing that on a screen. It's not what you think it is.
No, I think you should have asked me which company, right? This is not MRI. This is nothing. They are going to open your skull and connect thousands of little cables, right, into your.
Oh, you're talking about Neuralink.
Into your neocortex, and then you being blind, probably you were able to see in the past, right?
Yeah. Okay, but what does that have to do with the identity critique?
You will be able to see the red triangle.
Yeah, that's Neuralink, bro. I get it, but what does it have to do with the identity critique?
Okay, this magical property of the mind, seeing a red triangle, if my inability to use MRI to pinpoint where in the brain the red triangle is going to become false with technology.
Okay.
Because
why? How?
I will not use MRI. I will use cables directly implanted on your cortex.
How is Neuralink going to dissolve the Leibniz's law critique? Please explain that for me.
So, do you understand that Leibniz died many decades ago, right? And he was not aware of Neuralink, right?
Okay. So just to be clear, right? This critique isn't for the philosophy of mind specifically. It's called the indiscernibility of identicals. It's a universally accepted law of identity. Okay, so like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Okay, what I can see here is that you are saying philosophical words, philosophy level words, right, that are frozen in time, and they are not updated to the latest advances in technology, in science, and reality. Right?
Okay, so no,
So
this is a very simple. We're talking about a priori.
I pulled up the paper just to see what does the science really say, because it sounds like that's where it's going as usual. So this is what they say. This is how it works. This is from the article about scientists pull images from people's minds using AI and fMRI. Okay. It says after participants had seen the faces, the scientists use a technique called principal component analysis to decompose them into 300 eigen faces, a type of vector used to improve the efficiency of computer vision facial recognition. Each eigen face represents a statistic or feature which an AI program in the machine could use to kind of determine or guess what type of neural activity was associated with each eigen face. Basically, this first phase was a training session, then, you know, it goes on and perfects it. But that's how it works. It's all it's all statistical data.
Yeah, it's all training based on correlations.
Yeah, it's not
never
psi technology. It's not like this fucking psychic technology that computers can do. That's not how it works.
It's never finding the red triangle directly. It's finding what correlates with the red triangle and then using that as statistical like training material.
Okay, so I will just say it, right? To find the red triangle, they are going to plug cables directly to your brain, not MRI. What that article that you found is saying is exactly correct for the following reason. I'm going to just mention an analogy, right? You are in front, outside of a mansion, big mansion. There's a party inside, right? And there are many conversations going on in that party. And from the outside of this big house, you want to find out what a certain group of people are talking about. What's their conversation? That's the red triangle. And what you're trying to do from outside of this big house,
how does that the red triangle? Am I missing something that it makes sense?
Of this big house, you want to statistically, through X-rays, find out what they are saying. That is ridiculous to find. You are never going to be able to find out what they are saying.
What? If I want to know what they're saying, all I have to do is go in the house. That's the point.
Exactly. That is Neuralink. That is not fMRI.
No. Look, Neuralink. Okay. So look, here's what I want to know. You think Neuralink can find the red triangle? I want to know exactly how that's the case. Please explain it to me in absolute technical detail.
Okay. They are going to open your skull on the visual area of your brain, which is the.
And where is that? On the back?
Back
okay, cool.
The back side. Just let me speak and you will find out, right? They are going to open your skull there. They're going to connect thousands of cables there. In the beginning, you will not see anything, and they are not going to be able to do anything. Through training of your brain and their software, they are going to send red triangles to your eyes. They are going to find out through training and the cables and the little devices what a red triangle is for your brain. And weeks later,
so again,
several weeks later, whenever you see a red triangle, the device is going to say red triangle. That's it.
Right. So okay,
because
cool.
it reads the neural correlates.
Right, exactly. That you
The
just
neural
like
correlates of
you
red
said.
triangleness. Redness and triangleness have a neural correlate, and that can be measured. That's not
Yeah,
finding a red triangle. That's finding the neural correlates of redness and triangleness. But
right.
you're just really not answering the question at all.
It's not answering the question. Look, and here's why he's saying that. Because you said they're going to find what a red triangle is to you, meaning they're going to find the correlate. Like you said it yourself, bro. It's no different. It's the same principle.
Yeah.
Okay. And the reason why this matters, let's just take this back, right, a little bit. The reason why this matters is because you're holding to an identity theory, and it fails the test of identity if you cannot literally locate the red triangle. Okay. Because every property of the red triangle is not present in the place that you are saying it is identical to. It's just trivially false.
Right. And what a lot of people don't understand is that these NCCs, the neural correlates of consciousness, all it really is the minimal neural condition sufficient for a specific conscious experience. What they're not claiming is that the brain is the ultimate metaphysical source of consciousness. Only external sensory input can generate experience. What they're claiming is that certain brain states correlate with certain experiences. That's all NCC says.
Okay,
so
let me answer that.
when you look, well, let me just finish. I mean, when you talk about sending images to the brain, I think certain cases like visual cortex stimulation, right? Like retinal implants or, direct brain stimulation, like with a Neuralink and stuff like that. What those demonstrate, sir, is that if you induce the right neural pattern, you induce the corresponding experience. And why this actually supports NCC, as Alex was saying, is that it really strengthens two of their points, that there's a sufficiency factor, like artificial stimulation does lead to experience. So neural states are sufficient there, but also specificity, like what he was talking about, like different stimulation patterns can give you different experiences. So there's a mapping structure there, right? Nobody is really disagreeing with that. And why we think it, or why you may think it challenges NCCs, you might be thinking, well, if experience can be generated without external objects, then the correlation with the world breaks down. I mean, that's true, but NCCs were never about world, equaling experience directly. They're about brain correlating with experiences. So this only really shows that experience depends on brain states, more directly than on an external reality. But so what? I mean, the brain is an external reality.
Okay, let me answer exactly that. Let's start from the point of view that I show you a red triangle, and this device says red triangle. But now let's move on to the other thing that we mentioned before. I start pumping chemicals into your bloodstream, and now those neurocorrelates that you said, those NCCs, what they say is green triangle, pink elephant, right?
Hey, Scott, I'm going to drop on down, man. I appreciate you hosting. I'll see you guys
man,
later.
No problem. I'm going to have to tap out here soon. It's been over 4 hours. So I never like to go on too long, but it gets so interesting,
Yeah,
Thanks,
yeah.
Alex,
It's good to see you now.
man.
It was good to see you now, and also nice to meet you, Paul. Good question. Look, man, no hard feelings. I think that I would appreciate, like, in the future, if we have future discussions, that you pick a position and stick to it, and don't wiggle around when you meet opposition, and then act like you're not doing that. That's been my only issue this entire time. Okay.
I just try to stay to facts, not to solidified positions that are ancient.
Well, no. All right. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Y'all have a nice day.
Okay, man. So yeah, I guess what I'm pointing at is what it doesn't prove. Like, it doesn't prove that NCCs explain why experience exists. that brain activity equals consciousness. Identity theory stuff is still being debated, so that consciousness is reducible to physical processes. I'm not really sure. It's a theory. It's a theory, but what we do have only strengthens that correlation and malleability of experience via neural states are real. I do accept that.
But take into account that with material things, I can manipulate on purpose in a predictable way what these seeming NCCs do, right? If it's really truly an NCC, right? Using chemicals should produce no effect into what the mind, these separate things outside of the
Why?
brain produces.
Like, why would you say?
Yeah. Why would there be no systems interaction? Why would there be no effect?
Okay, the idea of an NCC, right, is that the brain is something like an antenna that only reflects or reacts to the real information coming from the mind, which does not depend on a physical thing. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. You're confusing ideas here. The idea of the NCC is that there's a neural correlate between the mind states and the brain states. All right. There's no metaphysical theory based on saying that the easy problems don't solve the hard problem. Okay. Essentially, the easy problems are the correlates, and that's what we're working on, and that's why, as you rightly said, the things like Neuralink that we can use to identify what a red triangle is for you in terms of brain states as well as mind states. But
are the mind states?
We're confusing ideas.
Are the mind states independent from the brain states?
I don't think so.
So are they?
I think that the brain states are the appearance of the mind states.
Okay, so are the mind states the cause of the brain states?
They're one and the same. One is the appearance, the other is the experience.
Okay, but what I'm trying to figure out is which causes which. The brain states produce the mind states, or the mind states produce the brain states?
Well, from my perspective, I would say the mind states are all that exist, but the brain states are what those mind states look like to a third person perspective. So it's not that they caused them, because to cause it, you'd be talking about one ontological thing impacting another. And I don't see that as what's happening. Mind you, I go a bit further than a lot of idealists do, because I don't actually believe that the physical is real. I believe similar to, say, is it the Hindus that speak of the concept of Maya?
Yeah, Maya and Brahman and the illusion Maya. And
yeah. So for me, the brain state's part of the Maya. Essentially, it's appearance, it's illusion. It's not what's actually going on. So yeah, they are one and the same. The mind state and the brain state. In that, the mind state is the actual thing, and the brain state is how that thing appears when viewed from an extrinsic third-person perspective.
Right. Even other conscious entities are always going to show up as embodied. So,
yes,
it's not like on Idealism, you expect to see disembodied minds like ghosts and spirits. That's not necessarily entailed in the view, right? It's just that anytime you see a conscious being, it's going to be embodied a certain kind of way, like maybe a human body or something like that, for example. That's how consciousness appears to people, to other conscious entities on Idealism, that is.
Okay. Now, I mean, your line of reasoning is really interesting to me. So would you say that if I damage a small part of the brain, the mind states, which are independent from the brain, right, and just cause things on the brain. If I damage the brain in a certain region, the mind should be intact and completely
No,
healthy.
no, not at all.
I'm saying because if they're
you're
the same,
still
if I'm saying they're the
misunderstanding.
same thing, I'm saying they're the same thing. Then to damage one is to damage the other.
Mm-hmm.
So where you're talking about, you think a physical object, say a surgeon's scalpel or something. You say that the scalpel is a physical object, and that's interacting with the physical brain. One is damaging the other, and then there's an impact on the mentation, on the conscious experience. But that's because, for me, there's a bit of question begging going on there to say that the
Dualism.
scalpel is a physical object, the brain is a physical object, etc. I don't accept that. For me, the scalpel is a process in consciousness, the brain is a process in consciousness. Processes in consciousness interact with one another in such a way as damage to the brain is damage to the brain/mind system, which is just one thing. So there is no damage to the brain, which then causes a change in the mentation. It's simply interaction between systems, which I would say those systems are processing consciousness. So it's only the case that you've got a physical interaction producing a mental consequence if you can show that your initial assumption that the brain, the scalpel, everything else are fundamentally physical, then you can make that inference. But what you can't do is beg the question by assuming physicalism in order to get to your physicalist theory.
Okay.
Yeah, because on physicalism, idealism fails, obviously. Like on physicalism, none of what we're saying is going to make any sense whatsoever. If we're just going to say, you know, all there is the physical, then on that framework, you're exactly right. You win the debate. You win, hands down. There's nothing we can do to refute you. But all we're doing is we're just comparing models. We're comparing one hypothesis with another.
Okay. Actually, you said something really interesting. So when you think that mental is everything, the scalpel is mental, and the brain is mental, right? So what I can see is that the word mental pretty much you took the word physical and you replaced it with the word mental.
Yes.
If that's the case, I would 100% agree with you and be absolutely on your side, but I would first ask to remove the word physical from physicalism, and just say everything is mental. The physical does not exist.
Nope. That would be a failure.
And that would be exactly what it should entail, right?
Nope.
The mental is basic.
Nope.
Okay, then how is the mental connected to the physical in what you were saying, right? So
Well,
the scalpel is mental.
let's talk about the differences. Let's talk about definitions and how we're using the word. It's just a word usage issue. So no, at least not in any serious version of idealism. Good idealist views are not just doing a word swap like physical equals mental. They're changing the explanatory starting point. So what the replacement critique is kind of assuming is that you're just taking the physical world and relabeling it as mental. And that would be very shallow if idealism meant that rocks equal thoughts, atoms equal ideas, but that's not what we mean, right? What we're actually doing is idealism is claiming that what we call the physical world is a structured pattern within experience, not something outside of it. And it's measurable, it's quantifiable, you know, intersubjectively, right? So we're not replacing objects with thoughts. It's just reinterpreting what objects are ontologically on this hypothesis. Okay, does that make sense?
I'm going to try to reflect on what you're saying. Is what you're doing is that physical is underlined by the mental or ideas, right?
Mhm.
And in the same way that matter is underlined by particles, and the particles are underlined by quantum fields, right?
Correct.
So in a sense, you could say that my car, my hands, my phone are quantum fields, and I should start thinking about quantum fields and just stop using the words particles, cars, phones, etc. Which I would agree it would be kind of useless and complex, but it's doable, right? Now,
Yeah, that's really good. I'm glad you brought that up. Like, have you ever heard of mereological nihilism?
yeah, I've heard the term, but yeah,
You know what I mean? Because that's very applicable. I also endorse it. So basically, you know, if you've got a computer and a monitor on a table, I could ask you, you know, how many things are in front of you? And you would say, well, there's three things. There's a computer, a monitor, and a table, right? But a physicist might turn around and say, actually, there's almost an infinite amount of things in front of you, because they're all broken down into particles. It's just a bunch of particles and subatomic particles in computer-wise, monitor-wise, and chair or table-wise ways, right? Who is really correct here? Who is really the one telling you the truth? Well, both of them are telling you the truth, because it's just depending on the framework or the way that you're perceiving it, or that you're framing the question. You know, what are you actually looking for? So a physicist might look at it different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the abstraction level.
Right.
Right. Right.
That's correct.
So now, in terms of mental, that the scalpel is mental, the brain is mental. Why would it would be wrong to dispose of the word physical, being that everything is mental at the bottom?
Well, what is physical to you?
Okay, I don't want to pollute the conversation with my concept.
Right. Well, I've told you what physical is for me, right? In the way that I use the word. And so that explains why I see it the way I do. But I think that it might be fair to say that you're maybe using the word physical differently. Like, do you mean that the physical has fundamental, would you say that matter and energy is fundamental? Like it's non-reducible, or it's the foundation upon everything?
Okay, all right. So
like, does it have standalone existence?
Right. In a very fast way, I'll say it. The physical, right, is at the bottom quantum fields, quantum fields, right?
Mm-hmm.
And juxtaposing it with the mental or the ideas, mental is the information handled and produced by brains, right?
So what is physical again? Can you define it? I'll write it down.
Physical is based on quantum fields at the bottom. Yeah. Right. What we
right.
Call,
yeah. Okay. And what are quantum fields?
Quantum fields are the basic, quote unquote, things that exist in reality.
Okay. Are you saying that quantum fields are things, or are you saying that quantum fields are abstractions?
Okay, the word thing is wrongly used here, but is the only word that I can utter in English to convey the idea of there's something over there that I can point with my finger, and it's not over there on the other side, or it's not, right?
So, okay, so with quantum field theory in mainstream physics, from what I understand, quantum fields are treated as real, but they are known through and formally defined by mathematical abstractions, right? So they sort of sit in what I would call like a little gray zone, like mathematically described entities that are taken to be physically real. That's the way I understand it, because they're measurable. They're predictable. They're part of the observation of a third party observation, right?
How about this definition? How about we try a different? They are transcendental substance.
Yeah, that's good. But they are defined by mathematical equations. So we never really observe the field directly. What we infer them is from like detector clicks or particle interactions. So what we directly measure are events, not the field itself, right? You would agree with that, right?
Right, but I'd like to complete the idea, and I think you've mentioned some of that. They can be measured, as you were saying, but we can also manipulate them through devices. So we can intentionally change what they are, where they are, and make them do things on purpose.
So if quantum fields are not like the things you say, like they're not objects you can sort of point to, they're just kind of like, I don't know, the mathematical backbone of what we infer reality to be.
I think I misspoke. I used the word thing. Taking into account the word thing is pretty much used for chunky things like a car, a tree, right? But quantum fields.
Well, I think we're going to agree. I think that we're going to say that quantum fields aren't objects before you observe them, right? They're according to quantum mechanics, they're fields. So when you talk about fields, you're talking about before observation, right?
That's a really good question, but that's a little bit going into the metaphysics or physics. But yeah, you could, observation does not have to happen with the mind. Observation is the sending of energy in order to disturb something that's happening because we cannot see it at that level. We destroy it in order to know that it was there a millisecond ago.
Yeah, but it just seems like all of that is sort of logically dependent on interaction and observation, or interaction, however you want to detail it out.
And again, the observation can be done by devices without you or me knowing about that's happening.
Yeah, but now we're getting into the problem of whether mathematics is descriptive or prescriptive. I think you said before that you saw equations and the math is strictly descriptive. But in order for something descriptive to make any sort of sense, you're going to have an observer, a consciousness observer to have the information be informative at all, right?
Right. And I said that up to some years ago, what you said is exactly true. But right now, they are already making experiments with things that there is no need of human thinking associated with that study and the results of what's being measured and calculated and theorized.
So you're saying that we can, I don't understand. I mean,
I can provide a really mundane example here that I think will cut through it. So, you know those supermarkets when you go and they've got those sliding doors with the sensor that can tell that you're approaching the door?
Yeah.
So what you get there is there's a measurement that's taking place. I guess a scientist might call that an observation, but colloquially it's probably more appropriate to call it a measurement. Because to call it an observation, that's where the confusion sometimes happens over whether or not an observation requires consciousness. I don't think anyone would say that the system that operates those doors is conscious, but it does take a measurement, and that measurement does result in an action. It opens the doors for you as you approach. So there is a way in which you can say there's an interaction that happens. There's a measurement that leads to a consequence, but there's not a conscious observation taking place. It's just that the measurement happens, and then the result, the mechanism causes the result.
Yeah, like I kind of look at informational as relational. So it's always relative to a system or a subject. So it sort of depends on, you know, interpretation and rules and things like that. So for example, like DNA is information, but it's only relative to like cellular machinery that would interpret it. Without that, it's just a chemical sequence, right?
Actually, that's a great point. It is just a chemical sequence that happens to be chemically and physically active, and it affects the matter around it, producing certain effects that we call life.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So do you think consciousness maybe is, how do you see consciousness as an observational meaning making, like without meaning making, you know, which is how you sort of, you know, interpret information, you know, it means something, it's about something, right? Do you see consciousness as the way that human brains sort of make sense of information?
Yeah, that's a great question. Is complex. I will break it up in little pieces first. So I see consciousness as a way to understand the world, and it's part of the process of understanding the world and predict what is going to happen a second or a minute later, and what I should do in response to that event that has not happened yet.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's what I consider consciousness. It's a very useful, evolved brain mechanism that allows us to survive by predicting the future.
Mm-hmm. Like a simulator.
Yes.
Okay. Hey, Joel, did you want to jump in and say anything? I didn't mean to ignore you, brother.
Oh, no, that's all right. I kind of popped in here and I was just listening. I think it's always interesting to hear from somebody new. I think this is my first time hearing from Good Question, and I think he deserves some kudos for taking the hot seat. I can't always hear you, you know, like you're quieter than everybody else, but I don't know if that's a problem for everybody else. Everyone else seems to be following along, but
yeah, thank
are
you.
we? Yeah, I don't mean to derail. I was kind of, you know, just listening in and trying to think of what to add here. It does seem maybe you're a little more inclined than I am to kind of go full in on physicalism as a more of a harder claim, like a stronger claim than I think it deserves. But you know, maybe that's misreading you too. Do you think that there is nothing besides the physical, or do you think that just when it comes to the things that you believe in, those are all physical things?
Okay, that's a really good philosophical question and ontological one. So far, in my short experience, I have only detected physical things, and whenever I thought there was something non-physical or outside of science, etc., I found myself mistaken.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I would second that. Like, if I want to put on, you know, get out of my idealistic hat, I would say that, you know what? I find that I don't understand what consciousness is like outside of my own experience. I'm incredulous to that. Like, I can't imagine how consciousness could be operating underneath the processes of a brain or anything else, right? Like, I don't see how that's happening because of just my own personal experience. I only experience me and I'm a human being and I'm physical and I have these physical, interactions. I feel like I have free will. I make choices every day. I don't see how I couldn't have free will. I don't understand how I couldn't be just physical. I don't see how a lot of things, there's a lot of things, like the self. I feel like, hey, my name is Scott. My title is this, I'm that. I have a whole story, a whole history. That all seems very obvious to me. And so if I just leave things there, then any notion of idealism or anything like that seems sort of stupid because it doesn't cohere with those things. But, my whole thing is to try to be as skeptical as I can and be skeptical about even the things that seem obvious to me, right? So I can question things like free will. Like, do I really have free will? If I really think about it more than 5 seconds, I can probably tell you a story where free will really doesn't make sense at all. That I exist within a context, a larger context that I had no choice about, and that all my decisions follow from those things that I had no choice about. And I can start, debunking free will quite easily. The same thing with the self narrative. Like, actually, if it's just the story and my story of self changes, then really, where is the permanence in it? Does the self really, is there really a soul? Is there really a self that exists somewhere like a homunculus I can make a story that debunks that, and I can shoot holes in that idea. But if I do that, I can do the same thing for physicalism. I can do that for all kinds of things, right? Things that seem very obvious and just common sense. Like someone may say, look, when I look at the trees, I see God. It's a no-brainer. What's there to question? You see all this complexity in the world, therefore God. What's the big deal, right? But if you question it a little bit, if you dig a little deeper, you can maybe punch holes in it,
Yeah. So Scott, I guess my issue here is that, like as someone who, grew up believing in God, and then at a certain point I stopped believing in God. I was never inclined to swing all the way to the conclusion that therefore there is no God. And so what I hear you saying on these ontological questions or conclusions is, well, when you start realizing there's problems with this one, or you can poke holes in that one, you kind of treat it as if it's the warrant for accepting some other conclusion.
No.
Whereas
not at all.
in my mind, I'm always thinking like he's still on that middle ground, or that that start position where we are,
You're breaking up. You're roboting.
Right. That warrant.
You're
Right.
you're roboting, Joel.
We just experienced first contact.
Oh, my bad, guys.
Sorry, that sounded like aliens.
Yeah, and I mean, who knows how much of it you heard?
I heard a little bit. I think the spirit of your question is, if you can poke holes into one worldview, how does that automatically lead to another worldview being committed to or being true in some way, or more positive about the alternative? Is that kind of the spirit of that question?
Yeah. Am I coming through clearer now?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was really trying to make the point that it's not. It shouldn't be treated as if it is a good reason, to accept some other thing. It seems to me like, poking holes in metaphysical theories is pretty easy to do, right? Like, no matter what anybody comes up with, you can poke holes in it.
Yep.
That's why solipsism is as hard of a problem as it is, right? Is because, like, no matter what other kind of worldview you try to propose, there's solipsism looming, unfalsifiably in front of you. And so I don't know. I just always I always kind of balk when I hear people treating like poking holes is the reason for why they hold the positions they do and accept the conclusions that they do, instead of just being like
it's a
agnostic,
good
like me.
example. Like maybe a good example is for whatever reason, and I think this is kind of subjective. It really boils down to a subjective thing. Like for me, it's easier to poke holes in theism than it is to poke holes in atheism, for example. Now, does that mean that because I'm easily able to poke holes in theism, does that mean that atheism must be the case or is true? No. It's just for me, subjectively, I find it easier to argue for atheism than theism. But it's kind of like with idealism or with solipsism, for example. Like, I think a lot of people don't understand the hard problem of solipsism. What it's doing is it's not saying that solipsism is, because don't listen to Matt Dillahunty 100%, okay? Because Matt Dillahunty will tell you that solipsism has a hard problem of disproving it. No, the hard problem of solipsism is, how could you ever justify belief in other minds or an external world, given that all you ever have direct access to is your own experience? That's really what that hard problem is all about. What would count as evidence that anything exists beyond your own experience? How do you explain surprises? If everything exists in your own mind, then how do you explain the fact that you learn new things, that you're surprised at things?
Yeah,
like those are problems of solipsism cannot explain.
No, that's not really a problem for solipsism. Solipsism says that your subconscious mind is creating what seems like an external world, what seems like other people with their own ideas, things to teach you, things for you to learn and discover. All of that is just your subconscious mind kind of creating the world for you, like it does every time you dream. And that's kind of the view, is that if your mind was doing this, if that's the reality that you lived in, you wouldn't be able to tell otherwise. Because everything about what seems real to you is all based on your experience, which is all created by your own mind.
Right, but that's the answer to the hard question. It's not like the hard problem doesn't exist. It's the same with idealism. Like someone could say, like on the hard problem of idealism is the objectivity problem. The hard problem there is, if reality is fundamentally mental, then what explains the stable, observer, independent structures of the world? That's a hard problem for idealism. That doesn't mean to say that there are no answers that they'll give you, right?
Mm-hmm.
It just means that there's a hard problem that people aren't satisfied with. Like the same thing that with the constraint resistance problem. Like, why does reality resist our will in consistent impersonal ways if everything is fundamentally mental? Now, an idealist has an answer for that, but it doesn't mean that the hard problem was solved by their answer. It just means that that's the answer they argue for. It's the same thing with physicalism. We could answer, well, how does physicalism explain even one conscious experience at all? It's not to say that physicalists don't have an answer. They do have an answer, but it's just not universally accepted.
I don't mean to,
I'm sorry,
what you said here, but I think that what you said about what the hard problem of solipsism is may not really be what I'm talking about, right? Yes, when people talk about hard solipsism, they're talking about the actual idea of someone believing that they're the only mind in the world, versus a softer position, which you and I agree that we take on it. And that softer position, what it really is recognizing that if it were the case, that it were true, we wouldn't be able to tell otherwise. And we kind of accept that and move on to ideas that include other minds in spite of that.
Yeah.
But no, when I talk about the hard, like what kind of, is there a problem that is hard with solipsism? The problem is that you could never know if it was going on. You could never disprove it because of the
Same
nature
with
of
the
it.
simulation
So
theory.
that's what I mean when I say the hard problem about it.
Gotcha. Same thing with the matrix problem and the brain in the vat thought experiment. You can
or like independent matter, for instance.
Go ahead.
That's a similar thing as well, isn't it? Last Thursdayism. The idea, you can't necessarily prove it, but you can't necessarily disprove it either. It's like the entire cosmos began last Thursday. Anything else is just an implanted memory, etc., etc., etc. And you can't actually falsify the thing.
Yeah. Well, because of the way that it's constructed, in order for it to be compelling, it's constructed such that anything that seems like it happened before last Thursday is in fact just part of what came to exist last Thursday, right? And the thing that I think that we could say the idea of solipsism has in common with that idea and other ideas, because there are a lot of them, is that there's something that appears to be other than it is, right? It's creating a false and misleading kind of experience or observation that's impossible for us to differentiate from the real thing, right? So
and if I recall, that might be one of your objections to idealism, isn't it?
Well, I think it applies to I think it applies to any kind of metaphysical conclusion about what's ultimately foundational to everything. I don't know that it's more so for idealism than it is for the idea that there's a fundamental material thing.
Like if we approach it in a way that sort of presupposes logic and things like that, right? Like logical arguments and this follows that. If we use that framework, then we can start to examine worldviews. Like whatever it is that's fundamental to reality has to accommodate the physical and the mental life. It has to accommodate that. If your model does not logically accommodate that and you're kind of relying on like some strong emergence, then it seems to be a weaker position, at least when you're trying to account for consciousness, right? But if you have a worldview that accounts for consciousness, then you have to answer, well, how does it account for the physical, right? And so that's where we switch over and we can start asking questions of idealism or dualism, or panpsychism has an answer for that. It says, well, both are fundamental, the physical and the mental, and then, if you ask, well, what is the physical? Well, the physical are the atoms and subatomic particles. They are very real. They have standalone existence. Well, what are they? Well, like the last guy said, they're fields. Ultimately, they're just quantum fields. Well, what is the nature of a quantum field? Well, the quantum field is non-local. Okay, that means that it's a universal wave function before observation. So if you're going to say consciousness is embedded in each atom or subatomic particle, you're really saying that consciousness is embedded in the non-local field. And in that case, we're all saying really the same thing. We're all saying that consciousness is pervasive, like the physical appearance is pervasive. And so really,
and this keeps coming up, right? Is that like people who seem to be having very different ideas and maybe even starting from fundamentally oppositional categories of positions end up in this thing where they're going, well, you're really talking about my idea. You're just calling it. You're just confused about the label. You're changing the definition,
or vice versa,
right?
Vice versa.
Well, I mean, it goes all around, and so what's interesting to me, especially if I'm in a conversation with people like Paul, who are going to say, well, I, kind of deny that there is anything physical, is I want to kind of establish, like, if we're even going to have a conversation about is the fundamental thing mental or physical, then, like, if you're not even convinced physical things exist, then what are we talking about, right? We've got to establish that there is a category of stuff that claim is being made about, and that's the claim you disagree with, right? Yeah. It's kind of like someone who says, I don't believe. Sorry, go ahead, Paul.
I'm just saying I don't disagree that there's a category, and that there's a subject that we can talk about, and that there are experiences that a lot of people would say they are experiences of, and then insert the physical world there. That's not where I'm coming from. It's not a complete denialism. It's more kind of like what the Dan Dennett type illusionists are doing with consciousness is kind of like what I'm doing with the physical. It's like I would say it's an illusion, but that it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It exists as something, as an experience, as a model, as something like something that we would describe colloquially, or that we would describe in terms of.
Well, Joel,
I can't think of another word for model, but it's just a model, as far as I'm concerned.
Let me ask you and Paul this question, Joel. Did you see? I posted it in the group. Did you see that video of a materialist, Galen Strawson's interview with Alex O'Connor? He says, "Look, I'm a materialist, but I also think that consciousness is foundational. I mean, it's like and so
this is one of the instances that I was referring to about people ending up kind of saying, "Oh, we're talking about the same ideas. They're just using the wrong term for it."
Right. So he was kind of like challenging Alex to say, "Look, Alex, all you're really saying is the same thing I am. It's just that you seem to be committed to consciousness rather than the material. Like, why can't you just
Well, for instance, what I mean? How about this one? You guys often will say that, like, the physical is the appearance of something mental, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so to me, it's kind of like you're saying that thing that you believe is foundational is the thing that looks like physical stuff to us, right? So it starts to sound like you're saying that what looks like physical stuff, that's the foundational thing of the universe. And I'm kind of like, that's the exact opposite of what I thought you were going to say. So it becomes weird when you don't have a relationship between what's foundational and what's not foundational, where it's really clearly like, hey, one is causing the other, or one is emerging from the other. When you start to try to say, oh, they're really all one and the same, well, then you start to kind of blur the line. And how can you say that what you're arguing for is mental when what you're arguing for is mental and physical? Because that's what we mean by physical.
Yeah, like, could the physical be having an illusion of the physical?
It could, if it's capable of having illusions, and that's what physicalism would suggest or entail even.
So if the physical is having an illusion about this thing we call physical, could the physical be mistaken in some way?
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, like, an illusion is
I
to
think
say
we can always be mistaken.
Yeah, like an illusion is, well, it's even a little deeper, because an illusion is to say that it isn't what it seems to be, like, an illusion. So if a physical thing, we're already starting with the presupposition that the foundation is physical, or the physicalist is, right? He's saying that the foundation is this thing called physical. So when the physical starts experiencing the world, the illusion happens to it because the physical brain is constrained. And so it starts having this interpretation of what it calls physical. So how does that work out without being circular? That's the only question I have. Like, you know,
I
it's
didn't
physical.
catch the
We say,
circularity.
it's kind of like saying the world is made up of God, and you know, we're born to experience God. Therefore, God is true because God created us. You know, it's kind of like it's begging the question. It's very circular now, and I'm not saying that doesn't.
I'm not seeing that at all, Scott.
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying like a physicalist.
I'm saying I don't see it.
Is
I think
that
what you said?
No, I'm saying if a
I think what you
physicalist
said.
were to say that, would you agree that they're being circular?
No, that's what I was trying to say. It doesn't sound circular to me to say that if you started with physical stuff and then the physical stuff became conscious, could that physical stuff be aware of physical stuff and have experiences of physical stuff? There's nothing circular about that.
Right, but I mean, as a truth claim, like
it would be just as circular to notice that we have experiences of mental objects, right? Like our thoughts and ideas are mental objects.
That's what I'm getting at. Right.
If mental stuff is foundational, then we start with mental stuff, and mental things become disassociated, you know, alters of awareness who have experiences of mental objects, right? You're still you haven't gone to anything physical there, but you still end up back where you started, right?
Right.
Yeah. So it's circular. So they're circular in the same way, which is to say they're not circular. They're not really circular. We're just starting and ending with the same thing.
So it's sort of,
but it's not an argument. It would be a problem if our arguments were circular. It's not a problem for an ontology to have something at the top that was at the bottom when you started.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Joel. In this idea that a lot of it ultimately comes down to semantics, and people are talking about various different structural organizations and meaning the same thing, but ultimately just using different terms in different ways to get to the same ideas. But the clashes happen because we use different language to describe them rather than that we're actually talking about something different. I mean, for example, I've got this entirely made up ontology, the idea of the fantabulon layer. And it's a way to introduce non-duality to people without the friction. So the idea is that all fantabula are the fantabulon, and that essentially, when we think of ourselves as separate selves and that there are separate objects in the world, those are the fantabula, but it's ultimately just the fantabulon. And this isn't to say that other ontologies that don't mention the fantabulon layer are wrong. It's simply a way of describing the pattern of things, and the semantics are like a layer on top to try and communicate that. You know, it's not supposed to be something that makes other things similar or even dissimilar necessarily wrong. It's just a way to put the idea across without getting people's defenses triggered. Sorry, I forgot where I was going with that.
Well, speaking of trying to nail down the category without using labels people don't want to commit to or feel like come with too much baggage. Recently, I've been kind of pushing the idea that like of the objects that we experience, we have kind of mental objects that we kind of have that private access to. And then we have these other objects of experience that their access to is public in the sense that others can access them in a way that's similar to the way we're accessing them. And so I don't think it's weird to point out that that distinction also splits what we would normally traditionally refer to as physical objects from mental objects as well as the subjects who are experiencing them. So the subject goes with the mental objects, so the mental stuff is on one side and the physical stuff is on the other side. Mental stuff is only accessible privately, whereas the physical stuff is publicly accessible. And so then I think it becomes a little more clear when we're talking about what's foundational to everything. And we say, would that thing be publicly accessible, or would it be only privately accessible, which in effect cuts us off from ever being able to access it?
Fair point. I don't think that we necessarily can access reality from its own side. The best we can do is theorize and analyze those theories.
I suppose the only way we could experience what's foundational is if we were to be it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to necessarily rule that out. I'm just saying it does kind of start to, I don't know. Do you guys think that there's something that it's like to be the foundational thing?
Well, yeah, I do too, because of the way that I view an experience at all. So, my experience, an experience period seems to be non-reducible. And so in that sense, it's fundamental. It's kind of like, I think you were watching when I was interviewing Steve Hoyt, that philosopher friend of mine. And
I was doing my best to follow along.
Yeah, and I mean, he said it himself. He says, look, consciousness seems to be one of those things that are fundamental, because in all actuality, it is non-reducible. I mean, it's considered a strong emergent property of the brain, which is not really explanatory at all. It's sort of like a promissory note that one day will turn strong emergence into weakly emergent. But for now, it seems pretty valid to say that consciousness is fundamental. There's nothing you can sort of reduce it to in terms of anything relational. Like anything you want to say about consciousness coming from matter is to take one category and mistake it for another, and then try to make some story that appeals to a gap. So he admitted that. And I mean, anybody would. I mean, it's not really that controversial. So my view is that, yeah, I think consciousness or experience itself is by nature non-reducible and therefore fundamental. It's not necessarily, as far as I know, a strongly emergent property, because I reject strong emergent.
So when you think about the relationship between your own mind and what you see it as dissociating from, you don't see that as a
it's a brute fact
that what you are reduces to a dissociated part of a larger thing, right?
Yeah, I can't make the connection. I'm very challenged by that. I try to, like, how can I get this thing that's an appearance within my experience called matter or a brain or something? How can that thing within the screen of perception explain the screen of perception? It's a challenge. It's just a challenge. That's all.
Well, I mean, all these ideas are pretty weird. I mean, I think even before I started thinking about foundational substance ontology, I spent a lot of times thinking about God and first causes, kind of coming out of religion. You get that argument over and over again. So you kind of, well, no matter how it happened, it was going to be weird compared to what we're used to and what we know. And so I think there's a similarity, with the substance argument, that you get that same kind of like, I don't know, all these ideas are pretty weird. So,
yeah.
And again, it comes down to a matter of semantics.
Mr. Biscuit speaks.
Because
welcome back, sir.
What up, buddy?
Hey, we're still going, man. 5 hours in. Can you believe it?
You guys, man, I'm telling you, you guys are amazing for that. I respect
Love
it.
of the game, baby. Love of the game.
And have we solved the mysteries of existence yet?
We're still working on it.
After 5 hours, you haven't solved the mysteries of existence?
We're almost there. Joel is leading us there. He's got us to the precipice.
Bro, I always thought all you needed was 5 hours for that.
Yeah,
if
right.
anyone in the world had 5 hours, they could do it.
I mean, I figured it out. I'm just not going to tell anyone.
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on, Neil.
That is part of the bargain. Actually, anybody who's been given the revelation, it's a two-way revelation. You get told what the foundation of existence is, but you also get told you have to keep it a secret.
Yeah, we never took into consideration that the person who figures it out might not tell us.
I know. What a dick move, right?
In an unexpected turn of events.
So how are we gonna tie this in a pretty bow? I mean, we're all sort of agreeing that reality is weird, consciousness is weird, explanations on every side seems to kind of be weird.
Consciousness is weird?
Yeah, like the explanation, Joel's bringing up, it just seems a little weird that and I don't think he's alone in this. I think most people feel this way, actually, that to say that consciousness is fundamental to reality, like ontologically, seems to be a stretch in some way. Would that be fair to say, Joel?
Well, I wasn't trying to say consciousness is weird. I was saying that a lot of the attempts to explain consciousness or other parts of reality get weird. They have to get weird to do it, it seems. And a lot of times it seems like when someone's objecting to an idea they don't hold, they're kind of like, well, look, I don't go in for any of them. That's partly why, is because I'm like, man, how could I ever know that? How could I ever do more than just speculate here? And so I like to speculate, and
people like me that get on and do whole podcasts on one side of the view to argue for. I think it's kind of like, Brooklyn Lou the skeptic came on the other day, and he was like, well, if you admit that ultimately you're sort of you don't really know for sure, your certainty is not really there, then what's really the point? What are you trying to solve? Like, if you can't really fix the problem and solve it and debate over and all of that, then what's your point? But I guess it's kind of like the same question I turned around on him, like, well, you as an agnostic atheist are always challenging theism, but you admit that it can't really be solved. You don't know the real answer, yet you're taking one side to be skeptical against theism. Why do you do that? And he's like, I don't know. I guess it's just you're trying to be skeptical.
Is there a hierarchy of guesses or not? That's what the question comes down to for me. It's like, can we rank order our speculation? Can we say that there are superior speculations to other speculations? Say, for example, something internally inconsistent. Can we put that down the list and say, look, that speculation, we don't even need to bother with it. It doesn't agree with itself. So let's just leave that alone. Or can we look at it in terms of rank order, in terms of parsimony and explanatory depth and that sort of thing? Can we get it so that we've got a best inference, at least, even if we don't know for sure?
Right. That's my point, is that I'm trying to argue for, the best explanation, and at the same time admit that I can be totally wrong and probably am wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it seems to me that people did a lot of arguing for the best explanations for a long time about things that they didn't have really good reasons to go off of at the time. And then, as people got better and better at learning and, seeing what was going on in the world, a lot of those things ended up looking very silly. I don't mean at all to say that's bound to happen here, but I would just kind of say that would be the reason to kind of say, well, like, even if you think you've identified the best explanation, if you realize that it's still just going to be speculation and not something that you could ever really or find out in any way, then you're in that area where you might be kind of having created this fiction, right? And it's just a long way from whatever's really going on. But I mean, you just don't know. You can't tell.
See, but the thing is, I feel like I don't know. You could know idealism in a pretty secure way. I feel like if you just start with I don't know if you've ever heard this, Joel. You may have been there when I first said this, but like if you say there's a dichotomy, right? There's a true dichotomy. Either what is fundamental is a conscious being or not. That's a true dichotomy. And if you take the not wing of that, then you essentially believe in what is akin to magic. And you don't have to. So it's like you don't have to actually appeal to magic. It's almost like you're desiring to for some strange reason. Because if we start at that dichotomy, it just seems like, oh, okay, well, if I can just start with consciousness and assume that that's fundamental, and I don't need to appeal to magic, and I can dodge the hard problem and any other, interaction problems which are associated, then why not just take that because of the explanatory inferences?
Okay, can I play devil's advocate against that?
Yeah, I'd love if you did that.
Okay, so I think that's all well and good if idealism and materialist emergentism are our only options for have theories of consciousness. But then what that doesn't do is separate, for example, idealism from something like a more neutral monism. So neutral monism doesn't rely on emergentism like materialism does, and so it doesn't have that magical step. So you may well have elevated idealism against one of its competitors, but you haven't necessarily done so against all of its competitors.
I like that. So let's put monism against idealism. Would you mind playing the role of the monist? I don't know if you are that or.
No, I'm not. But yeah, sure. I'll try it.
Sure. So go ahead and level an attack.
Right. Okay. I haven't really prepared this, so I'm not really sure where I'd go.
So easy after all, is it, Paul?
No,
so easy after all.
Well, no. What I mean is,
we were genuinely talking about this. By the way, Scott and I and Alex, we were like, man, we really want to hit this idea with a hammer to see kind of where its cracks and where its weak points are. So,
yep.
Yeah, the only point I was really making in favor of neutral monism there wasn't necessarily saying that it's superior to idealism, just to say that it doesn't suffer from the magic problem. And your case that you were putting forward for that dichotomy is you saying either you believe in this kind of magic or you think idealism is the most likely ontology.
But do you believe that neutral monism begins with a conscious being as fundamental?
I don't think it does, no.
So if it doesn't, then it suffers from the same that same dichotomy problem. If you're not starting with a conscious being, then you suffer the hard problem automatically because consciousness is here, unless the neutral monist is some kind of illusionist.
Yeah, I think it would depend on what they think the monad is. I mean, I've got pushed back against neutral monism myself, where if they say the monad is pure data, for example, I don't think that that's coherent, because what you get there is like a difference without a difference, because there's no substance to be on or off or left or right or anything. So the data just kind of, it sort of disappears into nothingness, because when you consider it, you're lending it the medium of your consideration, so it has that medium. But when you then start to think about what you're going to have for lunch instead, it no longer has that medium. And so what are you even talking about when you're saying data? You know, what is it to be on or off or left or right if there's no actual substance there? So I don't think that kind of neutral monism works. And then the other kind of neutral monism you tend to get is more along the lines of like an unidentified monad, where it's like we just say it's a mystery, we don't know what it is, but it's not material and it's not mind. And in which case I'd say, well, if we don't know what it is, how can we rule out what it isn't?
What about a non-mental probability distribution? You know, like a probability distribution deep down at the very bottom, like a monistic, you know, probability distribution, kind of like a wave of probabilities where experience and all things experienced are housed in this sort of realm of probabilities, like all probabilities, like an infinite amount of probabilities, including experiences. Could that be a non-idealist worldview that doesn't entail a contradiction?
I think that might suffer from the same problem as the unmediated data, in that you've got these unmediated probabilities. It's just kind of like an abstraction. And it's all very well and good to think in terms of abstractions, but when we're talking ontology, you're going to want something substantive in the base layer, aren't you? Because, you know, probabilities of what if there's no substance there? Data about what if there's no substance there?
Right.
I guess that's why what was it, Max Planck called it the matrix of mind. He didn't he put mind in there. He didn't just leave it at matrix of information.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
And that's always been my problem with physicalism, is that it I don't know, it assumes that behaviors can have some kind of ontological status without something behaving. Right? It's just like the behavior. It's almost like saying that a dance can exist without the dancer.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I definitely wouldn't say that in my view, which, you know, like, and I believe in behaviors as well. I think they're more likely to be based on physical things than to be than the other way around.
No, what do you mean that the behaviors are
Like
based on?
it is clear to you. Okay. Well, if like the way we act, you know, is based on decisions that we make in our minds, and our minds are in fact just products of our brains, then that would be based in the physical.
By physical, do you mean measurable, quantifiable?
I really mean publicly accessible. That's the distinction I've been drawing between physical objects and mental things.
So the mental is not publicly accessible. Like, for instance, I can't read your mind, you can't read mine. So you wouldn't consider mine
Right,
physical.
we're all having that private experience.
And so mentation, like thoughts, would not be physical.
No, what I'm saying is that that's the category that I'm calling mental. I'm not saying it isn't physical, because I'm saying it likely is based on the physical, as I was saying.
Got you. See, I see physics as being, and I think Philip Goff agrees. There's someone else who was recently on Alex O'Connor's podcast who describes himself as not only a physicalist but a psychist, which was kind of strange. That physics does not describe what the universe is. That's a confusion. That physics is metaphysically neutral, and so physics describes how the universe behaves, not what the universe is.
Yeah, physics. But I was talking about physical things. The category of objects of our experience that we call physical objects.
Right. So when you call it a physical object,
That's not quite the same thing as physics.
But when you say it's a physical object, what are you appealing to about it by which you call it physical? The way that it makes itself manifest to observers?
That's just the label on that category of stuff, as I understand, going back to at least the Greeks that coined the term, right?
Okay, yeah. So if physics to you, if a physical object is just an object which makes itself manifest to observers, then you have that has no gripes with the idealist. The idealist also believes in objects which makes themselves manifest to observers. They would just believe that those.
Yeah, that's what I think makes it an agreeable to division when we're having these kind of discussions, is that everyone should agree that there are objects that are and are not publicly accessible.
Yeah.
But I mean, I was asking these guys earlier, when it comes to what's fundamental, is it going to be publicly accessible, or is it going to be something that you can only experience firsthand, like we do mental things?
I think it would be very strange to imagine that we are completely cut off from reality and are surviving in it. Right? I think that's a strange thing to imagine. So I think that we perceive reality and we conceive the image of reality, or the images, right? We have adaptive icons. If you pay attention to the interface theory of perception, that we make icons out of raw data, and those icons make the universe a user-friendly interface for organisms like us.
But when you talk about making icons, that's something that happens internally, right? I'm talking about the external object that we both can access. It's not the internal token that you and I can both access. That's the thing that only I can access. It's the external object that I'm calling the physical object, the one that we can both access.
Joel, I also can't access your perception of that public object. I can only access my perception of that public object, and then we could talk and see if we agree on things about it. I'm not accessing your experience of that thing, which you call in external to you, but a non-dual perspective would dissolve that distinction.
Not to be super pedantic, but we're better mind readers than we give ourselves credit for. Also, like evolution did give us, mind reading capabilities, and they're not imperfect, but they're extremely good. Like, for instance, you may not know it, but there is implicit learning where the tone of my voice right now is letting you know things that you're not necessarily metacognizing. And then you get from that small scale up to, if I start interrupting you, if I start talking more aggressive, you would imply by that I'm getting angry. Or especially if you were to see my face, then you could imply by, the looks on my face, whether I'm happy, sad, things going on or whatever. So
would it be crazy to point out that that's correlation that I'm observing?
That a sad face is correlated with or a frown is correlated with sadness?
Yeah. It's like saying, I didn't really find the triangle in your head. I'm seeing you make a sad face is not the same thing as having access to your experience. And so I'm wondering, where you're going with this kind of line of.
I feel like it is far above chance, which is the reason that evolution has given us that psychotechnology. Like, if it was a bad psychotechnology, then the universe wouldn't select for creatures who had those tools. So if you couldn't tell the difference between an aggressive face and an inviting, friendly face,
no, I'm not saying you can't
to survive. And what
Yeah,
and what
no,
you're
you
doing when you
definitely.
do that is
I'm saying
you're
you
deriving
can
a mind
definitely
state.
tell. You could, if you see someone crying and they are being sincere and they're sad, and you're like, you can clock that. That can definitely happen, and then it probably happens a lot more often than someone's faking. But the fact is that someone could fool you that way, right?
Of
Like,
course, yeah. So
like,
I mean,
So it's
having
not
this
the same thing as having access to their personal experience firsthand, like they do. They know whether they're sad and crying because they're sad, or they're faking and they're crying because they want to, manipulate you, or get the part in the movie, or whatever it is they're trying to do. Their firsthand experience is different than you trying to figure it out by looking at their face. I'm just saying it's not one and the same thing. It's
no,
not direct and firsthand.
well, no, but you were talking about public and private information. If I say this is
Mhm.
public information, it doesn't mean that I'm embodying the thing I'm calling public. So if you're crying on the steps and in the public square, and I say your sadness is public information, it doesn't mean that everyone is embodying your feeling of sadness, or that you may not be tricking us. It just
Okay.
means that it's public info.
Sure. Sure. And
Yeah.
I'm happy to agree to that. I mean, it's always the case that when I'm talking about like what's going on in like, for instance, my idea is something that I can communicate to you, right?
Yeah.
So you can, it's not that there is no way to access what other people are thinking or feeling. It's just that you necessarily rely on it being communicated to you instead of experiencing it firsthand like the subject does. And that's the line I'm drawing, right? Those publicly accessible things are just different than the private ones.
And the ones that
And
you're
again,
calling
when you appeal to the way that you know what's going on inside someone's head and that they're feeling sad is by observing, the physical face expression, what's going on their face. And so I'm saying, yeah, public physical things are public things. And that's where you have to go. It's kind of like when I speak, and the sound comes out of my mouth and you can hear it. That's a physical thing that's publicly accessible. And I can communicate what's going on inside of my head to you that way too.
Yeah, I mean, but if you study like auditory phonetics, like the male vocal tract causes a reaction in the female hearing, right? When a male vocal register goes into a female's ear, there's a different reaction than if it were another female. Now, do women know that that's happening metacognitively? Not unless they've studied auditory phonetics, right? So the things that I know about you are far wider than the things that I know about you. So not all of our cognition is metacognition. That's only a small slice of what we know. So when you're talking to me, especially if I can see you, the more data, the better, right? But right now I can't see you. I can just hear your voice. So hearing your vocal tone, there's things that I'm metacognizing, like thinking about my thoughts. I'm like, okay, he's not interrupting. He doesn't sound flustered. He doesn't sound irritated, but there's a whole background thing. There's the information about you that I'm not metacognizing. And that's a way bigger swath of information that I really am receiving, and that is actually telling me how to communicate back to you based on things that I don't know that I know.
Yeah, I agree with that. I still think that this distinction that I'm making stands, right? Are you giving a refutation of that distinction, or what are we doing?
Are you saying that there are thoughts that you have which have no influence outside of you? Is that what you're saying? Because it seems like you're drawing a real distinction. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. I'm not saying anything about mental things not being able to have causal influence. I definitely see them as being causal often. I'm just talking about the access side of it.
So maybe the question isn't about whether we have an interface. It's whether the interface is built by reality or is reality appearing locally in the interface.
I don't know.
Is that kind of like what you're getting at?
No, I thought I was saying something that wasn't going to be controversial, that you guys would just kind of agree to, that like out of the things that you experience, some of them you experience
to agree is a sign of
privately and
weakness.
directly. Yeah, I know. I get that feeling around here sometimes.
To agree would be a sign of weakness.
To be honest, when I get around people who have like agreed to engage by the rules of the cooperative principle, I think that the easiest way to make each other's position stronger is to hit it with a hammer, even when you don't have to, because the real world isn't going to be like that. And like in the real world, you know what I'm saying? And so it's super nice to have like interacted with.
No, and I'm not asking to be sheltered from criticism. I was trying to start with something non-controversial and build from there. Do you really find this controversial? And I'm trying to figure out what is it about it that you're not agreeing with.
It's not that I'm not agreeing. It's just that I want to be on as firm a footing as possible. And I do think that everything is kind of interconnected. And so if everything is interconnected, what does that mean for private thoughts, private inner thoughts? Because even things like dream states, which are supposed to be like really, really private, a lot of times in dreams, people are capable for the first time in a long time of metacognizing things that other people already know, that they've just been sheltering from themselves. Right. So it's like sometimes I'll have a problem and all of my friends know it and that just haven't talked to me about it. And then I'll have a dream that reveals something to myself that has been hidden from my waking reality. And a lot of people theorize that that's what dreams are. So I guess the question is, when you make this distinction between personal and public, because I mean, on the surface level, it is non-controversial. I see what you're saying. But I'm just wondering if we can play around with it.
Oh yeah, sure. Well, that's why it's there. But like I said, I partly introduced this because I'm having conversations with people who will occasionally say, I don't believe in physical things, or I don't believe that those objects are physical. And so having just any other way to make that division or to just draw the line really clearly was what I, kind of settled on it, with the intention of doing. Because Scott and I were talking, I think before you popped in here, about how often you hear people, even high level philosophers and thinkers will be having, like one of them will be an idealist and one of them will be, a panpsychist, for instance. And at some point in the conversation, they're going to say, "Oh, you really that's what I believe. You're just calling it the wrong thing. You're just confused about what it is. You're using the terms wrong, or you're redefining your terms in order to make this something that it's not." And so, as elementary as it seems, like we've got to know what it is that we're talking about when we say reality. The fundamental thing of reality is X and not Y. We've got to know what the difference is between something that's X and something that's Y. If we don't have that clear, then we're talking nonsense, right?
But it's so hard to do though, because
that's not happening. You still got to do the hard work, man.
Yeah, but you don't get to just, it's like.
What are we saying is hard, Scott?
Well, what I'm saying is like people will oftentimes shift mid-argument in order to accommodate something in order to get ahead of the argument. Like, like I had it's hard because like I had a conversation with a panpsychist and me and Joel were kind of touching on it earlier, this very conversation, where the panpsychist wants to say, oh, well, I can explain everything. There's just a little consciousness in each particle. And then we kind of talk about, well, let's define particle. What does it mean? And it comes all the way down to quantum fields and non-locality and entanglement. And then it just kind of gets to the point of, well, on your view, then you're just saying that consciousness is non-local, probabilistic, and is sort of everywhere all the time because of non-locality and entanglement. So we're kind of saying the same thing, and he's like, because he'll say, no, I'm not trying to say it's in each particle. I'm not trying to say that. I understand quantum. I'm not trying to say that. Okay. Then so what you're saying is consciousness is in the non-local field. So how is that any different than what I'm saying? Well, no. It's like everybody's always backtracking to try to get ahead of the argument. It's hard. It's really hard to pin that down, And I think it's just a human thing. I think it's what people do when they want to be married to terms and usages and shit like that, Oh, I think someone wants to call in. I'm going to put the link right here. But do you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Biscuit? Like, we even had that problem, Alex, and what was that, Good Questions? He was doing the same thing. It's like, it just kept, he would go from epiphenomenalism to identity theory to emergence. It's like, we could never pin down exactly.
Don't forget eliminatism as well.
Yeah, it's like we could never pin what exactly is your argument, because every time we bring up the weaknesses of epiphenomenalism, you're like, well, no, that's not really what I'm saying. I'm saying it's identical to the brain. Oh, okay, so you're doing identity theory. Well, the problem with that is X, Y, and Z. Well, no, I'm not really saying that. I'm saying that it sort of emerges from it. It's like, okay, so now you're talking about strong emergence. Well, no, I'm just saying it's kind of like steam off the train engine, It's like, well, we're back to epiphenomenalism again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was getting on my nerves. So
yeah, it's like, can we just stick to a definition? Like, just stand up for it. Whatever your view is, don't worry. Like, it's okay, like, just stand up for it.
Because I think a lot of that was a result of the interpersonal heat as well. We got a lot of heat between Questions and, was it Alex?
Yeah,
they were sort of riling each other up, and I don't think you do your best thinking in that state. So kudos to both of them, really, for making any kind of sense when they were both getting their own.
And I thought I was helping with a clarifying question, and it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, it's like you don't get to just shift your position midstream like that. Like, that makes it very frustrating. That's why Alex was getting frustrated, because he's like, you're asking me to deal with the argument explicitly. Then when I start to do it, you start seeing some things in there that you don't want to deal with. So you're just going to pivot into another view. And I'm just not sure how genuine that is, And maybe people do it unconsciously. I can't really attribute an intention to it. Maybe it's just part of what we do because we don't want to be wrong about stuff. I don't know. But I think we have. Hey, how's it going, Max Doubt? How are you doing, sir?
Pretty
Or
good.
man?
How you doing, Scott?
Oh, good. Cool.
Everybody on the panel. Yeah, I don't think people can really defend the physical only, because when you look at existence, when you look at physical matter, from what I've hypothesized is that you wouldn't create like a cup to hold water before the water has been created. You create the cup afterwards. The material universe seems to have come after the creation of what would be the consciousness, or some people call spirituality, or the non-corporeal. And what I've learned from studying the sciences, especially the pseudosciences, which people get a lot of arguments when you start to expose the unscientific basis for evolution, it's another coping mechanism. Because one, if you realize that it's more than the physical world, you start to act differently. You realize that there is something more. There's no such thing as coincidences. And I'm not religious. This is coming from a purely scientific stance. So with the physical, when you look into a lot of philosophies throughout the world and throughout time, it really does, as you start to think about it, you say, yeah, the physical, why would the physical come first and the consciousness come after? That doesn't make sense. It's sort of like the cup coming before the water, the jug coming before the water. So for me, it's indefensible when people try to say it's just matter. It's just the brain creating chemicals. It's somebody's belief. It's not science. Science actually points toward the opposite way, to say, wait a second, this definitely didn't happen by chance. If you use hard science like math, you'll see that things aren't coming together by chance, by random mutation, by natural selection in that way. And then to make it worse, the hijacking of words. When you see adaptation in an animal form, well, that's evolution. No, that's adaptation within the same species that is not crossing over. It's just a whole lexicon created to promote this materialistic view of existence, which just it doesn't make sense. I think it's indefensible.
Yeah, like the way that I kind of approach all of these things is like I keep in mind exactly what you said, that really at the end of the day, it's a big artifact of language and semantics and, kind of like projecting all of that onto an interpretation of reality. So really all there is behaviors, patterns, regularities. So when we get into questions of like ontology, like we can talk about causation and time, and even in the scientific realm, causation is not really a thing. It's like causation is just an appearance of relations, and we just infer causation to things that have no conjunction to them. We just kind of make it up, even though they're highly correlated and they coincide in our experience, and we can easily conflate that. But then on a scientific level, you can say, look, time isn't fundamental, it's relational, and that's what philosophers like Hume have been talking about all along, that there's this problem of causation. And so we can talk about
that's another weird idea,
like a relative level, and make sense. Like we have to talk about causation when we talk about, like, I'm sick, I need to go to the doctor. Well, what caused me to have this cold or whatever? It's a bacterial infection or something. So yeah, it's very useful. It's true in that sense, and we can treat that as correct. But when we talk about ontology in a deeper perspective, it gets a little tricky.
It was chemtrails, Scott. It was chemtrails. That's what caused you to be sick.
Oh yeah, right, exactly.
It was that and fluoride in the water.
Fluoride, that's right. That's why I don't brush my teeth. But yeah, it's like, evolution is a story that works within its framework, and you can't deny that. Like I would say, yeah, it's proven by, evolutionary game theory can connect all the dots and everything like that. But every framework needs an explanation outside of the framework. You can't explain the framework in terms of what's inside the frame itself. So it's all, it kind of goes back to that Gödel theorem, incompleteness theorem, It's going to always beg the question of the axiom. And even if you explain its axiom, then that needs a further explanation. It just goes on infinitum. And so it makes these kind of things hard.
Did you know Da Vinci emerges from the brushstrokes of the Mona Lisa?
Oh yeah, of course. Of course.
That's how that works.
And I mean, how many angels can dance on the head of a pin?
42, I think.
I say 43.
Oh, okay.
Well, anything you look at the physical, the more you study it, like even when they say gain, there's no gain of function. Say, for instance, sickle cell, that is a divot in the blood cell, so the human cannot get the malaria, but it also causes sickle cell anemia. So really, when we look at it, entropy is real. So when they say, oh, I've had people just argue for 30 minutes when they say, well, we've had a species, a bacteria turn into another bacteria. That's proof of evolution. And I say, okay, well, what's the name of the bacteria? 30 minutes goes by. I had to even record it to where it got to where, why do you need to ask that question? And that's when I was like, wow, evolution it's religion of the state. So nothing the state can do is wrong at that point. Everything, it goes along. If you look at people that are really deep into it, it's basically the religion of the state. And at least a religious person, monotheistic, polytheistic, will admit they're religious. Evolution is disguising as if it's science, but it's a religion. The churches disguise as universities, the preachers disguise as professors. Because when I talk and ask questions about certain things, I say, wait a second, this doesn't add up right here. And it's based on belief. They get very defenseful because their paycheck depends on it. A man is never going to understand something that his paycheck demands that he don't understand it. Yeah, you look at medicine, look at law enforcement. You have people that might have joined, oh, I want to make the world better. Then they realize, oh, their paycheck, they get paid to maintain stuff the way it is, and it gets degraded. Medicine, clearly we see it in that. Biologists have found things that just in no way can just happen by random chance. Blood clotting, you need 12 factors, 12 main factors. If you're missing one, the organism dies. It bleeds to death. But magically, they waved the magic wand. Evolution did it. And it's actually the worst religion that I've found so far because it doesn't even understand that it's a religion. Now, some people do this maliciously. The other people do it more in an indoctrination level because that's what the degree is based on. And it's based on brainwashing the rest of the population to believe that there's nothing more, that if there is, we'll let you know. But don't try to think about it for yourself. Dr. Dean Radin, he does government funded research on psychic phenomena. So is the human mind, is it capable? And he runs into roadblocks. He says, yeah, you can't even ask questions at some point. It's so defenseful that it raises up the concern, the red flag to say, wait a minute, why are you so defenseful of that nothing, it goes beyond the physical? What's your reason for that? And it comes back to, well, it's scientific. No, it is not scientific. I've studied science my whole life. Microbiologists have come out about this, and people have attacked them for that. You have other people with PhDs saying, well, I have a PhD in this. It's like, no, you have a PhD in agreeing with the state. If we go into real science and mathematics, just 20 amino acids forming by chance goes into 10 to the 20th. So that's 100 quintillion. A lot of people don't even know how to count to that, from a trillion to a quadrillion to a quintillion, let 100 quintillion. And then if you go into most basic amino acids, 100 different amino acids to make a protein, you're hitting some numbers that are just off the scale, just like 100 vigintillion and stuff like that, to say, wait a second, now you're looking at something that is so astronomically low of happening by probability, it's equivalent to zero almost. But they won't take that. I've had people come out and say, oh, well, he's bringing in math and stuff like that. And I'm saying this is people that are not looking through the telescope. Galileo presents evidence. They won't even look through the telescope. They're just ready to put the person on the chopping block, recant what you said, and let's go forward with the control. So evolution is an extremely effective mechanism in holding the mind back and encapsulating it. And then they'll say, well, the mind is part of it's generated by the brain. That's the cart before the horse. That's the cup before the water. So the material world, if somebody were to really think about it, they would say, wow, yes, it has to be created afterwards. And then the consciousness might actually be something that is received. The brain is the receiver theory as well. So there's so much scientific evidence to show that materialism doesn't come before consciousness. And then the detective work of saying, well, wait a second, why is everybody trying to twist the evidence that we have to fit the theory? Science doesn't work that way. They'll say, oh, this is how, look at this animal, how it evolved. And I'm like, no, this is not something that can evolve. Now you have to change the theory to fit the evidence. That's the way science works. But over 150 years, the evidence not only has not changed the theory has presented fraudulent evidence. And when I present this to people, they'll name one, maybe two. There's hundreds. Just the word missing link is a lie. That's like me saying, well, you're guilty of a murder. And you say, well, you didn't do nothing. I said, don't worry, it's missing. We'll find the evidence. No,
yeah. I don't. Yeah, we should do a whole view on a whole show on evolution in relation to anti-physicalist or non-physicalist views. That would be pretty interesting. I guess maybe one of your objections is like the substrate assumption that why assume evolution operates on fundamentally non-conscious matter, rather than like on some sort of pattern in experience or something like that. And I think that, but you're also talking about even within evolution or biology itself, you're seeing some problems or misinformation. I'm sure it would take a long time. It sort of reminds me of, photosynthesis. Mm-hmm. Before quantum tunneling was discovered as to how it would play a role with photosynthesis, it was very unlikely, like a huge, number, something like septillion chance that, energy from the sun could actually be ingested by the centers of the plant for turning that light into energy, that it was just so improbable for that to happen. There was never really a good explanation for it until, we started doing tests and realized that quantum tunneling was observed as a mechanism for distributing that energy throughout the energy centers of plants and stuff like that. And I think like with evolution, like you can bring up a lot of things like blind chance really couldn't account for, which I agree. Like there's just some fundamental things about natural selection that can be challenged. But, there's a lot of research being done by folks like Michael Levin and his team and others. They kind of look at a real consciousness, at least a cognition, intelligence embedded in nature itself. Mm-hmm. It sort of directs a lot of what we see, like especially with the jumps in evolution. He's even has like experiments with tetrabots and anthrobots that say, look, under normal natural selection, the way we understand it, these tetrabots shouldn't be possible. They should die out in the dish immediately. Yet we see patterns that are able to sort of manifest themselves just by that combination. And no one really has a link through just a strictly materialistic view that would make sense of it, but it could make sense on sort of like a bioelectrical pattern, some sort of Platonic like realm where these things get expressed. And these things are peer reviewed. These aren't like hypothetical. These are sort of demonstrated over and over again. So this kind of pushes back, like you said, on the core assumptions of a lot of evolutionary theory. But I wouldn't say that it debunks evolution. It would just say that there's more to the story that sort of completes the view or works towards completing that view. But Nell, I know Nell is very studious about evolution. So you go ahead.
I was going to say, I would think it would be a mischaracterization to say that evolution is just left up to blind chance.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
That I think it's a mischaracterization of evolution to just say that it's all left up to blind chance.
Oh yeah. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people that talk about evolution sometimes, especially like atheists against theists, they'll say no. All there is molecules in motion. Evolution is just, we humans, life and all that came about just by blind chance, environmental pressures. There was no guiding mind behind it, and in that way they say that there's no God necessary, But what Michael Levin would like to say probably is that no, there's a mind, maybe not in the intelligence design sense, but in the sense of cybernetic intelligence, something like that.
Well, if we look at it from what I'm seeing scientifically, it clearly debunks evolution. Evolution changes the goalposts every time. So if you have, like what you were saying, the consciousness, it seems like possibly the quantum tunneling. But when I look at it, I say, okay, it seems like there's a consciousness in between things. So we think, we're taught to think the air separates one thing from another. It really connects. There's a connection. Now, if anything goes to say that it is not random mutation, it's not natural selection, that implies that evolution just breaks down totally. But remember, it will try to shape shift and say, well, anything to keep the theory alive. It will never say, let's change the theory according to the evidence. That's what I've noticed. And that is clearly unscientific.
Could you?
We should do a stream on that. That requires something. I've pointed out fossils where they say, oh, this has been extinct for 300 million years, and they just found one. And they say, oh, well, now we'll call it a Lazarus fossil, a living fossil. It's just lie upon lie upon lie, as if something is afraid that we're going to figure this out. The Secret Life of Plants, that book from, I think, 1970, clearly shows consciousness in plants. People do these tests themselves. Plants seem to be more conscious than human beings. The evolutionary religion basically is trying to tell us that we're at the top, there's nothing else, when we can see from microbes to humans just innumerable amounts of different stages of different types of life forms. Stages isn't even the right word. It's just different life forms. When you look at other life forms, you start to say, how could I say that humans are not, are more intelligent than this life form here, where it's showing me stuff that we couldn't even create. We base our technology on a lot of nature. Look at the diatom. The diatom basically has a nanotechnology. It's very close to like a nanobot type of technology, nano architecture, stuff that are microns. It's just, and it's a life form or some type of form that gets smaller. It doesn't get bigger, it gets smaller. So the more I study science, it's like I have to keep the evolutionary religionist off my back, because the whole thing is just like, it's like a nagging child saying, are we there yet? And I'm saying, wait a second, this is pointing toward, not to me, a religious creation, but this is why I call my channel Architects of Humanity, because the more I look into life, the more I see like, wow, this is like clearly some type of a physical construct to hold the consciousness. And then, like you said earlier, then what's beyond that? What's beyond that? The fractals, the stuff we don't know about. Just understanding the concept of infinity blows evolution off the board. It shows how, when I look back at On the Origin of Species, you look at The Descent of Man. These are not very good books as far as science is concerned. There's a good book written by Dr. Richard Weikart, From Darwin to Hitler. Excellent book. And he shows how this is basically was created right before the Civil War. and what was created when the Civil War ended within 6 months. In that year after it ended, within the same year, was the Klan. The Ku Klux Klan was created. So it was something.
A lot of folks would probably challenge you and say
Yeah,
that Muslim being a conspiracy theorist.
Oh, the great. That's how they keep it. That's how they keep it, to say, oh, you're no, evolutionists are the conspiracy theorists. When you look at medicine and you say, wait a second, tests need to be done on this. No, just roll it out. And you say, no, that's not how. So now the population becomes the experiment. And this is what we've seen time and time again. In America, over 10,000 people die a month by what they call properly prescribed medications. And if we look at the wordplay, that's not properly prescribed, that's improperly. So imagine the stuff that are real mistakes. You have, this is an epidemic of over 100,000 people a year that die due to this, because it's just one size fits all. What might require 10 milligrams in one person might only require 2 milligrams in another. But again, it's the one size fits all. And if anybody reads On the Origin of Species, the second part of that title is Of the Favored Races, in the preservation. It's like you look at it and then you look at the descent of man. It's like, oh my goodness, that's horrible. It's no wonder all the people that jumped on it, right? You start to see, oh, they were making fake assumptions. Ernst Haeckel with the fraudulent drawings, where his own universities got rid of him. They said, look, we don't want to be associated with this fraud. But magically, evolutionists can't even point that out. They'll make excuses for why it wasn't that bad. The sigh of, oh, you believe in lies, but they lie more to cover it up. The Piltdown man, the Nebraska man, the Cheddar man, it's just over and over. They don't talk about Dr. Cross, who lied about the Neanderthal skeletons in Neander Valley, Germany. They don't like to talk about stuff like that because their house of cards.
To be fair, though, I mean, a few hoaxsters doesn't, from 100 years ago, that doesn't really disprove anything, right?
Well, it shows you that there is an incentive. If somebody
we can tell
a couple hundred years ago, those hoaxes have been printed in books as recent as 2018.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Neil.
Well, it's like the fact that we can tell the different that these are shown to be hoaxes means that we can tell the difference between fake and real fossils. So I mean, I'm just trying to see how that downplays evolution.
All right, why
it doesn't?
Why are they printed in books in this new millennium? If they're known hoaxes, it's as if somebody wants to keep indoctrinating the youth with these lies. But the fact that you can find them in current textbooks shows you that there's a problem there. Okay, they're known to be hoaxes, but they're still published as if they're fact.
But if the whole point is to undermine evolution, or to keep, if evolutionists wanted to keep people from undermining evolution, we wouldn't even know about these hoaxes.
Well, evolutionists weren't the ones that found them and said, hey, you know what? We realized this was wrong. It was other people that had to find it, that said, no, this does not make scientific sense. And then you did have people that had their own agenda with their religion, but that doesn't debunk the fact that these guys lied. And when you look at that, you say, well, why are you lying so much and putting this in there like that? And you look at the timeline, you see the Jim Crow, you see all of these things put in there to say, no, these people are closer to an ape than these people. And any type of archaeological dig is militarized.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Kenneth Oakley was the guy who did that whole fluoride dating method to prove that the Piltdown man was wrong. And he was an evolutionist that worked at the British Museum, right?
No, it wasn't the fluoride dating. When they realized that was an orangutan's jaw, the jawbone and the skull were different. Then
Yeah, they were like
they-
deliberately ground down in the bones, artificially.
well, not only
stained
that,
real old or something.
look at
like
Nebraska, man. The tooth. And he's, oh, this tooth. And they drew a whole thing, the man and the woman, and they used those for the Scopes trial to get it taught in school as fact.
I guess my point is that the folks who really unveiled the Piltdown Man hoax were scientists.
Well, real scientists that were battling the fake scientists. Because
right, and the fake scientist was the guy that did the hoax. I agree with you there.
Okay, well, look at Haeckel. Haeckel was a scientist at his university, but then scientists cheat, they lie, they steal.
But that's a human thing.
Yeah, that's
well, it's not. No, see, we can't just blame it on a human because some humans are honest. The ones that expose it, those are honest. They didn't cheat, lie, and steal.
Well, why can't you? I mean,
like,
scientists are made up of human.
Yeah.
Science is a human project.
There's no such thing as a perfect system, and it includes the scientific enterprise. But another issue though here is this: you keep going on and on, like you're going a million miles an hour. It's like I can't even,
Yeah, no, it requires
on one thing.
It really does. It's a big
just,
topic. It's a big topic.
And so it's like, this will just have to. We'll have to focus on this at a different time because we're already past 6 hours here.
Yeah, we got to get off here, man.
Yeah, no,
I do appreciate you calling in with a challenge, though. I really appreciate that. I invite more of it. But yeah, I got to get the hell up out of here, man. I'm running late. So, thanks a lot, everybody, for engaging and staying with us for 6 hours. So I'm going to have to
realize we're on that long, but one of your Stephen says physicists lost their careers discussing consciousness quantum theories. See, so stuff like that.
Oh yeah, you came to the right place. You're barking up the wrong tree to say that we wouldn't agree with that. I mean, yeah, all scientific endeavors, you've got to watch out. You've got to be skeptical of even the authorities. I understand that. But anyways, man, I've got to get the hell up out of here. And I appreciate you guys. And until next time, we'll catch up.
All right. See you.
All right.